From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to what is semi-finals day here at the Aon 2022 Maadi Cup at Lake Ruataniwha in Twizel. We've had 3 magnificent days leading up to today, Thursday, and it looks like another cracker down here in the Mackenzie. Looking forward to a great day's racing of semi-finals, taking us right to around about 3 o'clock this afternoon as we celebrate 75 years of the Maadi Cup, and that event itself looks like it'll be an absolute cracker going by the initial heat and the 2 repecharges we had yesterday. But kicking off today, we're looking forward to the boys under 17 single sculls. We've got a D final and a C final to start proceedings, and then we get into the semi-finals for the boys under 17 single sculls. That'll be followed by the girls under 17 Cox 4, and then we make our way through the program. So welcome to everybody joining us on the Aon live stream. Great to have those pictures up there in front of you. We've got some additional cameras for the remainder of the regatta to complement the live stream that we've had throughout proceedings since we started. First thing Monday morning, a little bit of fog that day, a tiny amount this morning, but we haven't lost any time. And looking forward to that D final starting in around about 2 minutes' time. They'll be making their way into the starting blocks up there, and we should get some shots of that too. It's been noticeable through the last few days just how many entrants we've had in both the boys and girls under 16, under 17 single sculls. So looking forward to seeing those scullers that are racing today getting themselves through to as good a position as they can in their respective D and C finals, and then we await with interest to see who will make the A final for the boys under 17 single sculls, due to go 9 o'clock Friday morning, and that will be for the John Alexander Challenge Cup. It's been wonderful to see this event underway down here. There was always a lot of if we, will we, won't we, but we can and we have. Different proceedings for those of you just joining us on the live stream. The rowers have enjoyed being in their own zones, just lakeside, a maximum of 100 per zone, and they've been launching and retrieving their boats from the lakeside just in front of their zone. So to make sure that we are minimising the amount of wash that they get from any umpire boats and safety boats, we've used zonal umpiring throughout the regatta so far, and we have done down here at the South Island since the beginning of 2022. Just means that we can limit the wash and the athletes get the best conditions they can. So a view there from the start, and just an innovation we've got this year. If you look at the top of the starters box, you'll see that an orange light that's there. As they come to attention and are ready to let go, that will start to flash. But just over in the bay, we can see the entrants in the D final just starting to make their way across into the starting blocks. And those well wrapped up boat holders from New Zealand's rowing pathway squad, the South Islanders. So great to have those pathway athletes who not long ago themselves were competing in this regatta, now out there freezing and giving back to the younger athletes. We have got a number of scratching in this race, so we are due to see in lane 1 Cambridge High School 2 Eli Swanepoel, in lane 2 Cromwell College 2 Harrison Mills, In lane 3, Nelson College 1, Ethan Steele. There's the field for you. And we should see also in lane 7, Marlborough Boys College 1, Jack Stevens. In lane 4, 5 and 6, there are scratchings for Sacred Heart, Wakatipu and St Peter's College. So that's lane 3 right in front of you that you can see. And I'd imagine what they've done is brought Jack Stevens from Marlborough Boys College possibly into lane 7, from lane 7 into lane 4, so he's not out there on his lonesome, so that's liable to be him there, I would think. Just keep an eye on the top of that starters box if you're watching from home, and just look for the orange light. That'll let you know when they're due to go. There we are. So they're in the starters' hands. And they're underway. Here we go on Thursday down here at Aon Maadi Cup, and you can see there are the 4 scullers there. So on your immediate right-hand side of the screen is Eli Swanepoel from Cambridge High School. To his left, Cromwell College, Harrison Mills. Then we come across to Ethan Steele from Nelson College, who's away the cleanest of the 4. And then lane 4, it will in fact be Marlborough Boys College, Jack Stevens. So umpire boat will swing in behind them, follow them for around about 500 metres, and then it is a handover. So as they make their way down through their starting sequence off towards that island on the right-hand side that we all call Alcatraz down here, the C final makes its way across into the starting blocks. And it looks like we've got a much fuller field there, which is great to see. So they'll be underway at 8:05, and then we get into those 2 semi-finals. So the semi-finalists will be making their way up through the bay in that circular pattern they do here at Ruataniwha. And already we can see that this little bit of fog that's been hanging around is starting to lift. So good start there for Ethan Steele from Nelson College. That's him just to the right of the umpire boat, and off his right-hand shoulder will be Jack Stevens from Marlborough Boys College. Harrison Mills in lane 2, just obscured there now by the umpire's boat, and Eli Swanepoel down in lane 1. So Ethan out to a handy lead already. It would look like he has got just on his shoulder there, Jack Stevens is sticking with him. But plenty of time to run in this. And look at these boys looking to complete their under-17 campaigns positively. And Ethan there out quite tidily at the moment from Nelson College, coached by Joe Benion. Marlborough Boys College, Jack Stevens is coached by Matt Straker and John Robinson. Cromwell College 2, coached by Brendan Scott and Maud O'Connell, and Eli Swanepoel down there in lane 1, coached by Giacomo Thomas and Thomas Fraser. As it has been all week, great conditions for these single scullers. They'll enjoy these. And what a lovely vista that is. Great advertisement for the Mackenzie country, you'd have to say. Nice shots down the lake. Strong start from Ethan. He would have a boat length over Jack Stevens on his right shoulder, and then there would be already 2 to 3 boat lengths back, I would think, to Cambridge High School, Eli Swanepoel. And then Harrison Mills. They've had a lot of rowing this week already, these gentlemen, as they head down through 750 towards the 1,000. And you can just see there one of the girls under 17 Cox Fours making its way up through the bay. If you haven't been watching us during the week, you won't know that we've got a camera at the 1,000 metre mark, which will just line straight up on them, and we'll get a good angle on what the advantages are. But you can see from there that it is Ethan Steele doing some good work there through that first 1,000 to get a commanding lead already, so it'll be interesting to see if he can protect that. Eli looks to have got himself underway and into the race. And then we go across to Jack Stevens from Marlborough Boys College. Up to the 1,000 metre comes Ethan from Nelson College. And you can see there his lead. It'll be 3 boat lengths now over Eli down there in lane 1 from Cambridge as they go through that 1,000 metre mark. I'm going to pull that back to 2 boat lengths now. Then we go a boat length and a half back to Jack Stevens from Marlborough Boys College, and then back to Eli Swanepoel. And just moving through nicely there now is Eli from Cambridge, starting to eat into that lead of Ethan's from Nelson College. And the C final's underway, so I can give you the field for the C final. In lane 1, Cambridge High School 1, Jack Galanders. In lane 2, Otamotai College 1, Jack McClutchy. In lane 3, Scots College 1, Oscar Prius. In lane 4, Aquinas College 1, Harrison McGregor. In lane 5, Pukekohe High School 1, Cameron Preston. In lane 6, St Kentigern's College 1, Lachlan Wallace. In lane 7, Bethlehem College 1, Luke Ramesa. And in lane 8, we've got Mount Albert Grammar 1, Cairo Arkoi Simsich. So they're underway. They're heading up now to the 500 metre mark. As well into the second half of the race is the D final, which still sits with Ethan Steele from Nelson College. Out to Eli Swanepoel from Cambridge High School. And then we go across and it's Jack Stevens from Marlborough College back to Harrison from Cromwell. So full field away in the C final. Nice start in there in lane 4 from Harrison McGregor from Aquinas College. It's them just starting to make that's the D final you can see in front of you now. So just in that D final, it's coming out of lane 4, Aquinas College, Pukekohe and St Kentigern's. But right down in front of us now as they head up towards the 500 metre mark. You can see just on the right hand side of your screen, Ethan Steele from Nelson College. Swing back just to the left of that post that are about to go past, and that's Eli Swanepoel from Cambridge High School. To the left of him and further back is Cromwell College's Harrison Mills. And then just beyond Ethan is Jack Stevens from Marlborough Boys College. Jack Galanders from Cambridge in the C final, putting in some work through that second 500. So he's starting to make a move and go up on Scots College. Then Aquinas out to Pukekohe, St Kentigern's, Bethlehem and Mount Albert. Not Mount Albert Grammar. Not much between those scullers. Maybe just Jack McClutchy from Otamotai, who's still got some moves to make. As we follow this race down well into the last 500. Heading up now to 250 metres to go. There'll be 350 metres out from there. And he's pretty much led all the way, has Ethan Steele from Nelson College. But that lead is getting shorter. Some work starting to go in again from Eli, just doing some work through the last 100 metres to try and put more pressure on Ethan. Jack from Marlborough Boys hanging with them. And then we go back to Harrison in lane 2. So Ethan's responded. He looks like he's seen what's been coming from Eli. Nice strong finish to his campaign. 100 metres to go for him now. It's Ethan Steele from Nelson College. 100 metres to go now for not Harrison Mills, my apologies, Eli Swanepoel from Cambridge High School. And then out to Jack from Marlborough Boys. He's got 100 to go now. So down to the line to complete the first race of Thursday, the D final. And that is won convincingly there by Ethan Steele. Congratulations, Ethan. Going across the line now in second place from Cambridge High School's Eli Swanepoel. And then we'll just wait for Jack to come across the line from Marlborough Boys. They've gone through in a time of 8:11:01. Over the line now goes Jack Stevens from Marlborough Boys College, and then to complete the field, just coming through the last 100 now, is Harrison Mills from Cromwell College. So into the C final, we'll just give you a read on where that's going, and then we'll hunt down and have a look at what's happening with the first semi-final, which is underway. So Aquinas College, Pukekohe, they are chasing St Kentigern's, and out there in lane 8, Mount Albert Grammar. Would be your leaders at the moment. Mount Albert Grammar, of course, is Cairo Arkoi Simsix. Then we come back into Lachlan Wallace from St Kentigern's, across to Cameron Preston from Pukekohe High School. Aquinas College, Harrison McGregor, just ahead of Oscar Prius from Scots College, and the next best would be Jack Galanders from Cambridge High School. That's them coming down the field now in the C final. But I'll give you the field for the first semi-final. It's underway. In lane 1, St Peter's College 1, Jack Simpkins. In lane 2, King's College 2, Kellen Ogilvie. In lane 3, Sacred Heart Auckland 1, Oliver Leach. In lane 4, Hillcrest High School 1, Justin Smythe. In lane 5, Wakatipu High School 1, Marley King Smith. In lane 6, Timaru Boys High School 1, William Talbot. Lane 7, ACG Strathallan, Jack Clark. And in lane 8, Huani College 1, Conan Vargasma. They are in semi-final number 1. We're looking for 4 to go through to the A final. The rest will be through to a B final. All away pretty cleanly in that first semi-final. Not too much across them. We'll have a look out here in the C final. Just to keep you up to date, there's Cambridge down there in lane 1. Then we go across to Scots College. Oscar Prius just drawing up alongside Harrison McGregor from Aquinas College. Out there again to St Kentigern's in lane 6 would be 3rd. Then we come back inside to Cameron Preston, Pukekohe in lane 5. Then out to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 8. Then we go back inside to Otamotai College, Jack McCluskey in lane 2. And then back to Bethlehem in lane 7. So 120 metres to go. And it is the work of Harrison McGregor from Aquinas College in lane 4. Just over Scots College, Oscar Prius. First and second as they come down to the line, last 100 metres. 3rd out there in lane 6 is St Kentigern's. Starting to wind up is Pukekohe in lane 5. But those 4 are coming through into the last 70 odd metres too. And out here in lane 1 is Jack Galanders from Cambridge High School. So just as they come through now, it's still Aquinas College. He's put another half a boat length out there on Oscar Prius from Scots College. So those two are looking like first and second. Third will be interesting between St Kentigern's on the outside. Inside of him is Pukekohe, and the run coming through here from Cambridge High School in lane 1. But across the line they go. Aquinas College from Scots College, and it looks like it might be Cambridge by a bow ball down to get third here in lane 1. A nice run through from Jack in the last 100 metres. Then we come to St Kentigern's, Pukekohe. On the outside, Mount Albert Grammar. Back inside here to Otamotai College, and then it would be Bethlehem. So through an 8:05 is that first is the C final. But let's see what's happening with this first semi-finals. Some very talented scullers in this field. So St Peter's, King's College 1, Sacred Heart, Hillcrest, Wakatipu High School, Timaru Boys High School, ACG Strathallan, and Huani. So in the middle there it is Marley King Smith from Wakatipu has an advantage, but only just over, it looks like Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart. Those are the first two. And we get outside to Boys High School, William Talbot. Come back and out further again, I think, to Jack Clark from ACG Strathallan, then Justin Smythe from Hillcrest in lane 4. Then we would see King's College 2, Kellen Ogilvie. Out again to Huani College in lane 8, and then back inside to St Peter's. That's how they're starting to come down the course now. So as you look at it, you can see lane 1 there, St Peter's coming across to King's College. Then Sacred Heart, Hillcrest, and then your leader, Wakatipu's Marley King Smith, out to Timaru Boys High School, William Talbot, across to ACG Strathallan, and then Huani College 1 in this first semi-final of the boys under 17 single sculls. Marley has had a very strong campaign in the South Island this year, and he's got some good talent outside him with Justin Smythe and William Talbot. Oliver Leach has been very strong for the North Islanders this year. And we've seen some great rowing already this week from the likes of Kellen Ogilvie and Jack Clark. So it's unfortunate they can't all go through, but 4 of them will and 4 of them won't. 4 will be in the B final, but let's see who the 4 to go through to that A final on Friday morning. Still Marley King Smith. Oliver Leach would be second still. Then we go outside still to Timaru Boys, William Talbot. Back into Justin Smythe, just starting to put some work through in there in lane 4. 300 metres to go, and Marley King Smith still has a handy lead out there in lane 5. Callan Ogilvie started to move down there in lane 2 from King's College, but second still sitting with Sacred Heart. Oliver Leach. There's going to be a line-up, but now it looks already between King's College, Hillcrest and Timaru Boys to take out 3 of the 2 spots. The work's starting to come from Callan Ogilvie down in lane 2. He's upped his rating and is moving through. He's going close to being in 3rd position now. First is still with Marley King Smith out in lane 5. Just moving through solidly, completely over the last couple of 150 metres is Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart in second, but it is King's College starting to move through to secure his spot. It's putting pressure on William Talbot out there from Timaru Boys. In fact, William may have been rode through by the North Islanders, so King's College coming through. Justin Smythe from Hillcrest. So we're starting to see those 4 emerge. Is William going to go again? He's upped his rating. He wants this. He's moving those hands. He's going to have to move a bit quicker as he looks across and he sees Justin Smythe in lane 4. But it's all with Marley King Smith, Wakatipu High School in this first semi-final as he comes in with 100 metres to go now. 100 metres to go now is Oliver Leach, who's up there from Sacred Heart, looking powerful, and it's still going to be King's College down here in lane 2, looking in 3rd position. William responded out there from Timaru Boys High School. He's moved again past Hillcrest. Can Justin go again? Marley King Smith coming down now. He's got 40 metres to go and a boat length and a half lead over Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart. So we're finding our first finalist is going to be Marley King Smith as he comes down to the line now. Joined there by Sacred Heart finishing second. Nice run through from Callan King's College 2 finishing third. And William Talbot out there from Timaru Boys High School. He's extended just in this last 100 to put a length on Hillcrest, and he will take the 4th position. They've gone through in 7:37, which is 30 seconds quicker than that C final. That's the first semi-final. We've got our first 4 finalists. Who's going to be next? Let's have a look down at semi-final number 2. In lane 1, Mount Aspiring College 1, Jem Curtis. In lane 2, Cromwell College 1, Matthew King. In lane 3, King's College 1, Baxter McGilvray. In lane 4, Onifero Area School 1, Jack Henry. In lane 5, St John's Hamilton 1, Antonio Van Dersen. In lane 6, New Plymouth Boys High School 1, Luke Brock. In lane 7, St Peter's School 1, Toby Robertson. And out there in lane 8, Dunstan High School's Jed McIntosh. Heading up through the first 1,000 metres now would be that second semi-final. Good work coming from Dunstan High School out there in lane 8 and St Peter's in lane 7. But it's with King's High School, Onifero Area School, St John's, very even in those middle 3 lanes. Cromwell College, Matthew King not out of the mix. So King's College, Baxter McGilvray. You won't know that Cannon's already gone through to the final. He'll be looking to join his crewmate just outside of him, Onifero School. Those are the first 2, then St John's. Then I'd go to St Peter's, then back inside to New Plymouth. And just on the outside there is Dunstan. Then we go back to lane 1, Mount Aspiring College. So has the sense of being a lot closer this one, as Baxter McGilvray leads them down there through the mist that is rapidly dissipating. So just confirming that first semi-final, Wakatipu High School, Sacred Heart, King's College, 4th with Timaru Boys High School, then Hillcrest High School, ACG Strathallan, St Peter's College and Huani College. So King's College right alongside Onifero. St John's starting to move through there, Antonio Van Dersen. Then it's still out there at St Peter's, Toby Robinson. Those are the 4. So the pressure will come from Luke Brock from New Plymouth Boys High School. He's currently in 5th position. If he looks across to lane 2, you'll see Matthew King from Cromwell College. They're looking most likely then outside into Dunstan High School in lane 8 and Mount Aspiring in lane 1 just a bit off the pace at this stage. They've got a bit of work to do, but they're still just through the 500 now. And that run starting to come again still from Toby Robertson and St. Peter's. He's put in some good work in the last 250 metres. Now drawing alongside Onifero and King's College, as is Cromwell's still got a bit of work to do out there, but it's King's College, Onifero, Peters. Those are the four. The opportunity's still there for you, Luke Brook from New Plymouth Boys High School, if you can put some work in this last 350 metres. So still King's College, Onifero. Then we go across to St. Third. Leading still is Jack Henry from Onifero, but it might only be just over St. Peter's. Outside of Onifero is St. John. There's still a chance there for New Plymouth Boys High School. We've got 5 scullers and there's only 4 spots available for the A final. It's St. Peter's out there in lane 7. We come back to Onifero in lane 4. In lane 3, King's College. It's still St. John's. He's starting to push up as Luke Brock. He's putting pressure on Baxter McGilvray out there in lane 3. It's St. Peter's though. St. Peter's have taken a lead over Onifero. Look at the lineup we got here. So St. Peter's, Onifero, St. John's, King's College and New Plymouth Boys High School. Is going to be St. Peter's across the line first. St. Peter's, then Onifero. Baxter's gone again. King's College and St. John's. He just misses out New Plymouth Boys High School. What a great finish and a nice second charge there from Baxter McGilvray to get himself through. First goes out there to St. Peter's, Toby Robinson, who really started to work from the second 1,000. We'll just confirm those places, but it looks like it is Onifero School have finished second. Third to King's College, with a nice push through in the last 50 metres, and then fourth goes to St. John's of Hamilton, Antonio Van Dersen, and just missing out despite a brave effort, but through to the B final still is New Plymouth Boys High School. 7:52 they've gone through in. So quite a bit of difference in time there with the first semi-final. Nonetheless, though, we have our finalists for the under-17 boys single scull. We look forward to seeing them race off for the John Alexander Challenge Cup on Friday morning. From single sculls, we turn our attention to the girls under-17 Coxed 4. In lane 1, Westlake Girls High School, Phoebe Dobson, Caitlin Nord, Sophie Dycraft, Eva Dycraft, Annabelle Savage is the Cox. In lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Ruby Burge, Olivia Abbott, Bianca Power, Katie Finch, Meg Pinfold is the Cox. In lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School 2, Arabella Acklin, Abigail Reid, Jessica Hickling, Sophie Cushell and Bridget Pye is the Cox. In lane 4, it's Wellington Girls College 1, Jess Sutherland, Nico Daly, Olivia Maisie, Zola Kemp, Betty Custodio is the Cox. In lane 5, we've got Columba College 1, Sarah Reynolds, Genty Minty, Bridget Sutton, Millie Scott, Isabella Davey is the Cox. In lane 6, Queen Margaret College 1, Isabel Vanderwilt, Mia Holden, Olivia Wood, Scarlett Treadwell, Maya Koning is the Cox. Lane 7, Nelson College for Girls 1, it's Sky Humphreys, Chloe Wallace, Alexis Phipps, Madeline Collis, Maddie Taylor Coxing, and completing the field out there in lane 8 is Barradine College, Isabel McDonald, Hannah McCall, Abigail Stewart, Kate Wrigley and Samara O'Hagan. But lane 4, Wellington Girls College lead this field down just inside of them, Rangiruru Girls School number 2. Then we go outside to Queen Margaret, back to Columba College. Down there in lane 1, Westlake Girls High School would be next. Then out to Nelson College for Girls, Barradine in lane 8. And then we come back inside to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 2. So semi-final 1, 2, 3 and 4 going through to the A final. Handy lead here for Wellington Girls College in lane 4. Second would still be Queen Margaret College. Possibly though, because Rangiruru, they won't want to be out of this. They look like they're starting to move. So it might be Rangiruru second now, just in behind Wellington Girls College. Then we go out to Queen Margaret. Just watching Westlake Girls down here in lane 1. Columba in lane 5. Not much between those two crews. Even down here in lane 2, Mount Albert look like they're starting to have a run if they can get themselves into that minor placings. The battle will be for 4th. A little bit more mist just descending there, but they'll row through that with no problem. Wellington Girls College in their orange boat. And it's Rangiruru, Queen Margaret. And then in between them is Columba, so we would expect to see it to come out of the middle of the course. The challenge for Columba is going to be Westlake Girls. Westlake Girls starting to do a move down here with 350 metres to go. Rangiruru starting to move into clear second now, still over Queen Margaret, then back to Columba, and it's Westlake Girls that are going to put pressure on Columba. That'll be the place to watch as Wellington Girls look well out in front. 2 boat lengths they would be now from Rangiruru Girls School. Then we go another 2 boat lengths out to Queen Margaret. Columba starting to push up on Queen Margaret. Queen Margaret might have done their dash too early because it looks like the crew from Westlake Girls might be pushing through on them. So we're looking at Wellington College, Rangiruru, and then it's Westlake. Westlake would now be into 3rd position. The pressure's going on Queen Margaret and Columba. It'll be between those 2 crews if they don't start to move for that 4th spot. But through into the last 150 metres to go, it's Wellington Girls College. They've extended. They've got 3 boat lengths on Rangiruru. It still looks like it's Westlake down here in lane 1. Then we go across to Queen Margaret. Back inside to Columba. It's Columba you're going to need to move if you want to get yourselves through to an A final. 100 metres to go now for Wellington College, being well coxed there by Better Custodios. They come down to 100 metres to go now as Rangiruru with Bridget Kai driving them. On the outside lane, Queen Margaret have gone again. So it's Queen Margaret, look like they've pushed up too, but Westlake is still going with them, and it looks like it's going to be Columba that might miss out here. But it's Wellington Girls College. Wellington Girls with 20 metres to go in this first semi-final of the girls under 17. Cox 4 down to the line, they go and take the buzzer. They've got 2 going out to 3 boat lengths over Rangiruru. On the outside there, it's Queen Margaret in lane 6, who've done a good job all the way through, and Westlake Girls, who started to move with 750 to go, have got themselves through into an A final. Columba College to be 5th. Then we come back to Mount Albert Grammar. Out we go to Nelson Girls College, and then Barradine in lane 8. First semi-final of the girls under 17, Cox 4 is done. They've gone through in 7:43 and 39. Convincing there for Wellington Girls, 2nd to Rangiruru, 3rd to Queen Margaret, and then with a nice push through, Westlake Girls down there in lane 1. Semi-final number 2 making its way into the second half of the course and emerging from the mist. In lane 1, Whanganui Collegiate, Millicent Murphy, Poppy Hobbs, Pip Bullock, Emily McKinley and Lila Brown as the Cox. In lane 2, Marlborough Girls College 2, Hazel Glover, Lola Stallard, Ella Barnes, Jessica Bennett, Grace McKendry is the Cox. In lane 3, St Margaret's College 1, Hannah Wiley, Evie Leeson, Olivia Studham, Felicity Pye, Ashley Tarkon. In lane 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Francesca Richards, Alice Wallace, Nicole Vance, Georgie Bethel, Annabelle Wynne-Williams is the Cox. In lane 5, it's Marlborough Girls College 1, Molly Glover, Emma Flanagan, Lexi Timpson, Daisy Vavasaur and Elizabeth Byron is the Cox. Lane 6, Waikato Dyson School 1, Renee West, Zoe Fon, Xanthi Lovegrove, Edlington, Alexandra Peoples, Alex McIntosh is coxing. Lane 7, Barradine College, Poppy Kavanagh Briggs, Kaylee Wilson, Harriet Burrell, Eliana Henderson, Natalie Salmon coxing. And out there in lane 8, St Peter's College 1, Madison Maguire, Imogen Short, Caitlin Moriarty, Ella Ryan and Catherine Rose Axtell. That is the second semi-final field for the girls under 17 Cox 4, and we're looking for the next 4 finalists to go through for the Hauraki Oar that will be raced on Friday, and it is right out in the middle there with Rangiruru Girls School 1, but they are just behind Marlborough Girls College in lane 5. Then we go out to Waikato Diocesan in lane 6, across to Whanganui Collegiate. No, Marlborough Girls College in lane 2. Sorry, just missed Whanganui where they were. So it is still Rangiruru and Marlborough Girls. Then it's Marlborough Girls number 2. Down there in lane 2. Across to Waikato Diocesan, then Barradine. And then just on the outside flanks, we've got St Peter's in lane 8 and Whanganui Collegiate in lane 1. Nice battle this between Rangiruru and Marlborough Girls College out in 4 and 5. Marlborough Girls just with the advantage, but you can be sure that Rangi have got something to give, you would think, in the last 250 metres. Back into clear third now is Marlborough Girls College 2. So nice row going in from them in lane 2. Then we go outside to Waikato Diocesan in lane 6. Back inside to St Margaret's College in lane number 3. Then we're looking at Barradine in lane 7, just drawing up alongside St Margaret's they would be looking to do. And then it's going to be a bit tough there for Whanganui Collegiate in lane 1 and St Peter's in lane 8. So this is the second semi-final of the girls under 17 Cox 4. Then we move into girls under 18 double sculls. Semi-finals for them. Marlborough girls and Rangiruru pulling clear here from the rest of the field. Third clearly now would be Marlborough girls number 2. So this would be fantastic for Marlborough girls to get 2 crews through into that A final. It will then be a question of whether it is going to be St Margaret's College or Waikato Diocesan, I think, who might be joining them. Waikato with an advantage over St Margaret's. St Margaret's you'll need to go. So, do Rangiruru, are they happy finishing second or do they want to go? They've started to move now. They've upped their rating and starting to put some pressure on Marlborough girls who have led for most of the way with 150 metres to go. It looks like Rangi are getting a run on their boat. This will be interesting as they come through in the last 100 metres. Let's have a look and see who gets in there first. Into those red boys, 100 metres to go for Marlborough girls now, and Rangi now. So half a boat length it still is with Marlborough Girls College. As we come down on the outside, Waikato Dawson starting to move on that outside lane, pushing up on Marlborough Girls number 2. Those 4 will still go through though. It'll just be the pecking order. Marlborough Girls will just put a bit more back in. They saw Rangi coming. They've now gone out 2/3 of a boat length down here at the finish. So it'll be Marlborough Girls College 1 coming down to the line now to win this second semi-final, then Rangiruru over the line to join them in the final. Down here in lane 2 is going to be Marlborough Girls College 2, just it would look like, over Waikato Diocesan out there in lane 6. There's our next semi-finalists. Then completing the field will come out to Barradine in lane 7, who are just, oh no, it'll be a bow ball down here to St Margaret's College. Over they go now, then Barradine. Down here into lane 1, Whanganui Collegiate, and then out to St Peter's in lane 8. So Marlborough Girls College with 2 through to the girls under 17 Cox 4 final. Being joined there with Marlborough Girls 1, Marlborough Girls 2, Rangiruru and Waikato Diocesan. They've gone through in 7:43.64, very similar to the first semi-final. So that should be a pretty close final for us on Friday morning. So that closes out our first group of semi-finals. Next up, in about 30 minutes' time, will be the girls under 18 double sculls. So time for you all to go away and make a cup of coffee, a cup of tea. For those of you that are watching from your office desk, that means you can go and do some work. And the rest of us will just take a break here for 30 minutes, then we'll be back with you shortly.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
So as you can probably see, we have a bit of a battle with the fog monster. So as soon as we get some clarity down the end and the course is clear, we'll get underway with the girls under 18 double sculls. Crews in the first semi-final of the girls under 18 double sculls, just starting to move into the starting blocks as this fog burns off. So while they're doing that, we'll give you the field. In lane 1, Dawson School for Girls 1, Sophia Phillimore and Natalie Spillane. In lane 2, Whanganui High School 1, Georgina Ross and Messina Sewer. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Olivia Dunn and Leah Reck. In lane Lane 4, Takapuna Grammar 1, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles. Lane 5, Dunstan High School 1, Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith. In lane 6, Wellington Girls College 1, Alice Thompson and Mackenzie Kemp. In lane 7, Burnside High School 1, Briar Moriarty and Sam Rankin. And in lane 8, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Brooke Lananzu and Mackenzie Armit. So we've seen strong rowing this week from the Takapuna and Dunstan, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles from Takapuna, Pippi Horan from Sophie Smith from Dunstan. So as you look at there on your live stream, right to the immediate left of the the starters hut, you will see lane 3, which is St Paul's Collegiate, coming across to Takapuna on their left-hand side, then Dunstan, then Wellington Girls, and just waiting for Burnside, it looks like at this stage. And then just out of shot there, you can see Whanganui Collegiate's bow. So looking for 4 to go through, of course, and this will be the girls under 18 double sculls who will be racing on Friday morning for the Pitt Island Trophy. And it looks like the crews might have just been sent away while they still wait for that fog to lift down the bottom. So as soon as we look like we're going to get underway, we'll come back to you. So just going back into the gates again now are those crews. We're back underway. You can see it's already lightening from that view. So by the time they get them going, we'll have more clarity. We can just see the preparations going down here on the front lawn as they get the podium ready for some segregated medal presentations. Friday and Saturday. And as we look across to the Great Southern Stand, we can see a few camper vans and cars and people with binoculars looking down the course from afar. No doubt live streaming. If they want to tune their car radios into 88.3, they'll pick up the commentary on the FM channel. So Burnside now just backing in lane 7. They'll complete the field. Dawson School for Girls, Whanganui High School, St Paul's Collegiate, Takapuna Grammar, Dunstan High School, Wellington Girls College, Burnside High School and Whanganui Collegiate. Keep your eye on top of the starter's hut for that orange light starting to flash as they're ready to go. Burnside, Dunstan just touching up there in lane 5. It'll be an interesting battle here between Takapuna and Dunstan. Outside of them will be St Paul's Collegiate, and then in lane 6, Wellington Girls College, right outside Dunstan in the yellow boat. They'll be itching to go, these crews. They've been waiting down there for a while. Hopefully they've been staying warm. That fog lifting nicely down to the end there now. We can start to see the first 100 metres. The boys becoming clear. Orange lights flashing, so they're in the starters' hands. Away and racing they go. Takapuna and Dunstan out fairly cleanly ahead of the rest of the field already, and then Wellington away pretty quickly as well. Heading off down now into the rest of their start sequences and away towards the 500 metre mark, but straight away it's Dunstan, Takapuna and Wellington Girls College who have early advantages through the start. Then it would be Burnside out to Whanganui Collegiate, then we come across to St Paul's, Whanganui High School and Dawson School for Girls as they disappear into the fog. And when they emerge, we'll be able to tell you who's doing what. So as they do that, they will bring across the girls under 18 double sculls second semi-final. Four to go through, of course, in each one. So Takapuna have an early lead in the first semi-final, just over Dunstan. Then inside to St Paul's Collegiate, outside to Wellington Girls College. So we can see them heading through the first 500. Solid starts for Wellington Girls College and Burnside High School. Then we go across to Whanganui Collegiate, Dawson School for Girls, and then across and out to Whanganui Collegiate 1. So it would be a boat length already to Takapuna. Over Dunstan. Good start from Whanganui High School. These crews will be well into their work now as they head through the second 500 of the course. You can see them on your screen there. Left-hand side there is Dawson School for Girls. Then Whanganui High School coming across to the right. St Paul's Collegiate 1. Takapuna Grammar in the lead. Then Dunstan High School. Outside we can see Wellington Girls College. Then Burnside High School. And just out of view at the moment is Whanganui Collegiate. Just panning out. Thank you very much, Lee. Up to the 1,000 they come through 750 metres. And Takapuna Grammar laying down a marker here in this first semi-final. Outside to Dunstan. In fact, ahead of Dunstan now will be Wellington Girls College would be second. Then we go across to St Paul's Collegiate. Very little between St Paul's and lane 3. Whanganui High School and Dawson School for Girls down there in lane 1. Those three right next to each other. In fact, fairly even across the mid-band, right across out to Burnside High School in lane 7. Just Whanganui Collegiate 1 starting to fall away a little bit. Plenty of room left in the course yet, though. So, Takapuna Grammar, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles, coached by Katie Halliday and Jessica Hamlin. They lead this course down now. Second would be Wellington Girls College, Alice Thompson, Mackenzie Kent, coached by Catherine Duffin. Then we'd come back to Dunstan, Pippi Hoare and Sophie Smith with Simon Smith, the coach. And clear water there already for Takapuna Grammar as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark. You can see them going through there very shortly. And that may well be a 2 boat length lead they've got now. Dunstan just moving into second, half a boat length over Wellington Girls College. Then we come down on the inside lane to Whanganui High School, just inside of them St Paul's Collegiate. Right through on your screen there now is Dawson School for Girls, but ahead of them further outside would be Burnside High School. Then we go back to Whanganui Collegiate, so 4 to go through. We're looking at Takapuna at the moment, at Dunstan, at Wellington Girls College. Outside of them it is Burnside who would be 4th. Then back inside to St Paul's Collegiate. Then we see Whanganui High School. Then on the outer flanks it is Dawson School for Girls in lane 1 and Whanganui Collegiate out there in lane 8. So the second semi-final's underway. We can give you the field for the second semi-final as this first one makes its way through into the second 1,000 metre mark. In that second semi-final, lane 1 is Wakatipu High School 2, Pippa McAtammany and Kate Woods. Lane 2 will be Avonside Girls High School 1, Stella Cook and Ash Fleming. In lane 3, Hauraki Plains College 1, Rebecca Adams, Maggie Morrison. Lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Briley Deacon and Jenna Lee Marcraft. In lane 5, Mount Maunganui College 1, Madison Shanks, Mia Finlayson. In lane 6, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Mila Graham and Gabriel Austin. In lane 7, Onslow College 1, Anna Dudley and Rose Holden. And in lane 8, Nelson College for Girls 1, Gemma Mead and Jessie Brown. They're into their first 500 metres. Into their second 1,000 though out here in the first semi-final. Not much has changed out front. It's still Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles from Takapuna Grammar. What a strong week they've had. And looking to lay down the real marker here. 2 boat lengths. They are over the top of Dunstan, who are still second. Wellington College right along Dunstan haven't accepted that, and they look like they're just starting to put some pressure on them now, just lifting slightly as they come towards through the 500 metre mark. They've gone back ahead of Dunstan, would look like. So Dunstan and Wellington Girls College in a battle there for second and third at this stage. Outside and not out of it is Burnside High School. Then we come back to St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3. There's going to be a battle here for that fourth spot, third and fourth spot. You can see that now. They probably won't catch Takapuna Grammar. They'll be sewing that up. But those other 4 crews there just starting to get within the same band. So St Paul's Collegiate still have some work to do. But it's Dunstan, Wellington Girls College and Burnside battling for those second, third and fourth positions along with St Paul's Collegiate. Just a bit much to do now for Dawson School for Girls down there in lane 1. And even more for Whanganui Collegiate out in lane 8. Whanganui High School down lane 2. If they have a great run, the next couple of metres might not be far away from it. There's still some work to do. It's Takapuna Grammar, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles. 3 boat lengths now they've got over Dunstan. Dunstan and Wellington College exchanging the lead for second and third, but it's Dunstan with the advantage now. Real strong connection for that Dunstan crew, as you'd expect, right in at the catch and driving through to the finish. Wellington Girls College just outside of them, so Dunstan second, and then we've got Burnside High School in the mix for fourth, but coming through here in lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate are starting to move past that Burnside crew. So it is Sky and Annabelle from Takapuna Grammar. 150 metres to go, and moving out there is their lead, 4 boat lengths now back to Dunstan. Dunstan with half a boat length there over Wellington Girls College. Fourth at the moment is St Paul's Collegiate. Burnside will have to go again shortly if they want to run them down. They've just lifted, have Burnside, and they'll need to put in a great run out there in lane 7 if they're going to get through to the final. But out here, who will, is Takapuna Grammar. 60 metres to go and a commanding lead here, and it'll be a big victory for these ladies. Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles, great effort here. Down to 30 metres to go. Dunstan starting to pull away from Wellington College, who are comfortably in third, but down to the line now to take the buzzer and win by probably 4 boat lengths is Takapuna Grammar convincingly. Dunstan coming down to the line shortly, 3/4 of a boat length they are now over Wellington College. Down to the buzzer goes Dunstan now, taking second position. Third out there to Wellington College, and down here in lane 3 is St Paul's Collegiate, finishing a boat length ahead of Burnside to take that 4th spot through to the final. After Burnside we see Whanganui High School in lane 2. Then we come down to Dawson School for Girls in lane 1, and outside to lane 8 is Whanganui Collegiate. 7:41.63. And a 10-second lead there at the end. Comfortable for Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles. They will be hard to beat in the final, you would think. Let's see who's going to join them as we go back out on the course and into the second 1,000 is that second semi-final. Wakatipu High School, Avonside Girls, Hauraki Plains College, Cambridge High School, Mount Maunganui College, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Onslow College 1 and Nelson College for girls. Cambridge High School, Briley Deakin, Jenna Lee Marcroft. Briley Deacon's had a strong season. She'll be looking to continue that through this campaign and into, hopefully for her, the final of the Pitt Island Trophy on Friday. They've got a lead at this stage over Mount Maunganui College. Outside of them again would be Hauraki Plains. Then we go to Hamilton Girls High School. Those 4 prominent. Next best would be Onslow College out there in lane 7. Back inside to Avonside Girls High School in lane 2. Then we go to Nelson College for Girls in lane 8 and back to Wakatipu in lane 1. Very even at the top of the field there between Hauraki Plains, Cambridge, Mount Maunganui College and Hamilton Girls. Opportunity for Onslow College if they can do some work in this third 500, which is halfway through. So as you see them on your screen there on the left is Wakatipu High School 2, coming across to Avonside Girls, then Hauraki Plains, then Cambridge High School, our leaders, Mount Maunganui College 1 just outside of them. Then we can see Hamilton Girls High School 1, Onslow College, and Nelson College for Girls on the far right hand side. So it looks like Mount Maunganui College now just pushing up on Cambridge. Mount Maunganui might have the lead. Hauraki Plains pushing up there too in lane 3 and some work coming outside. Hamilton Girls 1 in lane 6. There's a line-up between these 4. It's going to be difficult for the rest of the crews to get into the top 4, but it'll just be a question of who's going to finish where out of this 4. Next best still would be Onslow College in lane 7. Avonside Girls in lane 2. They've got some work to do. Go on again, have Mount Maunganui College moving through on Cambridge. So Mount Maunganui College in the lead from Cambridge, then Hamilton Girls High School. Hauraki Plains pushing through in lane 3. Very close between these 4 crews. Just confirming the places in that first semi-final for the girls under 18 double. Takapuna Grammar, Dunstan, Wellington Girls College, St Paul's Collegiate, Burnside, Whanganui High School, Diocesan School and Whanganui College. Still with Mount Maunganui in lane 5 out here. Work coming from Hauraki Plains. Hauraki Plains look like they might have just nosed in front of Cambridge High School to take second. Cambridge would be third. Fourth on the outside in lane 6 is Hamilton Girls. Back inside now to Avonside Girls, who've started to wind up in this last 250 metres. The opportunity for them is to run over the top of Hamilton Girls. They might look to be doing that. They've got a better run in their boat than Hamilton Girls have Avonside Girls. They're sneaking through here in lane 2. Out there in lane 3 is Hauraki Plains with those orange blades. They're still just ahead of Cambridge inside of them, but the lead is still with Mount Maunganui College, and they've been extending in the last 250 metres. Come down for 100 metres to go. First into there goes Mount Maunganui College now, then Hauraki Plains, then Cambridge on the outside, still with the advantage. Hamilton Girls have over Avonside Girls. They've got a boat length over Avonside Girls. Down with 60 metres to go now though is Mount Maunganui College. Madison Shanks and Mia Finlay coming across to Hauraki Plains. Rebecca Adams and Maggie Morrison. Third will look like Briley Deacon and Jenna Lee Markroft from Cambridge High School. Down to the buzzer now goes Mount Maunganui. Now, then Hauraki Plains, then Cambridge. Fourth is going to go on the outside to Hamilton Girls High School, Mila Graham and Gabriel Austin. And down here will be Avonside Girls. Then we across to Onslow. Outside further to Nelson College for girls in lane 8. We'll be going across the line very shortly, and then completing the field down here in lane 1 will be Wakatipu High School number 2. So the second semi-final for the girls under 18 double has gone through in 7:51.93, which is give or take 10 seconds slower than the previous semi-final. But they're not wasting any time now. We're back into the running because it's the boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls first semi-final in lane 1. Shirley Boys High School 1, Keegan Piper, Ollie Eden, Albert Eden, Finn Hutchison Ray and Daniel Cara as the Cox. In lane 2, Wellington College 1, Jackson Murdoch, Jack Riley, Joe McGuinness, Ty Renner, Eddie Lethbridge as the Cox. In lane 3, Timaru Boys High School 1, Peo O'Sullivan, Ben Allen, Josh Bartlett, Blake Parker, Finn Golan as the Cox. In lane 4, it's John McGlashan College 1, Oliver Hamilton, Angus Lowe, Charlie Curran, Matthew O'Meara, Aidan Zeb as the Cox. In lane 5, St Peter's School 1, Valentine Barrow, Frojan, Jack Kidd, Joshua Yeoman, Harrison McClintock, Alyssa Sherry, Middlemiss is the Cox. In lane 6, we've got Otago Boys High School, Tamati Dennison, Harrison Thode, Levi Heffernan, Archie Chittick, George Henderson is the Cox. In lane 7, it's St Paul's Collegiate, Austin Plummer, Samuel Jeffries, Gain Harbert, Ashton Coombs, George Adamson is the Cox. And out there in lane 8, St Patrick's College with a bit of work to do, George Mills, Cameron Mackay, Max Young, Eamon Ward, Luke Botchenstein is the Cox. But it's all coming out of Timaru Boys High School in lane 3. 2 across from them is St Peter's School. Outside of them is Otago Boys High School. Those are the 3. In 4th position would be John McGlashan. Then we come back to Wellington College in lane 2 and across to St Paul's Collegiate in lane 7. And out of it, as we said, St Patrick's College and Shirley Boys High School down in lane 1. So moving into the lead now would be Timaru Boys High School over St Peter's. Squeezed in between them is John McGlashan. And then outside of them we go to Otago Boys High School. Otago Boys High School in that lovely white boat that's recently been christened after our co-commentator Kirsty Dunhill, so she'll be watching them coming down this with interest. But it's in lane 3. Timaru Boys High School have the lead by half a boat length over St Peter's. Then we come back inside to John McGlashan, and it's only a nudge or a canvas they would have over Otago Boys, but those 4 are clear. The next piece is going to be Wellington College. Wellington College doing some work now. They've got 100 metres to go. Are they going to go over the top of Otago Boys? Otago Boys have got a length on them. They're back at the top of the field. Timaru Boys High School in lane 3 with 3/4 of a boat length over St Peter's. Then we come back inside to John McGlashan, finishing 3rd. Over the line goes Timaru Boys. There goes St Peter's. Here comes John McGlashan, and on the outside it's Otago Boys through to the A final of the boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Wellington College just dipping out there. Across the top we go to St Paul's. Back inside here into lane 1 is Timaru Boys High School, and then we go to St Patrick's. So those 4 crews through to a B final. B final at Maadi Cup. Pretty good effort. Let's see who's going to be joining those first 4 into the semi-finals. Into the final, rather. That first semi-final, the boys under 16 Cox 4 has gone through in 6:45.22. 6:45.22 they go in. And we look at the field for the second semi-final, the boys under 16 Cox 8 just through into the 1,000 now. And in lane 1, Cambridge High School 1, Oliver Hogg, Alex Schuler, Jack Hogg, Quinn Stevenson and Jack Charlton. Scratched in lane 2. Lane 3, St Peter's College 1, Franklin Barron, Jack Whitcomb, Daniel Hyde, Toby Shanahan, Theo Wagg. In lane 4, Marlborough Boys College 1, Blake Fitzgerald, Shane Henry, Hunter Nelson, George Lindstrom, Walter Wickham. In lane 5, you can see Wakatipu High School 1, Xavier Small, Ashton White, Marley King-Smith, Toby Rorison, Emily Howick is the Cox. In lane 6, Glendowie College 1, Luke Hulbert, Leo Audley, Fraser Smith-Rice, Frank Ison, Jackson Brown is the Cox. In lane 7, Takapuna Grammar 1, William Thompson, Matthew Maloney, Seb Ness, Sam Mones, and Karen Kozoka is the Cox. Howick College are out there in lane 8 with Henry Calvert, Zachary Dawes, Cameron Winiata Brown, Conrad Hines and Ava Kinnan. Some of these boys have already had a race this morning. And that would include in lane 5, Wakatipu High School, who are leading this course down, or leading the cruise down. Second would be St Peter's College in lane 3. So again, looking for 4 to go through the A final. The rest get to go into the B final. Second semi-final of the boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. They'll be racing for the Wellington College 150th Cup on Friday morning. So Wakatipu High School sitting in 2 seat there. Marley King-Smith, who convincingly won his semi-final in the under 17 single sculls already this morning. That crew would have a 2 to 3 boat length lead over St Peter's. Third of the stage, Marlborough Boys College. Not much between them though, and Glendowie in lane 6. Next best from Glendowie will be Cambridge High School down here in lane 1. They'll be looking to sneak through without anybody seeing them. Then we go to Takapuna Grammar and Howick College. So boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls, then the program will move on to the girls under 16 single sculls. We've got a D and a C final, then a couple of semi-finals. But look at this lead here from Wakatipu. They've dominated the South Island regattas this year, and we can see why if you look out there now. There'll be 3 to 4 boat lengths in front of St Peter's. So St Peter's, who are the North Island champions, up against Wakatipu, who are the South Island champions. So Wakatipu come down 120 metres to go in a very clear lead they've got here over St Peter's back there in lane 3. In lane 4, Marlborough Boys College have got 3rd position. Then we go out to Glendowie in lane 6. Glendowie fighting for that 4th spot. Just outside of them, Takapuna Grammar looking to take them on. It's still with Glendowie though in 4th as they start to come through the last part of the course. 50 metres to go down now for Wakatipu High School. Xavier, Ashton, Marley and Toby. Coach John Morrison will be pretty happy with this. They'll finish 3 boat lengths ahead of lane 3, St Peter's College. Franklin, Jack, Daniel and Toby. Across the line goes Wakatipu. Then St Peter's. Third, we come back to Marlborough Boys College. They've got 50 metres to go. They've got a boat length, maybe 3/4 of a boat length over Glendowie out there in lane 6. They'll go through into the final, A final of this boys under 16 quadruple sculls. Through to the B final, then we'll go Takapuna. Down here to Cambridge High School. Across the top to Howick College. That's how they came across, and they came across in 6:41, so 4 seconds quicker than the previous semi-final. Plenty to watch there in that final on Friday. Great sculling from those under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, so congratulations to those finalists and their coaches. So due to go at 9:35-ish will have been the D final of the girls under 16 single sculls. And we'll just keep an eye on the start and see when that gets underway. We just see the crews for the D final of the girls under 16 single sculls heading into the starting blocks. Just a little bit foggy down there, but it looks like they're going to let them go. Once they're ready, we'll certainly be able to see the orange light on the live stream. So 5 crews lining up for the D final. Lane 2, Timaru Girls High School 1, Alana Berry Rankin. Lane 3, Burnside High School 1, Sam Rankin. Lane 4, Trident High School 1, Leah Rowe. And in Lane 7, Burnside High School 2, Katie Mitchell. Lane 8, Bethlehem College 2, Gisette Bonthes. So just some advice from the chief umpire. These conditions are starting to settle in a bit on the first 1,000 metres of the course. So for the foreseeable future, racing will be from the 1,000 metre mark. Crews are now being brought up to there, starting with the girls under 16 single sculls D final, followed by the C final, and then into the single scull semi-final. So hopefully we don't have this fog for too much longer, but it was looking like it was going to burn off earlier. Clearly it hasn't. And the forecast now is for cloudy conditions for most of the day, so hopefully we get enough sunshine and heat that this will go away. But in the meantime, we've got enough visibility in the second half of the course to be able to continue with racing. Looks like we're underway in that D final, but it's a little bit challenging to see who's doing what. We know that we've got Timaru in lane 2, Burnside in lane 3, Trident in lane 4, Burnside number 2 in lane 7, and Bethlehem College in lane 8, and they may have moved them close to each other. This must be what rowing in Victoria and England must have been like in the mornings. So we can see two crews there, and one's in front of the other. That's helpful, isn't it? Just starting to come into view now through the fog, so I would estimate that they have got around about 250 metres to go. And I suspect there's only 2 scullers have started out there by the look of it. And I think they may have stopped them actually. They look like they're both stationary. Disappointing for those scullers to have these conditions out there. But this fog really has nothing like we've seen all week at all, and it's just come from nowhere and it's sitting out there. And of course safety comes first with these rowers, so the safety boats may well have determined that this is not... Oh, they're away again, they've moved. So here they come down in front of us. It's Bethlehem College, so that'll be Gisette. Just moved her in closer to where she was going to be. And a Burnside sculler lane 2, so... No, Timaru Girls and Bethlehem College. Oh, it's unfortunate. They can't quite see how far they're supposed to go. So lane 2, which is Timaru Girls, Alana Berry-Rankin. She'll come through and take the buzzer over Gisette from Bethlehem College. I think those are the 2 scullers there. And Bethlehem College over the line now. Just behind here, we've still got 2 scullers coming. Lane 7. I think those scullers will be heading back to base, so I'd imagine we're on hold. We'll just go and check that for you and come back to you with an update. So a little bit of confusion out there with the fog, which is understandable, but they weren't racing as it happens. They were being escorted back to their various zones. So racing is officially on hold until further notice. So we'll keep you updated as we have updates. But I see the flag starting to flutter now, so that they can continue fluttering as much as they like and blow this fog away. So we'll come back to you when we've got an update, but officially on hold.
The regatta is now officially off hold. Crews for race 290, please take the water for an expected start time of 9:55. To repeat that, regatta is off hold. Crews for race 290, please take the water for a start time of 9:55 from the 2K start.
So just repeating, we'll be back online very shortly. 10:55 will be the girls under 16 D final, as the crews get the chance to get themselves back in order and back up to the start, ready for that D final, then the C final, and then it will be the girls under 16 single sculls semi-finals. So back in racing again now, underway in the girls under 16 D final. Just reminding you of the crews in there. We got in lane 1, Timaru Girls High School 1, Alana Berry Rankin. In lane 3, Burnside High School 1, Sam Rankin. In lane 4, Trident High School 1, Leah Rowe. In lane 7, Burnside High School 2, Katie Mitchell. And in lane 8, Bethlehem College 2, Gisette Bonte. So out of the blocks they go, heading through the first 250 metres mark. First 250 metres. Nice clear conditions now. Hopefully we'll be uninterrupted for the rest of the day. So the program will pretty much stick to as designated. So we're running really about an hour and a half behind now, an hour and 20 minutes. So this D final on its way through for the girls under 16 single sculls. Then we'll go to the C final and then followed up by the 2 semi-finals. That'll take me through for my morning session, and then Kirsty Dunhill will take the next 2-hour block, and then later this afternoon we'll be rejoined by our commentary team captain Russell Mills. Full suite of commentators here today and through to the finals. So good start out there for Trident and Burnside. And on the outside lane, Gisette from Bethlehem. These girls will be looking to put their best effort in to complete the Maadi campaign. Early lead out there in lane 8. Then back across to Trident, Burnside, Timaru and Burnside. So as you look at your screen there, you can see on the left hand side Timaru Girls High School. Just to her right, Sam Rankin from Burnside High. Then right in front of that umpire boat, Leah Rowe from Trident High School, just hiding there. Then across we go to Burnside High School number 2, Katie Mitchell and Gisette from Bethlehem College. So nice view down there of where we would normally see lots of spectators by this time of Maadi, but that's where the boat zones are. So we're still getting lots of colour, just in a different way. So that looks like the St. Bede's zone right there. Pretty even, these girls coming down. Burnside's Sam Rankin just making a move in the last couple of 100 metres, just to move up alongside Trident. Gisette out there in lane 8, still handily placed, just starting to come back to the field a little bit as the other 2 scullers I've just mentioned made their moves through the last 250. Should get a good angle on what the ratios between them are as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. So the C final is in and underway. I'll just give you the C final field as they make their way out of the starting blocks, and we watch the D final come through. In that C final, lane 1 is Barradine College 1, Georgia McDermott. In lane 2, Samuel Marsden Collegiate 1, Sophie Zhang. In lane 3, McLean's College 1, Taylor Malcolmson. In lane 4, Iona College 3, Molly Lawson. In lane 5, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Maggie Dowling. In lane 6, Otago Girls High School 1, Danielle Milne. In lane 7, Huanui College 2, Esther Vegasma. In lane 8, ACG Tauranga 1, Amber Church. So they're away, heading towards the first 250. Back here in the D final, still out there in lane 8, Bethlehem College. Sam Rankin's moved up probably into second position maybe as they come through. Burnside in lane 7 as well. Burnside number 2, Katie Mitchell. Up towards the 750 they come now. Timaru Girls High School just there on your left-hand side of your screen, and Sam Rankin there just starting to push out from Burnside High School. She'd be in the lead now over Trident. So in that last 250 metres, Sam's really pushed out, made a move through there to take the lead in this field. Katie Mitchell out there for Burnside too. She'd be third. And then we would go back to Gisette from Bethlehem. It's just faded a little bit in the last couple of 100 metres. And then it would be just ahead of her, they would be Trident in lane 4. Looking down to the C final, they're fairly evenly spread at this stage. Just St Hilda's Collegiate Maggie Dowling looks to have the early advantage in that race. She's in lane 5. Then fairly even out to ACG Tauranga, Huanui in lane 7. Then Barradine in lane 1, back to Samuel Marsden in lane 2, and McLean's College in lane 3. So nice move here in the last 500 metres for Sam Rankin from Burnside. She's pushed ahead of the rest of the field here. She'd have a 3-boat length lead over Timaru Girls High School in lane 1. Then to Trident in lane 4, out to Burnside just in lane 7. Very even between those two scullers, then back to Bethlehem in lane 8. So back in the C final, it's still St Hilda's from Iona College. Then down to Barradine in lane 1. She's made some moves in the last couple of 100 metres. Then we'd go out to Huanui in lane 7. Then lane 8, which is ACG Tauranga. Then back to McLean's College and Samuel Marsden Collegiate. 250 metres nearly to go for Sam Rankin. Extending her lead on Timaru Girls High School's Alana Berry Rankin. And again, she's extending as well on Leah Rowe from Trident. Would have been well warmed up, these girls, having already rode to the start, then back again up to the start. Due to the fog delay. So Sam Rankin coming down 120 metres to go, coached by Christina Blackford. Just inside of her, Timaru Girls, Alana Berry Rankin, coached by Antonio Francis Rees and Jan Keeper. 100 metres to go now for Sam in this D final of the girls under 16 single sculls. Starting to put some pressure on her now, Timaru Girls High School. Alana started to wind up, see if she can pull Sam back in. She is starting to gain on her, but she might run out of racetrack. A boat length in it now between these two. Sam just keeps doing what she's doing, comes down to the line now. She'll take the buzzer and take out this D final in the girls under 16 single sculls. Second will go to Timaru Girls High School. Well done, ladies. Looking out to Trident there in lane 4, Leah Rowe. She's got 50 metres to run. Outside of her and 2 boat lengths back would be Katie Mitchell from Burnside High School. And now with 100 metres to go, Gisette from Bethlehem College. Over there goes Trident. And then we'll see Burnside and then Bethlehem. So 8:46.33, that D final. We can expect a little bit quicker in the C final. Let's see where they're running. In fact, they've let the semi-final go too. So we'll just give you a quick rundown of what's happening in the C final, then we'll go back and have a look at that first semi-final as they try to make some bit of time up. Lane 1, Barradine has made some moves the last 200 metres. She would have the lead. Outside in lane 7, Huanui College looking prominent. Then we come back to, it would be lane 3, McLean's College, then Iona College, then we're looking at St Hilda's, then it's Otago Girls, outside to ACG Tauranga, then back to Samuel Marsden Collegiate in lane 2 for the C final. So 500 metres to run for that C final. That's them coming through there now. And if you look across left to right, you can see Barradine, Samuel Marsden, just in between the two posts right there now. Then you can see McLean's College out with the leaders. Iona College, Back then to St Hilda's Collegiate. We come across to Otago Girls High School. You can see Huanui there, and just on the right-hand side of your screen is ACG Tauranga. So you can almost run a diagonal ruler across those crews, pretty much. Nice row coming down here from Georgia in lane 1 in this C final. She's really picked up and gone ahead of the rest of the pack. So we'll just let them continue. I'll give you the field for the girls under 16 single sculls first semi-final as they head towards the 1,000. In lane 1, Glendowie College, Charlotte Lawton. In lane 2, Hillcrest High School 1, Ratara David. In lane 3, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Emma Spittle. In lane 4, Wellington Girls College 2, Lily Bellevue. In lane 5, Onslow College 1, Allegra Lennard. In lane 6, Ashburton College 1, Sophie Gibson. In lane 7, Huanui College 1, Olivia Tattersfield. And in lane 8, Roncalli College 1, Sahana Ainsley Aldermans. That's the first semi-final. They're heading towards the 1,000. Sophie Gibson in lane 6 in amongst it, but looks like the leader there is Lily from Wellington Girls College in lane 4. Then across to lane 2, Ratara David. Glendowie College in lane 1. So very even between those first 3 scullers. Emma Spittle from Waitaki Girls is right in amongst it as well. So not much between them as we just see the completion down here of the C final. And it is Barradine. She made a move about the 1,000 metre mark. She's continued to run through from them, has Georgia McDermott. Down there in lane 1. Lane 3, Taylor Malcolmson from Maclean's College would be second. Then we see Iona College, Molly Lawson is third. Close for fourth though, probably back to Samuel Marsden College here in lane 2, Sophie Zhang. And then we would go out to Huanui in lane 7, back inside to Otago Girls, outside to ACG Tauranga, back then to St Hilda's Collegiate 2. But as she looks across to her right with about 30 metres to go, Barradine will win the D final from Maclean's. Barradine over the line now. McLean's just going through as we speak. Then it's Iona College in lane 4. It's going to be down to Samuel Marsden here in lane 2 to take fourth. On the outside then to Huanui. Then we come to Otago Girls. On the outside again to ACG Tauranga. And then St Hilda's Collegiate will complete that field. 8:48 they've gone through. 8:48.84. Nice symmetry there. So let's see what's happening in this girls under 16 single sculls first semi-final. Just repeating, it's Glendowie in lane 1, Hillcrest in lane 2, Waitaki Girls in lane 3, Wellington Girls in lane 4, Onslow in lane 5, Ashburton College in lane 6, and Huanui in lane 7, and Roncalli in lane 8. But it's all Onslow College. Allegra Lennard, she came down here to the South Honours Secondary School Championships early in the year. She's had some experience out in this course, and it's starting to show in this row of hers. Third would be Waitaki High School, Emma Spittle. There should be second. Third is just inside of her, Ratara David, Hillcrest High School. Then we go across to Wellington Girls College 2. Then to Ashburton College, Huanui, Roncalli. In fact, ahead of Roncalli would be Glendowie down here in lane 1. So a nice handy lead out there. 2 boat lengths it would be to Allegra Lennard from Onslow College. Back to Waitaki Girls. Then we go to Glendowie just pulling up alongside Hillcrest. So running away through here we are with the first semi-final. Just had an update from the chief umpire that we're running on a 75-minute gap in the program, 75-minute delay in the program. So look out there in lane number 5, Onslow College, Allegra Lennard. This is commanding for her in this first semi-final. Then we come back into looking at Waitaki Girls. Emma Spittle was second. Third at the moment maybe is between Glendowie and Ratara David. They're fighting out for third and fourth. Remember, it's 4 to go through, so the pressure would need to come from Wellington Girls College, Lily Bellevue to get through into the semi-final. It's easily through will be Allegra Lennard from Onslow College, who's got 120 metres to go. But we're looking at Waitaki. Glendowie just pulling ahead of Hillcrest. Hillcrest is still in the mix in fourth, but she'll need to watch lane 4, Wellington Girls College. She could come under pressure from there. 100 metres to go now for Allegra Leonard from Onslow College on her way through to the under-16 girls single scull final. And in second now is going to be very close between Glen Dowie. Charlotte Laughton making a great run down here in lane 1, starting to put pressure on Waitaki Girls Emma Spittle. They'll both go through, but the runners with Glen Dowie are coming down to the line now. It is Onslow College going over and taking the first spot in the under-16 single final. Glen Dowie starting to push up on Emma, and it will be I think on the line it might have been Glen Dowie, might have got second. Second to Glen Dowie over Waitaki Girls. Fourth goes to Hillcrest. Then we come back inside to Wellington Girls High School, across to Ashburton College, back to Huanui, then to Roncarley. Those last four going through to the B final, but they've gone through there in 8:29 and 97. Nice finish there from Glen Dowie to take second. No doubt about the winner though. Congratulations to Allegra Renard. Her coach Angus Todd will be happy with that. And joining those two through into the A final will be Waitaki Girls and Hillcrest High School. Turning our attention now to that second semi-final. It's pushed into the second 1,000, coming up on 750 metres to go. In lane 1, Iona College 1, Ava Woodby Wrinkle. In lane 2, Cambridge High School 1, Isabel Murray. In lane 3, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Madeline Cox. In lane 4, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Nadia Vanden Bosch. In lane 5, it's St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Olivia Ollerenshaw. In lane 6, Cashmere High School, Nina Oliver. In lane 7, Iona College 2, Hannah Ritchie. And in lane 8, Bethlehem College 1, Jemima Glamholm. And out there in lane 5, Craighead Diocesan, Nadia Vanden Bosch is just out to the left, to the right of Hamilton Girls High School. So Craighead in lane 4. From Cashmere, Nina Oliver out there in lane 6, very close. Then back inside to Hamilton Girls, Madeline Cox. Again, we're looking for 4 to go through. Cambridge High School, Isabella Murray's not out of it. In the middle is St Hilda's Collegiate, Olivia Ollerenshaw. Those are the 5. We look across there, you'll see them on your screen. So just starting there left to right, you can see Iona College. Then we come across to Cambridge. Then it's Hamilton Girls. Then Craighead. In fact, we've just got Iona College just out of that shot there at the moment. That's what's confused me. It doesn't take much. So it's definitely Craighead Diocesan out there in front. She'd have a 2-boat length lead. Would Nadia Vanden Bosch over Madeline Cox from Hamilton Girls. Then it's very close between St Hilda's Collegiate and Cashmere High School. Back down into lane 2, Cambridge High School, Isabel Murray. We might have a line-up because look out there in lane 8. Here comes Bethlehem College. Jemima Glayholm, she's had a pretty strong week. She's putting in a good piece of work out there to try and get herself back up into the mix. It's Cambridge High School, Isabel Murray, who's under pressure from lane 7, but she probably won't be able to see her. It's Craighead Diocesan, no, lane 4, through the 250 metre mark they come. So Nadia Vanden Bosch from Hamilton Girls High School, then St Hilda's Collegiate, out to Cashmere, back inside to Cambridge High School. Watch out, there goes Bethlehem, still putting in a push down the outside. They're still going to need to get a bit quicker than that, though, if they're going to get through. We've got 5 scullers coming at us with 4 spots to give away. Craighead, Hamilton Girls, St Hilda's, and then it's going to be between Cashmere and Cambridge. Cambridge has started to go. She's lifted a rate, has Isabel Murray, and at this rate she'll move through on Cashmere. Nina Oliver out there, you'll need to respond. Get those hands moving if you want to get yourself through, because it's looking like Craighead now. Craighead coming in with 100 metres to go now. 2 boat lengths ahead of Hamilton Girls High School. Then it goes out to St Hilda's Collegiate. It's still Cambridge down here on the inside, looking to go over the top of Cashmere, but Nina's responded out there. Into the last 100 metres she goes. Craighead's going to come down and take this out. What we're looking for is what happens next. Look at these 4 scullers lining up. Cambridge still pushing through. On St Hilda's Collegiate is out there as well. It's Hamilton Girls High School and then Cashmere. We've got a finish coming up here. It's Craighead Dawson are going to take it out. Second is, they're lining up now. Cashmere up the top. St Hilda's Collegiate have gone into second just over Hamilton Girls High School. It's Cashmere over the top are going to take fourth. Over fourth just over Cambridge. Unlucky Cambridge missing out. Craighead Dawson go over. Second goes to Hamilton Girls High School, then St Hilda's Collegiate. Fourth to Cashmere. Back inside to Cambridge High School, over the top to Bethlehem College, back inside to Iona College 2, and finishing down here in lane 1 by Iona College number 1. Oh, smart finish there. Well done, ladies. They've gone through an 8:30 and 70. We'll confirm those placings for you. It was very close. Only less than half a second between third and fourth and fifth. She can be a brutal old sport, can't it? So we'll just check those official results. Then there will be about a 25-minute break through until the next group of semi-finals, which will be the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Kirsty Dunhill will be taking you through from there for the next couple of hours after that. Just repeating that we are running around 75 minutes behind, and we'll continue to maintain that, although if we get to the point where the crews are in the starting blocks and ready to go in good time, they'll be let go, so there might be an opportunity to make up time later on. So just waiting for the official result of that second semi-final. Semi-final number 1 was won by Onslow College from Glendowie, Waitaki Girls, Hillcrest, Wellington Girls, Ashburton College, Huanui and Roncalli. So no doubt about who won that second semi-final. Craighead Diocesan. Second was, we got the results now. So second, St Hilda's Collegiate. Third, Hamilton Girls High School. Fourth, Cashmere High School. And fifth, just missing on the line, but still going through to a B final, is Cambridge High School. And joining her in that B final will be Iona College ×2 and Bethlehem College. So on your live stream, you can get the confirmed result and just see how close those times were between third and fourth and fifth. Half a second between each of them. In fact, only 0.1 of a second between St Hilda's Collegiate and Hamilton Girls for second and third. So I'll leave you now and we'll get racing back underway in about 25 minutes with Kirsty Dunhill.
Well, good morning, everybody. We look like we're back racing in the semi-finals here at the Aon Maadi Cup. Girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls is on the track, and we have Diocesan School for Girls on your live stream there in lane 1, Craighead Diocesan in 2, Columba College from Dunedin in 3, Cambridge High School in 4, Wakatip High School out of Queenstown in 5, Pukekohe High School in 6, Marlborough Girls College in 7, and Cambridge High School number 2 are in lane 8. They have settled down onto their race beat. Beautiful conditions here on Lake Ruataniwha and Twizel. And these ladies are fighting for a place in the A final of the girls under 17 Coxed Quad. And what a fitting tribute that we have the Trudy Keys Cup they will be racing for on Friday around lunchtime. Tomorrow, just after lunch, they'll be racing the A final of the girls under 17 Coxed Quad. Unbelievable to think the finals are already tomorrow. So we're looking forward to go through, keeping in mind, of course, that we have had repcharges and heats here. So you would be thinking that possibly the centre lanes are the ones to watch, which is the way they're seeded when they come into these semi-finals. All crews settling into their work. Wakatip looking quite good, also pushing hard. Diocesan down on the inside. So early days here in the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls. Wakatip High School had a great regatta so far, boys and girls. We'll see how this goes as they come down through that second 500. Everyone's settled into their work. You can just see on your live stream between the two posts, that's Wakatip in the yellow boat. 5 from your left. So Wakatip. Just inside of them, that's Cambridge High School, based on Lake Karapiro, our other international 2,000 metre course up in Cambridge. But it's Wakatip right down on the inside, fighting hard. Craighead Diocesan. I think Elsie Talbot, she was in a single earlier on. This girl is doing a few races here at the Aon Maadi Cup. So down they head quickly towards 1K, all crews on that race beat. Beautiful conditions, nice and calm. That fog is lifted as we come down to the 1K. There you go. Through they go. Wakatip are through. They've got clear water. And then it's a great lineup. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Diocesan School for Girls, Craighead Diocesan, Columba's in there, and Cambridge High School. So 4 to go through to the A final. Let's see how this goes down the third 500. Girls under 17 quad. No doubt about Wakatip. Bit of a move coming from Columba. Columba trying to push out on Cambridge High School. Inside of Columba is Craighead Diocesan. They're trying to go with them too. So it's Wakatip in the middle. Phoebe, Olivia, Neve, Keeley, Emily Howick, the coxswain. John Morrison done a great job with his team of rowers here from Wakatip. Wakatip have definitely got the advantage here in semi-final number 1 of the girls under 17 Cox Quad. Down we come. We're inside that third 500. Fitness starts to show here. The work and the training they've done. Who has managed to stay away from COVID, or been fortunate enough to. Let's see how we go. It's still Wakatip. Columba going well. Lane number 3. And then I would say come in from Columba, Craighead, Diocesan, and then Cambridge High School or Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland. That's where the race is going to come. It's going to come from lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4 for the 3 places into the A final behind Wakatip. Wakatip still leading them home in lane number 5. Semi-final number 1 of the girls under 17 Cox Quad. Down they come. And it's still Wakatip, the yellow boat. You can see out there on your live stream, just to the right of the camera, just to the right of the TV screen there. That's Wakatip out in front. 3 from your left, that's Columba College. They're sitting firmly in second place at the moment, but really charging on Wakatip. And then you just go over their right-hand shoulder. You've got Cambridge High School climbing back into this race. Back inside to Craighead Diocesan, and now back a little to Diocesan School for Girls. Down to the 250. Wakatip are through. They have clear water now over Cambridge High School, Columba, and Diocesan School for Girls on the inside. And we just start to see Pukekohe pushing up. Wakatip coming down to the 100. They're going to win semi-final number 1. No one's going to catch them from here. Columba hanging on to second place. Columba out of Dunedin. They're sitting in second. Then you go over to Cambridge High School, who have finally done a big push there to get that overlap and try and close in on Columba. Wakatip coming down to the line now. So it's Wakatip out of Queenstown. They're going to take a length and a half off Columba College out of Dunedin. And that's your 1-2 going into the A final. Then you go back to Cambridge High School. They'll get third. Oh. And then it looks like Craighead Diocesan going to take that fourth spot into the A final. Unofficial time there. We will just wait for that to come up. So semi-final number 2 now on the track. Girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. We have Queen Margaret College in lane 1. Cromwell College in 2. Glendowie College in 3. Nelson College for girls in 4. Otago Girls High School in 5. St Andrews College in 6. St Peter's School Cambridge in 7. And Hamilton Girls High School are in 8. That's your lineup for semi-final number 2. Official time for semi-final number 1 was Wakatip High School, 7:25:44. So let's see how the winner of semi-final number 2 comes through. Second place, Columba. Third, Cambridge High School, and Craighead Diocesan going into the A final. Right, let's head out onto the course. St Andrews College, they are going well. Sophie, Amy, Freddie, and Georgia. Isabel Forsey, the coxswain. And that is St Andrews College. Right down lane number 3. That's Glendowie. Nelson fighting to push up into the top 4 there. St Peter's School over the right-hand shoulder of St Andrews looking quite strong to push into that top 4. It's a good race here for second, third and fourth. St Andrews looking good at the moment. We're inside that third 500, pushing down towards the last 500 to go. It's still St Andrews College out of Christchurch. Right down to lane number 3, Glendowie College out of Auckland. Travelling well. And then probably the 2 inside of them would be Otago Girls and Nelson. And also St Peter's Cambridge looking for a spot in this A final of the under 17 quad. Down they come towards the 500. Still a good race here between Glendowie and St Andrews. 4 to go through to the A final. So still St Andrews travelling well. Glendowie trying to push up. We're looking for that third and fourth spot inside of St Andrews. That would be Otago Girls High School. Inside of them is Nelson. Inside of them, Glendowie pushing right up. They'd be sitting in second. Down we come to the 500, and it is still the girls from Christchurch. St Andrews College going really well here. Sophie McNee, Amy Hughes, Freddie Todd Hunter, Georgia Thompson, and Isabel Forsey, the Cox. And it is St Andrews. St Andrews College back inside of St Andrews. That's Otago Girls out of Dunedin. And inside of them, Nelson and Glendowie out of Auckland. Down we come to the 500. It's still with St Andrews College. Semi-final number 1 was won by Wakatip High School, and it's looking to be St Andrews College as we come down to the change in yellow boys, which tells us there's 2:50 to go, and it has been St Andrews all the way. Here comes Glendowie. Here comes Otago Girls. Nelson pushing up on St Peter's. Oh, there's going to be a fight for the final places into the A final. It's still St Andrews College taking the win. Who's going to get second, third and fourth? We've got Otago Girls, we've got St Peter's, we've got Glendowie. Down they come to the finish. It's going to be up to Nelson to fight their way in, but I think those are the 4 that will go through to the A final. And St Andrews go through now. St Andrews through the 100. Then we've got Otago Girls are pushing through with Glendowie and over to St Peter's for 4th. So it's St Andrews down to the line, Otago Girls and Glendowie together. St Peter's, Nelson trying to climb into it, but they're a length behind Glendowie at the moment. Down to the line we come. Oh, that was close between Glendowie, Otago Girls and St Peter's will get that 4th spot. .724 unofficially, so 1 second faster than Wakatip. So it's going to be a good final in the girls 17 quad. So semi-final winners, Wakatip High School 725, St Andrews College 724. 15 minutes now till the boys under 16 coxed 4. So we'll be back with you shortly. 2 semi-finals there. And then we're into the boys under 17 double scull. Well, we're back underway with our semi-finals here at the Aon Maadi Cup. The boys under 16 Coxed 4 semi-final number 1 is underway. We have Hamilton Boys High School number 4 in lane 1, Westlake Boys High School number 2 in lane 2, St Andrews College number 3 lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School number 1 in lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar number 1 lane 5, St Kentigern College 1 and 6, Auckland Grammar 1 and 7, and Christ College number 2 in lane 8. That's the lineup for semi-final number 1 of the boys under 16 Coxed 4. First 4 will go to the A final, 5 through to 8 into B final. And Hamilton Boys, sorry, looking like they are not there. Was just trying to work out why there was a lane not featuring, and that is lane 1 Hamilton Boys. So now it makes sense. So we'll go back out onto the course. See how these gentlemen are faring. Mount Albert Grammar going quite well. Christchurch Boys with them. So Christchurch Boys, Westlake Boys have started well down on the inside. Westlake Boys number 2, they've started quite well. Everyone's settling into their race beat now. And they're into that second 500. Lots of these boys will be making up under 16 eights. Possibly even under 17 eights, depending on ability. And these are the under 16 Cox 4s you are seeing on your live stream now. We welcome all our spectators across the bank and around the country as they watch the live stream here for the semi-finals day at the Aon Maadi Cup. And we welcome spectators onto the banks for tomorrow and Saturday. So down they come towards the 1K. Still say Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar looking quite good. Christchurch Boys kind of trying to go with them. Bit of a move from Auckland Grammar out there in 7 trying to push up. Down we come to the 1K now. Here you go. That's Mount Albert with their nose in front. Christchurch Boys closest to the camera here. Going to go through together. There's only about half a canvas, not even that between them. So it's level pegging between Christchurch Boys and Mount Albert Grammar. Then we go to the other side of them. And you're looking at St Kentigern College trying to push up into an A final as well. This is the boys under 16 Cox 4 semi-final number 1. And it is the 2 centre lanes at the moment, Christchurch Boys High School and Mount Albert Grammar 1. We are, of course, looking for 2 more to go through with them. It's a good race here. Developing for that 3rd and 4th spot. Auckland Grammar trying to push in. You've also got Westlake and St Andrews College. And then outside of them is St Kentigern trying to push up into a top 4 as well. So it's all to be gained here. This is how under 16s race. They go hard out. There's no tactics involved. They just race from start to finish. Big strong boys out here in the 4s. We've got Mount Albert, Christchurch Boys. Down inside of them is St Andrews College number 3. Trying to go with them, St Kentigern College. Back a fraction, Auckland Grammar. Also Westlake Boys in lane 2. Back to Christ College number 2 and 8. Down we come to the 500. Beautiful conditions here on the lake. Nice and flat for these boys under 16 4s. I will take you through to about 2 o'clock and then Russell Mills will be back upstairs to take you through to the end of the day. Wonderful conditions here. What a great race. We've only got 4 spots here, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are going to do it to me again. I think it's going to be close. 4 crews to go through to the A final. Look at them bunching up. What a great race we've got developing here in the boys under 16 Cox 4. I told you they know nothing less other than to fight for an A final. And here we go. It is all on. I think Mount Albert under threat now from Christchurch boys. Here comes St Kennigan and Auckland Grammar. Then we got down on the inside the fight between Westlake boys and St Andrews College. 4 to go through to this A final, and at the moment I'd say Christchurch boys, Mount Albert Grammar, St Kennigan, and probably down to St Andrews College number 3. Then Auckland Grammar, Westlake boys, and Christ College number 2. Inside the 250 we come. We still have Christchurch Boys High School going for first now. They've pushed their nose out in front, trying to go with Mount Albert Grammar, St Kennigan College out of Auckland, and then you've got St Andrews College number 3 fighting for the A final as well. Down we come. Down we come to the 100, and it's Christchurch boys. They've timed that move beautifully. And Liam McPherson, the coxswain, made a really good call there. He's got his guys going through first place. In fact, he's jumped out to clear water now over Mount Albert and St Kennigan, who are head-to-head. And then you're going to come down to St Andrews College, number 3, who will take that 4th spot into the A final. Down to the line we come. Christchurch boys will take the win. Just on 3/4 of a length now clear of Mount Albert Grammar and St Kennigan College. And then back to St Andrews for 4th. Well done, Christchurch. Good finish there in the boys under 16 4 semi-final number 1. Brave fight from Mount Albert Grammar, but Christchurch boys rolling through there in that last 250. That boys under 16 Cox 4 semi-final number 2 on the track now. We have St Peter's College out of Auckland in lane 1, Auckland Grammar number 2 in lane 2, Westlake Boys High School 1 out of Auckland in 3, St Andrews College from Christchurch in 4, St Bede's College from Christchurch in 5, St Andrews College number 4 in 6, Onslow College from Wellington in 7, and Hamilton Boys High School number 3 in 8. Making sure they're all there this time rather than calling them then finding out they're not. And might be St Bede's I'm looking at there, St Bede's and Auckland Grammar number 2. Those two looking quite good, and then the 2 crews in between them is Westlake and St Andrews. So those are the 4 looking good to go to a final of the boys under 16 Cox 4. They are through the 1K, and it's St Bede's out of Christchurch in lane 5, Matthew Glenn, Thomas Woodgate, Luke Hickling, Josh Hamer, Max Walsh, the coxswain, and Dale Marr is the coach of these boys out in the red boat in lane 5. Come down then to Auckland Grammar number 2, Jacob Hawkesby, Alex Merrilees, Charlie Wallace, Henry Burrell, probably, Samuel Fisher the coxswain, Tim Zooch and Gavin Powell is the coach. So Auckland Grammar number 2 coming through here in lane 2. Don't think their number 1 crew made it through, but their number 2 crew might. So semi-final number 2 of the boys under 16 Cox 4. And down they come, fast towards the last 500. It is St. Bede's out of Christchurch, leading all the way down in lane number 5. It is St. Bede's College out of Christchurch. Auckland Grammar going well down in lane number 2. They would lock in that second place and heading towards that A final. Then you go to the 2 crews in the middle of them. You would have Westlake Boys and St Andrews College number 1 head-to-head together. Maybe St Andrews College with the nudge over Westlake. And those will be the 4 pretty clear to me going through to the A final of the boys under 16 Cox 4. We can confirm that semi-final number 1 was won by Christchurch Boys High School 656.99. And then joining them in the A final is Mount Albert Grammar, St Kennigan College and St Andrews College. Down we come inside the last 500. It is St Bede's from Christchurch. Auckland Grammar charging on them down in lane number 2. Then we go over to St Andrews College in lane 4. They'd be sitting in 3rd place. Then back to Westlake Boys High School in lane number 3 to go through to the A final at this stage. Inside the 250 go St Bede's. Inside come Auckland Grammar, so that's a good 3/4 of a length to a length over Auckland Grammar have St Bede's. St Bede's have been leading all the way down, looking very comfortable in the 16 Cox 4. Done a great job there, Dale, looking really smooth here. And these boys well and truly in command. So it's St Bede's leading the under 16 4 semi-final number 1. Auckland Grammar holding on to 2nd place. They would be about a length and a quarter back now, at least a length and 3/4 from St Bede's as they come through the 100. Then you go to 3rd place firmly now, St Andrews College out of Christchurch. And 4th place will be Westlake Boys. Then you go a couple of lengths back down to St Peter's College out of Auckland in lane 1. St Bede's coming up to the line now, a length and a quarter ahead of Auckland Grammar. And that's the way they're going to finish on the line. It will be St Bede's out of Christchurch. They will win semi-final number 2. Auckland Grammar going across 3/4 of a length in the end behind them. Then back to St Andrews College and back to Westlake Boys High School. That's how they'll finish in semi-final number 2. Final crews coming down to the line there. Hamilton Boys, inside of them Onslow College, just coming up for the last few strokes now. And that will wrap up the boys under 16 Cox 4 as we just await a final time there for St Bede's versus Christchurch Boys from semi-final number 1. Looks like a pretty similar time, and by a very, very small margin. Probably give that fastest time currently to St Bede's. But we'll just wait for the official time to come up. But it looks very similar to what Christchurch Boys did just before them. So official time for St Bede's College, 6:56.41. And official time for Christchurch Boys, 6:56.99. So that's great times there in the semi-final. Moving to the boys under 17 double sculls, DC finals, and then the 2 semi-finals. And then we have the girls under 17 single and the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. Lots of exciting races to come up. And on your live stream there is the D final of the boys under 17 double. So the D final of the boys under 17 double sculls. We should have St Thomas of Canterbury out of Christchurch, Burnside High School number 2, Cambridge High School and Pukekohe High School. Just the 4 schools there racing. The D final, the boys under 17 double scull. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just 3 skulls. It might be St Thomas of Canterbury going well down there in lane number 2. Just wait for them to get a little bit closer. Just wait till they get a little bit closer, but there's only 3 crews out there racing, so I think St Thomas of Canterbury, Cambridge High School and Pukekohe High School are out there. Not sure that I can see Burnside, but don't panic if they are out there. I'll find them as they get a bit closer. But that's the D final lineup at the moment. You can see those 3 crews racing down in the boys under 17 double scull. Looks like Cambridge putting in some work there. Eli Swanepoel and Jack Galanders. Giacomo Thomas and Thomas Fraser, the coaches of these 2 young men. Through the 1K they go. D final of the boys under 17 double scull, and I would suspect that the C final won't be too far behind, possibly in the blocks now, and then we will roll into the 2 semi-finals of the boys under 17 double. So now we've got to change a pace again, and we go out to Pukekohe. Jack Seamlink and Cameron Preston, coaches Brett and Leanne Henry. Pukekohe going well on the outside there, lane number 5. And then quite close is Cambridge High School and St Thomas of Canterbury. So good going, these 3 young boats in the 17 double. And it is still Pukekohe over Cambridge, over St Thomas of Canterbury is how they're going to finish. So the Pukekohe boys, Jack and Cameron, coaches Brett and Leanne. Then you come inside of them to Cambridge High School, Eli and Jack, coaches Giacomo Thomas and Thomas Fraser. And then St Thomas of Canterbury, Jack Wassell and Preston Kelly. Ben Wright, Alex Coulthard and Josh Dent are the coaches for these 2 young guys. Down we come towards the finish. Boys under 17 double scull D final. Well done to them for racing it. This is their final here in one of their events at the Maadi Cup. And we appreciate that they are giving it everything they've got as they come down inside the last 250. So 34 on the rating for Pukekohe. They'd be about nearly 3 boat lengths clear now of Cambridge High School, who might have a similar margin over St Thomas of Canterbury. So that'll be the D final of the boys under 17 double. C final, not sure if that's on the track yet, but if it's not, it'll be pretty close. Not sure why they haven't started, but we will watch Pukekohe come down to the line here. Another 30 metres left to travel, and they will take quite a big lead here in the D final. The boys 17 double coming through in second place. For those on the bank on the other side, those on live stream, that's Cambridge High School coming down to the line. Now you've just seen Pukekohe cross over. Now you're about to see Cambridge High School. Over they go. And then coming in behind them down on the inside, just cruising to the line is St Thomas of Canterbury. So just confirming the official time for the D final boys under 17 double sculls, we had Pukekohe High School take the win, 7:21.98, and then we had another 9 seconds back to Cambridge High School, 17 more seconds back to St Thomas of Canterbury. On the screen right now should be just about the start of the C final, the boys under 17 double scull. Now, I have no idea how many are missing, but I have a full lineup on my sheet, so I'm probably about to call crews that are not there. But we will find out shortly when they head away. Might wait till they get underway and then call the crews that are there in the under-17 double sculls C final. Wonderful to see if indeed this is the C final of the boys under 17 double. I think there's 8 crews out there, so I was expecting quite a few scratchings, but it's pretty awesome if they're all out there on the track. Just make sure we've got the right race coming down now, and we should be looking for Burnside High School number 1 in lane 1, Mount Aspiring College number 1 lane 2, King's College number 3 out of Auckland lane 3, Glendowie College also out of Auckland, their number 2 crew are in lane 4, New Plymouth Boys High School in 5, King's College number 2 and 6, Shirley Boys High School from Christchurch in 7, and Dunstan High School number 1 are in lane 8. This is the C final of the boys under 17 double scull. All crews out of the blocks and onto their race plan. Another amazing course, nice flat water here for these young guys. And then we should see rowing into the blocks fairly shortly, semi-final number 1 of the boys under 17 double. Looking forward to all these races coming up. Lane 4 travelling quite well here, and that is Glendowie College number 2, Alex Audley and Kieran Smith, coached by Ashley Richards. Glendowie starting well. Inside of them is King's College number 3. It was early days here in the C final, the boys under 17 double scull. So still Glendowie, Mount Aspiring College, trying to put in some work here. Philip Massey and Jem Curtis, coached by Rob Bruce. Mount Aspiring in lane 2 doing a bit of a push, trying to go with Glendowie in 4. These guys are through the second 500. Good race from the inside. Still looking at Glendowie going really well. Just trying to push up with them is Mount Aspiring College in lane 2. King's College also trying to go with them. And right down on the inside at the moment, Burnside High School. So those 4 doubles going quite well here in the boys under 17 double C final. There you see them all going through together. And it is right down on the inside. It's Burnside hanging on here. Glendowie now sitting up there in second. Right over on the outside, pushing hard, Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys, and inside of them, King's College number 2. So all fairly tight here, other than Dunstan just out there in lane number 8, all fairly tight. And that boys under 17 double. New Plymouth Boys drop back as well in lane 5. So everyone else just fighting it out for first, second and third in the C final of the boys under 17 double scull. Once they get down towards the finish, we will go out to the semi-final number 1 because they are on the track. So we'll have to go back to semi-final number 1 shortly. But we are looking at the C final of the boys under 17 double. Still Glendowie, Mount Aspiring. King's College number 3. King's College number 2. So C final here, coming down to the last 500. This is the boys under 17 double scull. The lead most of the way has been sitting down here with Burnside and Glendowie. Emmanuel Landon Lane and Sam Lamont from Burnside High School. And Glendowie College number 2, Kieran Smith and Alex Audley. And these 2 schools have been doing quite well. But the 2 schools inside of them, Mount Aspiring College and King's College number 3, have been working quite well too as they come down, working towards a change of colour in boys, which signifies 250 metres left to go in this C final. Once they come down through here, we will go back to the semi-final. But it's Glendowie, Burnside, pushing hard, Mount Aspiring, trying to go with them, King's College. Then you go to the 4 outside of Glendowie, New Plymouth Boys High School, King's College number 2, Shirley Boys High School 2, and then Dunstan High School out there in lane number 8. Good finish coming up here for these young guys in the C final. Still Glendowie looking like they've just rolled over Burnside High School here. Inside the 250 we go. That's Glendowie pushing for the line now. And Mount Aspiring and King's College, that little race that they've had might have just put Burnside back a little. And then we've got the 2 schools out there. We've got Shirley Boys and King's also pushing. Down to the 100 we go. It's Glendowie College out of Auckland. They're going to come through in first place. Glendowie through now. Oh, what a lineup. Look at this. What a great final here. C final. Oh, New Plymouth have really climbed back up into it. Mount Aspiring going well. King's College out there. King's College number 2. King's College number 2 taking New Plymouth Boys with them. And Mount Aspiring down on the inside. A great finish from the Dunstan Boys on the outside as well. They're pushing up for probably 5th at the moment. They will go through in 5th place. Well done, Glendowie, taking the win there in the C final. Just fractionally faster there than that D final. So that's what you want to see. Right, let's go straight out to the semi-final number 1, boys 17 double. We've got St Peter's College number 2 in lane 1, King's College from Auckland in 2, Shirley Boys from Christchurch in 3, Wakatip from Queenstown in 4, Sacred Heart College from Auckland in 5, Whakatane High School in 6, Wanganui Collegiate in 7, and St John's Hamilton in 8. That's your lineup. 4 to go through to the A final, 4 to go through to the B. Boys under 17 double sculls. These guys have proven their worth over the week to end up in a semi-final here. Let's see how this pans out. Might be the boys from Sacred Heart in Auckland. Oh, good racing here. It's lane 5. It's Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach from Sacred Heart, Auckland. They are going well. Right down to lane number 2 is King's College 1, Callan, Ogilvie and Baxter McGillivray. They are also tracking along up there in the top 2. We're looking for 4 to go through in the boys under 17 double semi-final number 1. And it's Sacred Heart, King's College. The 2 in the middle of them is Shirley Boys High School and Wakatip High School number 1. Then we go over to Wanganui Collegiate. They're out there in lane number 7. Back down into St Peter's College number 2 and out to Whakatane number 2 and St John's Hamilton 1. It's boys from Sacred Heart Auckland. In lane 5, Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach going well here in the boys 17 double. They've broken well clear here of the rest of the competition, fighting for a spot in this A final of the boys 17 double. Down to lane number 2 is King's College number 1, Callan and Baxter going well, but closing up on them is Marley King-Smith and Sam McAtney from Wakatip High School. So good work here from Sacred Heart to roll over the top of Wakatip as they try and close the gap. Watch Wanganui Collegiate on the outside. They're fighting hard to get into the A final as well. Down we come. Was talking to the Wanganui Collegiate coaches a bit earlier. They haven't had a lot of racing this season. So this is great effort from the boys out there to be climbing up into an A final if they can get there. And it is still Sacred Heart Auckland. Sacred Heart over Wakatip in lanes 5 and 4 respectively. Then we go over to Wanganui Collegiate, finishing really well out there in lane number 7. Chase and Jaden, Tyler Scott and Rick Grobecker, the coaches. And are they going to climb over? No, it's still Wakatip, but Wanganui Collegiate finishing well on the outside. That's your 1, 2, 3, and back down to King's College for 4th place in lane 2. So the win is going to go to Sacred Heart Auckland. They'll take the win into the final. Wakatip High School will get 2nd. We're looking for 3rd and 4th now. And it will be Wanganui Collegiate, I think, 3rd. King's College will take 4th. So well done, Sacred Heart from Auckland. They'll take that win there in the boys under 17 double sculls semi-final number 1. I think that's a 7:02. Can't read the screen. Significantly quicker than those C&D finals, which one would, I guess, expect. Right, we better go straight back out to semi-final number 2 to give them their dues. And we have Wakatip High School in lane 2, Hauraki Plains College in Wakatip High School number 2 in lane 1, Hauraki Plains College in 2, Auckland Grammar in 3, Glendower College in 4, Whakatane High School 1 and 5, Christchurch Boys number 1 and 6, Maclean's College 1 and 7, and St Patrick's College number 1 and 8. This is semi-final number 2 of the boys under 17 double. Auckland Grammar going well. Fletcher Hawkesby and Max Liggins, coached by Matt Jensen and Natalie Welch. So it's Auckland Grammar number 1. They are leading semi-final number 2 of the boys under 17 double scull. Just over their right-hand shoulder, that would be Glendower College number 1 and Whakatane High School number 1. So we've got Alex Bevan and Micah Fitton-Higgins from Glendower College, Zachary and Luke from Whakatane. So it's Auckland Grammar. We're looking for 4 to go through to the A final. No doubt about Auckland Grammar at the moment. Fletcher and Max holding on there in lane number 3. And then trying to close up on them would be Whakatane High School in lane 5. Back inside of them is Glendowie College number 1. They'd be now sitting in 3rd place. And then it's all go for 4th. Maybe Hauraki Plains in lane 2. But watch out for Christchurch Boys and Maclean's College. Those two wanting to get into this A final. But at the moment it's Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar over Whakatane High School. Back to Glendowie. And then back into Hauraki Plains. Down we come. Keep an eye on Christchurch Boys and Maclean's College. They're also trying to get into this A final of the under-17 double. Down we come towards they're inside the 250. Auckland Grammar have gone. Fletcher Hawkesby and Max Liggins going really well here. Then we go out to Whakatane. They're still sitting in 2nd place. Back into Glendowie, firmly now in 3rd. Then we're looking for that 4th spot. Is it going to go to Christchurch Boys? Is it Hauraki Plains? Maclean's College back a fraction now. Now we're pushing for that last spot into the A final. Auckland Grammar through, Whakatane through, Glendowie through now. Oh, I think it's going to be Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys just go ahead of Hauraki Plains. Down we come towards the finish, and this is for the A final and the boys under 17 double. It's Auckland Grammar. Fletcher and Max go through in 1st place. Then it's Whakatane, half a length ahead of Glendowie, and then we are going to go back to Christchurch Boys, who will take their 4th spot. That semi-final is fractionally slower by about 4 seconds over semi-final number 1. But I'm sure that it will be all go once they reach that A final. So congratulations to those 4 schools. Auckland Grammar, Whakatane High School, Glendowie College and Christchurch Boys. All going through to the A final of the boys under 17 double scull. Boys under 17 double will be raced on Friday, racing for the St Andrews College Cup, and Otago Boys High School, the current title holders of that event. Moving into the D final now of the girls under 17 single scull. And we should have Huanui College number 2, Lucy Nichols. Te Kawhata College number 1, Ashley Klatt. Roncalli College number 1, Molly Phillips. Cambridge High School number 2, Riley Martinovich. And Westlake Girls High School number 1, Georgia Smith. That's the makeup of the girls under 17 single scull D final. These ladies are inside the 3rd 500. Molly Phillips from Roncalli going quite well. 2 out from her. Georgia Smith from Westlake Girls. And also inside of Roncalli is Ashley Klatt from Te Kawhata College. So this is the D final of the girls under 17 single. And I think the C as well are truly underway as well. We'll just await these 5 scullers to come down to this 500 metre mark. And down they come now, closing stages of the girls under 17 single scull D final. Roncalli College going really well there. Inside of her, inside of Molly Phillips is Ashley Clatt from Te Kauwhata College in lane 3 up in the North Island. And then we're going far side, Westlake Girls Georgia Smith, Huanui College Lucy Nichols, and then Riley Martinovich from Cambridge High School. Roncalli College, Molly Phillips just having a big look over her right-hand shoulder. Where is that 250 mark? Must be a long way down in this single scull. You're going well, Molly. Keep it up. Roncalli College going well. Under 250 to go in the girls 17 single, and it's Molly Phillips. Pushing hard, Georgia Smith from Westlake Girls on the outside. She's had a good last probably 100, 200 metres. And she is rolling now over the top of Ashley Clatt from Te Kauwhata. She's pushing now on Molly Phillips. So good work from Georgia Smith from Westlake Girls. Inside the 100 goes Roncalli College. Second place is going to be Westlake Girls High School on the outside. Cambridge High School now trying to push up. Cambridge High School trying to get into that third spot. So good work there, Riley. Riley trying to push into that third place. Well done, ladies. Good job there in the under-17 single scull D final. Great effort. And that's what you're seeing on your screen, on your live stream as they come through to the finish, is the finish of the D final in the girls under-17 single scull. We're going to go back out to the C final now. These ladies inside the third 500. So James Hargis College, Caitlin Whitaker. Pukekohe High School's Chelsea Gray. Avonside Girls High School, Libby Greaves. Bethlehem College, Jemima Glayholm. ACG Tauranga, Ruby Church. Southland Girls High School, Caitlin Titai. And Whakatane High School's Grayson Groudon. That is the makeup of the C final. And it is Libby Greaves from Avonside Girls going really well here. And then inside of her is Chelsea Gray from Pukekohe and Caitlin Whitaker from James Hargis College in lanes 3 and 1. But you can see on your screen to the right of the post, that is the Avonside Girls sculler Libby Greaves, coached by Mariwa Cryer. And that is who's looking good currently to win the C final, the girls 17 single. I think the semi-final number 1 is on the track. We're going to go to that very shortly. We'll wait for the girls to come down to the 100, and as you see them come through the line, we'll go straight up to semi-final number 1. So down they come now, no doubt about Avonside. Good finish coming on the outside there in the red boat. And that's probably Southland Girls, Caitlin Titai, pushing hard here as she comes to the 250. But Avonside Girls broken well clear of the rest of the field here in the girls under 17 single scull C final. So it'll be Libby Greaves from Avonside out to Southland Girls High School, Caitlin Titai. Should be a couple of lengths back now. So it's lane 4 over lane 7. And then third place come inside, possibly to Ruby Church, maybe at the moment. Ruby's in lane 6, and she is from ACG Tauranga. She's put in a good couple of 100 metres there to put herself into third place. And they're inside that 100. So we're going to go up now and call the semi-final number 1 of the girls under 17 single as you watch these ladies come down to the finish line in the C final. In the semi-final number 1, we've got Greer Ferguson from Cromwell College number 3, Laura Samet from Columba College number 1, Libby Christie from Iona College number 1, Harriet Thompson in lane 4 from Otago Girls High School, Pippi Horan alongside of her from Dunstan High School, Paige Butler-Beard from Craighead Diocesan number 2 is in lane 6, April Linares Fontana in lane 7 from St Kevin's College, and Raitara David from Hillcrest High School rounds them out in lane 8. This is semi-final number 1 of the girls under 17 single scull. Let's see how they're going, and it looks good for Pippi Horan. So that's Pippi Horan from Dunstan. You can see on the line up there, she is in lane 5 in the red and yellow. That is Pippi Horan out of Dunstan, going really well. Right over to, looks like St Kevin's College having a good race. April Linares Fontana. Back inside of Pippi is Otago Girls Harriet Thompson and Libby Christie from Iona College. On the other side of Dunstan High School is Paige Butler-Beard from Craighead Diocesan. And they're heading down towards the last 500. And it's still Dunstan High School from the South Island. Harriet Thompson out of Dunedin, Otago Girls in lane 4. She is also looking quite good. So it's Dunstan over Otago Girls. And then Iona College. And then it's that race for 4th between Columba College and St Kevin's. Pippi with clear water now over Harriet Thompson. So Pippi Horan from Dunstan High School over Otago Girls High School, Harriet Thompson. That's your 1-2 here in the semi-final of the girls under 17 single. Now we're looking for 3 and 4. Libby Christie going well from Iona College. Inside of her is Laura Samet from Columba College. And then you go over to Paige Butler-Beard from Craighead Diocesan and April Linares Fontana from St Kevin's. Heading down towards the last 250. And on your screen is the red suit from Dunstan High School. That is Pippi Horan leading them home. To the left on the camera is Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls High School. That's your 1-2. Then we're looking for 3-4 into the A final. Here comes Pippi inside the 250. Also is Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls is through, but she'd be a good length and 3/4 back off Pippi Horan. So it's Pippi Horan from Dunstan back into Otago Girls. Now we look for 3rd and 4th place, probably out to Craighead Diocesan's Paige Butler-Beard. She'd be looking good for 3rd place. Who's going to get 4th? Is it going to be St Kevin's or is it going to be Columba? Or Iona College. Iona College as well going well. Down we come to the 100. Pippi now pushing out to nearly a length and 3/4 over Harriet Thompson. That's very clearly going to be your 1-2. Then we go to Craighead Diocesan out in lane number 6. She's going to come through in 3rd place. That's Paige Butler-Beard. She's going through to the A final as well. Then we're looking for that 4th spot. Oh, is it Iona or is it St Kevin's? Well done to Pippi. Pippi takes 1st place pretty comfortably there on the line. And she's through to the A final. Dunstan High School through now. 2nd place is going to be Otago Girls. 3rd place is going to be Craighead Diocesan number 2. And 4th is going to be Iona College down in lane number 3. We're going to go straight out to semi-final number 2 now. Olivia Pybenga from Cromwell College, Jules Wart from New Plymouth Girls High School, Tessa Thompson from Onslow College, Briley Deacon from Cambridge High School, Elsie Talbot from Craighead Diocesan, Sky Lang from Takapuna Grammar, Jenna Brangwyn from Otamoto College, and Christy Foster from St Hilda's Collegiate. Down we come now. They're in that 3rd 500. This is the girls' 17 double. Good racing here. Takapuna Grammar going well. Very well indeed. Back down inside to Cambridge High School. And that is Briley Deacon. So Sky Lang from Takapuna Grammar. Briley Deacon from Cambridge High School. These two looking good for the A final at the moment. And then you go to lane number 3, Tessa Thompson from Onslow College. So it's Takapuna Grammar, Takapuna in a battle here with Elsie Talbot, Craigie Dawson. This would be a bit of an upset here if she could roll over Elsie. And also Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School sitting in a good position here as well. But it's Takapuna Grammar and Cambridge High School. Possibly Cambridge High School putting the boot in now. Cambridge going early. And that's Briley Deacon. Takapuna Grammar's Sky Lang still sitting on the same rating. So it is Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School moving now. Takapuna still sitting there. Then you come into Elsie Talbot. So Cambridge High School looking a bit more urgent here on the rating. Takapuna Grammar finally responding now, but she's let her go. She's let Cambridge High School go, and Cambridge High School now heading down for the win here in the girls under 17 single. Here goes Takapuna now. Then you've got Craigie Dawson. Then you're looking for 4th place, and it might be sitting with Onslow College. That would be Tessa Thompson. Down we come. Takapuna Grammar waking up now, but it's Cambridge High School. Cambridge holding on. Oh, watch them as they come to the 100. I don't know if Takapuna have just waited too long here. Here comes Cambridge, and it's Cambridge High School and Takapuna Grammar. It's Cambridge. Now Takapuna half a length back. Then we got Craigie Dawson and Onslow College in 3rd and 4th. It's still Cambridge High School. Takapuna fighting for a centre lane in the A final. Oh, she needed to go a couple of 100 metres ago and she didn't do it. So it's going to be Cambridge High School. Cambridge is going to hold on. She's going to take it by about half a canvas over Takapuna Grammar. Then you come into Onslow. Onslow get 3rd. And then 4th place over to Craigie Dawson's Elsie Talbot. To go out to the next race on the track, girls under 16 Coxed Quad. And we'll just double check the times here. Official time of semi-final 1 was Dunstan, 8:25.44. And semi-final number 2 a little bit quicker, 8:22. So let's go to, what do we got here? Some quads. Oh, God, no rest. All right, semi-final number 1, girls under 16 quad. Let's go out. Pukekohe High School, St. Peter's School number 2, Otago Girls High School number 1, Dunstan High School number 1, Cashmere High School number 1, Ashburton College number 1, St. Peter's School number 1, Villa Maria College number 1. This is the girls under 16 quad semi-final number 1. They are into the 3rd 500. Let's go straight out on the course. And looks, oh, this is a good race. Here we go. Cashmere going well. Otago Girls going well. We are looking for 4 to go into the A finals. So we've got Cashmere travelling well. Ashburton as well. We've got Otago Girls. Inside of them is St. Peter's School number 2. Down we come towards the 250. This is going to be a good finish here. 4 only into the A final. Cashmere have got this in lane number 5. Only 4 to go through, ladies and gentlemen. Get down there. Look how many crews are going for this A final. This is a great race here. You've got Otago Girls, Ashburton, St. Peter's. Just outside of Otago Girls is Dunstan. Down we come inside the last 250. Who's going through to the A final? No doubt about Cashmere High School. You've got Abby, Nina, Emily, Poppy and Meg. They are looking good here. Then you go over to Ashburton. Ashburton out in lane number 6. They're looking good in second place. Then you got Otago Girls. Here come Dunstan now. Dunstan flying over the top of St. Peter's. Down we come towards the finish. And it is definitely through the 100. Cashmere, Ashburton now. Otago Girls now. Dunstan now, St. Peter's now. So St. Peter's chasing Dunstan. That's where it's going to be. Otago Girls are going to go through in third. Ashburton in second. Cashmere will win it. And then I think Dunstan may just hold on for that 4th place. Yes, they will. Dunstan will go through in 4th into the A final ahead of St. Peter's. Official time for the girls under 17 single, 8:25 for Dunstan High School's Pippi Horan, 8:22 for Cambridge High School's Briley Deacon. Semi-final number 2 here of the girls under 16 Cox Quad, and we have Hamilton Girls High School number 1 through the 1,000 they've gone, St Andrews College number 1, Cambridge High School number 1, Diocesan School for Girls, St Kennigan College, St Peter's School number 3, Barradine College and Craighead Diocesan number 1. This is semi-final number 2 of the girls under 16 Cox Quad. Again, 4 through to A final, the rest into B. Just inside of Diocesan, that looks like Cambridge High School travelling well. Lucy Eastwood, Tegan O'Dwyer, Libby Tonks, Lauren Wood and Isabel Oxenham. Still good. Good race developing here, right down on the inside. No doubt about Cambridge High School. Cambridge got this pretty well sewn up in semi-final number 2 of the girls under 16 quad. Can confirm semi-final number 1, won by Cashmere, 7:37.96. And we await the result currently of Cambridge High School. Then we've got the 2 crews on either side of them. That's St Andrews College down in lane number 2. And then over the other side of Cambridge High School is Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland. And then we go over to St Peter's School, probably St Peter's School number 3. Down they head, last 500 of the girls under 16 quad before we move into the boys under 16 double, D, C and 2 semis. And then into the biggies, the girls under 18 single scull. Looking forward to that. Right, down we come. Good work, Cambridge High School. Going well here in the girls under 16 quad. Callum Wright and Sarah Dixon. Know both of them. Well done, team. You've done a great job with these girls. And Cambridge High School going really well here in the under 16 quad. Cambridge High School heading towards a win here in semi-final number 2. We come inside Cambridge High School. You have St Andrews College out of Christchurch. You go over the other side to Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland in lane 4. They are also going through to the A final. And then currently St. Peter's School number 3 in lane 6 are also looking to qualify. Here come Cambridge High School from the North Island down to the 100 with a clear water advantage over Diocesan School for Girls. And they go through now about a length and a quarter ahead of Dio. Then you come back inside to St Andrew's College from Christchurch and over to St Peter's School from Cambridge, who have locked up that 4th place. So down we come, closing stages here for Cambridge High School. They look pretty comfortable for me for an under-16 quad. More gas in the tank to chase Cashmere, or go with Cashmere in the A final. Well done, Cambridge High School. Great job there. Well done to Diocesan School for Girls, also going through the A final. 3rd place will come down to St Andrews, and 4th will be St Peter's School from Cambridge. Okay, D final, the boys under 16 double sculls we move to now. Let's see if they're all there. And if they are, well done, lads. Good effort. We have St Thomas of Canterbury, Alec Newland and Preston Kelly in lane 2. Cambridge High School's Alex Schuler and Quinn Stevenson in lane 3. Otago Boys High School number 2, Roland Ozan and Niall Alexander in lane 4. St Peter's College number 1, Nico Bosma and Thomas Royce in lane 5. Glendowie College number 2, Fraser Smith-Rice and Leo Audley in lane 6. Shirley Boys High School number 2, Charlie Norton and Keegan Piper in lane 7. And in lane 8 is Burnside High School's number 1, Morgan Fryer and Max Wallace. That is the lineup of the boys 16 double D final. Otago boys travelling well. These boys a couple of weeks ago hit with COVID. There's a lot of people we'll be able to sympathise with, but good effort for Roland Ozan and Niall Alexander to make the Maadi Cup and be here in a D final. And down they come in this D final. Roland Ozan and Niall Alexander out of Otago Boys High School. Over the left-hand shoulder is Alex Schuler and Quinn Stevenson from Cambridge High School. And then maybe inside of them, Alec Newland and Preston Kelly from St Thomas of Canterbury. That's your 1, 2, 3. So down we come in the D final. Well done, Otago boys. They should be happy with this. Jack and Thomas. Be proud of Roland and Niall for doing really well here. Bit of a close-up behind them coming through to the finish. Probably 2 out from Otago boys, Fraser and Leo from Glendowie finishing well. These two have really flown through in the last 200 or 300 and got a bit of gas going on now. Inside of them, Nico and Thomas from St. Peter's College. Down we come in the D final. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, these finals, they may not be an A or a B final, but these are important finals for these kids, and they have battled through a really tough season to be here, and they are still racing on Thursday at the Aon Maadi Cup. So let's make sure we give them lots of support here. Great finish coming from Glendowie as they come down over Otago boys. Down to the last 100 to go. Niall and Roland holding on here, but a big finish coming from Glendowie College out there in lane number 6. So good work from these two doubles. And it's going to come down to Glendowie and Otago boys. Oh, it's going to be really close on the line. What a great finish between these two doubles. Awesome finish. Oh, I can't call that. I'm just going to say third place goes to Burnside because both those doubles deserve that win. Both those doubles had a great effort there over that last 250. Well done, Otago boys and to Glendowie and all the other crews that showed up for that D final. Good on you guys. But let's see who won that. I don't know who came through in first place there. I bet the Glendowie supporters think it was them, but we'll wait and see what happens. I think both crews did an outstanding job in that. But let's wait and see what it comes through as. I think Otago boys think they had that wrapped up, but Glendowie had other ideas there in that last 250. So C finals coming down now, and we'll just await the official result of that boys 16 double D final. And we have St Paul's Collegiate, Austin Plymouth and Samuel Jeffries in the C final, the boys 16 double. Takapuna Grammar's William Thompson and Matthew Maloney. Shirley Boys High School, Hamish McIntosh and Noah Visser. John McGlashan College, number 2, Angus Lowe, Charlie Curran. Howick College, Zachary Dawes and Cameron Winiata Brown. Timaru Boys High School's Mackay Sparks, Max Henry Clayton. And Howick College, Henry Calvert and Conrad Hines. Down they come here, boys, through the 1,000 metre mark in the under 16 double. We can officially tell you that the winner of the D final by 0.25 of a second was actually Otago boys. So Glendowie get that second place. So let's go out to the D final here. Beg your pardon, the C final of the boys under 16 double. Lane 1 travelling quite well here. Austin and Samuel from St Paul's Collegiate putting in some big strokes. And also, I see it Shirley Boys or John McGlashan going well. Someone else going quite well out there. Shirley Boys having a good race as well. So the St Paul's team, I hope the coaches, a couple of rowers are there supporting this young man because he's going well here in the C final of the boys 16 double. Austin and Samuel travelling well in lane number 1. So St Paul's Collegiate travelling well.
Just getting a bit hungry, but I can wait.
Also, Shirley Boys, hard to see St Paul's Collegiate as they come past those trailers. Shirley Boys High School travelling well. And then you go outside of them, and that is John McGlashan, Angus and Charlie. Both their coaches not very well at the moment, so these boys hopefully getting support from their senior rowers to get on water and go and do the boys under 16 double. And down they come, St Paul's Collegiate, travelling well on the inside. Over to Shirley Boys High School. From them, John McGlashan, Howick College, Timaru Boys. Takapuna Grammar and Howick College. Starting to close up a bit here as we get down towards the 250 to go. On your screen there you can see John McGlashan in the foreground, and then just over them is Howick College in that red top. Timaru Boys with the cross on their back and the white. And down we come towards the finish. Good finish here. Oh, really good finish coming from John McGlashan. John McGlashan out there in lane number 5. Angus Lowe and Charlie Curran. They are really storming down towards the 250. Good effort from them. Shirley Boys coming through. St. Paul's Collegiate just fading a little as we come to that 250. And it's John McGlashan. John McGlashan out of Dunedin. Onslow trying to go with their... Oh, Howick, I beg your pardon. Howick College trying to go with them. And you got Shirley Boys. And down to St. Paul's Collegiate and Timaru Boys. And then on the outside is Howick College number 2. It's going to be John McGlashan. They'll take this out in lane number 5. Great finish there, boys. Howick College number 1 outside of you will pick up second. Back into Shirley Boys for third. Right, let's go to semi-final number 1, shall we, of the boys under 16 double scull. And we are looking for Marlborough Boys College number 2 in lane 1, Blake Fitzgerald, Hunter Nelson. Takapuna Grammar number 1, Seb Ness and Sam Mons. St. Peter's School number 1, Jack Kidd and Joshua Yeoman. Glendowie College number 1, Luke Hulbert and Frank Ison. Timaru Boys number 1, Blake Parker and Josh Bartlett. St. John's Hamilton number 1, Joel Birdling and Charles Squire. Wakatip High School number 2, Logan Norton and Ben Hogan. And St. Paul's Collegiate number 2 is Blake Finlayson and Ashton Coombs. This is semi-final number 1 of the boys 16 double. Down to the 1,000 they go. You can see them on the live stream. That's your lineup.
Hold on, just wait 1 second.
Helps if you turn your microphone on, doesn't it, after all this time? Boys under 16 double scull, we have semi-final number 1 well and truly into that third 500. Let's see how they're going. St. Peter's, Cambridge travelling well, so are Takapuna Grammar in the hunt. Timaru Boys also looking good. So it will be St. Peter's, it'll be Timaru Boys, St. Peter's, Glendowie and Takapuna Grammar. That's the 4 I would say at the moment, heading to the A final. Now that some of that singing and dancing has stopped, I can go out onto the course and watch the rest of this race. And it is starting to all close up on everybody here. Let's have a look. There's a race on our hands here for 4 places into the A final. And Takapuna Grammar are going to have to go if they want to make it through, because here they all come. Timaru boys are flying. St. Peter's have gone. Inside of them is Glendowie, Takapuna, and on the inside going with Takapuna is Marlborough Boys College. Everyone trying to get into the A final here of the boys double. Just out of the picture a bit, St. Paul's Collegiate number 2. Down they come towards the 250. Timaru boys looking really good. Blake Parker and Josh Bartlett. So Brian and Jamie will be happy with this. It's Timaru boys, St. Peter's, Glendowie, Takapuna Grammar, and charging at Takapuna Grammar is Wakatip High School number 2 and Marlborough Boys College. We have got a race on our hands for the A final. Here we go. Timaru boys are assured at the moment. They are going to go through. St. Peter's are going to go through. Wakatip are flying on the outside. This is a good race here in the boys under 16 double. Blake Parker and Josh Bartlett looking good here to go the A final. St. Peter's also looking good. Here goes Glendowie and Wakatip. They are flying towards the finish, and it is through the 100 now. It's Timaru boys. Timaru boys, then we got St. Peter's from Cambridge, Jack Kidd and Joshua Yeoman. They're going to go through in second place. Then we have Glendowie College, Wakatip and Takapuna Grammar. It's going to be between Takapuna Grammar and Wakatip, but it is St. Peter's in second. St. Peter's in second. Oh, Wakatip flying on the outside. Oh, it's going to be really tight here. I think Glendowie and Wakatip have gone through. Great effort there from semi-final number 1 in the boys under 16 double sculls. Taken out clearly by Blake Parker and Josh Bartlett from Timaru boys. And then it was a real battle there between St. Peter's School, Wakatip High School, Glendowie and Takapuna Grammar for those last 3 spots into the A final. But well done, guys. Great racing there. We have another semi-final on the course now. They've just gone through that 1K, so we're going to go straight out before we read the official time for semi-final number 1. So the lineup for semi-final number 2, George Mills and Eamon Ward for St. Patrick's College, Alexander Shannon and Louis Upton from King's College, Mac Brown and Peo O'Sullivan from Timaru Boys number 3, Ashton White and Xavier Small from Wakatip number 1, Logan Turrell and James Dimmick from Maclean's College, Oliver Hamilton, Matthew O'Meara from John McGlashan College, Zeke Goodser and Cody Marshall from St. Kevin's College, and Danny Sayer and Matthew Simpson from Hauraki Plains. That's your lineup for semi-final number 2 of the boys 16 double. They are inside the third 500. Let's go out onto the course. And I think some parents down in front of me will be happy because Maclean's College are going well. And the coaches. Very well indeed. Good job, guys. Logan and James are going well. They are out there in lane number 5, and I think they're going to want to take it to Wakatip and John McGlashan. That's what I'd be watching. And I'm right, because that's who's coming at them. It's Wakatip. But these two looking good for the A final. It's Maclean's College at the moment. Out in lane number 5, you can see them right in the middle of your TV screen there. Just to their left in the yellow is the boys from Wakatip. What a great regatta Wakatip High School's had so far. Ashton White and Xavier Small. Great job as well from John Morrison, Alan and Robert from Maclean's College. And I think Maclean's have put a bit of distance here. They've lengthened out even more in the double. They are looking pretty good here as we come down to the 500. But we better look for the next 2. It's not about 2 into the A final, it's about 4. So you got Maclean's College. Keep an eye on number 2, Alexander Shannon and Louis Upton from Kings are flying down here in lane number 2. It is still Maclean's College. And down we come towards the last 250. Still Maclean's College holding that lead in the semi-final number 2. We can confirm officially 7:14:55 for Timaru boys. So Maclean's College looking really good. You come inside of them to Wakatip. They'd be sitting in second. So it's Maclean's College from Auckland over Wakatip from Queenstown. Then we're looking for third and fourth to go the A final. And we will go over the side of Maclean's as John McGlashan, Oliver and Matthew sitting in third place. Maclean's College coming down to the 100. And they have a clear water advantage over Wakatip High School. So here they go. Maclean's through now. Wakatip through now. Then you go to John McGlashan from Dunedin through. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Now. So that's about length and 3/4. And that's a handy win to Maclean's College. Well done, guys. You don't need to be pacing. They've well and truly wrapped this up. They've done well. Well done, Maclean's College. Second place, Wakatip. Over to third is John McGlashan. And you're going to come down to King's College in lane 2 to take that fourth spot. And you'll be pleased to know it is a lot faster than semi-final number 1. So semi-final 1. Semi-final 1 was won by Timaru boys 7:14. And Maclean's College currently unofficially 7:06. Hokey cokey, what have we got? I should be looking for the D final shortly of the girls under 18 single. Oh, we do. They're on the track. So this is one of our premier events on the Maadi Cup program, as you know. Racing for the Stephanie Foster Cup. So girls under 18 single scull was won by Dunstan High School last year. We're looking at the D final at the moment, then the C of course, then both semi-finals. So on the D final for the girls under 18 single scull, we should have Pukekohe High School's Caitlin Van Rees, Mount Albert Grammar's Blaze King, Samuel Marsden Collegiate Amy Harvey Green, Southland Girls High School's Caitlin Tatai, Takapuna Grammar's Anna Stewart, and Te Kāwhata College Ashley Clapp. I think I've called some of these names today. D final, the girls under 18 single scull. All 6 scullers are there, so that is handy for me. Blaze King going well. She is from Mount Albert Grammar and is in lane 3. Remember, this is one of our premier events on the Maadi Cup program, so these scullers pretty proficient, and some of them in their last year of school racing. Down they come to the 1K. This is the D final of the girls under 18 single scull. We watch them as they come through that beautiful picture on your screen of the mountains in the background. Beautiful flat water here for our under 18 female scullers in the single. And what a great job they are doing. So Amy Harvey Green looking like she's pushing out now from Samuel Marsden. So through the 1K is Samuel Marsden Collegiate in lane 5. Amy Harvey Green travelling well here in the D final, the girls 18 single. Good race here. Come inside of Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Blaze King from Mount Albert Grammar hanging on. And inside of her, pushing up Caitlin Van Rees from Pukekohe. Good race developing here in the D final of the girls 18 single scull. And behind them, I'm sure they will be racing shortly in the C final. Or not. But it's all about the D at the moment. And still sitting with Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Amy Harvey Green. We can see in the foreground is the scullers from the previous race rowing back up to their zones. The boys under 16 doubles rowing back to where their trailers and coaches are. Good race coming down here towards the last 500. We still have Samuel Marsden Collegiate, but Mount Albert Grammar. I said Mount Albert Grammar pushing hard down there on the inside. All these scullers doing really well to show up and race this D final here and represent their schools. So Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Amy Harvey Green, back down to Blaze King from Mount Albert Grammar, over to Pukekohe's Caitlin Van Rees, Takapuna Grammar's Anna Stewart. They look like they've all swapped lanes. The only one in the right lane is the one that's winning, Samuel Marsden. But anyway, we can pick the colours. Down we come to the 250, still Samuel Marsden. No doubt about her, she's clearly leading this D final here. And then we come back on the inside. Blaze King sitting in second place. Pukekohe in third. That's Caitlin Van Rees. Then we go over to Southland Girls, Caitlin to tie. Takapuna Grammar's Anna Stewart, and then over to Te Kāwhata College, Ashley Clatt. That's your 1 through 6 through to the finish.
There's still one going out there. Yeah.
So the girls' C final of the under-18 single is on the track. We're looking for Wanganui Collegiate's Mackenzie Armott, Grace McConnell from Riccarton High School,
Yep.
Ash Fleming from Avonside Girls High School number 2, Ayla Rowe from Trident High School, New Plymouth Girls High School's Jules Zwart, Stella Cook, Avonside Girls High School, April Linares Fontana from St Kevin's College, and Caitlin Foot from Pukekohe High School number 2. So where you see the school names without the number beside it means it's the number 1 crew, and where there's the number 2, obviously the second crew. Wanganui Collegiate's Mackenzie Armott starting well down on the inside there. This is the C final of the girls 18 single. Lanes 4 and 5, Trident High School Ayla Rowe and New Plymouth Girls High School Jules Zwart. Both of them travelling pretty well. We'll just wait for them to get a little bit closer down to the 1K mark. And then we're going to have the 2 semi-finals, which will be a pretty big race. And then, of course, we're into the boys under 18 single. And then by that stage, I would say we'd be pretty close to Russell coming up and taking over. Through they go, the 1K mark. This is the C final of the girls under 18 single scull. Got some big races coming up soon, the girls and boys under 18 single. And then Russell will take over for the afternoon.
I think I've got them all.
Still going well down on the inside, Mackenzie from Wanganui Collegiate. Tyler Scott, Sean Hogan will be watching somewhere, I'm sure. Out 3, lane number 4. Also, Ayla Rowe from Trident High School. And then 2 over from her, Avonside Girls High School, Stella Cook.
Is there just 6 in this one? Oh, 7, sorry. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, you have got 8. Yeah, I'm fairly wide.
Coming down to the last 500, the C final, the girls under 18 single scull, Mackenzie Armott has had a pretty good race here for Wanganui Collegiate. 5 and 6 starting to build up now. That's New Plymouth Girls High School's Jules Zwart and Stella Cook from Avonside Girls out there on the right of your camera screen. on the TV screen.
Yeah, that'd
This
be good,
is the C final. The semi-final is underway behind it. We will go to that shortly once the girls get down a little bit closer. Closing up pretty well down here as we come down to the closing stages here. The C final, Wanganui Collegiate's Mackenzie Armit done really, really well. We go out to the two girls that have raced side by side all the way down the course. Jules Wart from New Plymouth Girls High School and Stella Cook from Avonside Girls. They are looking to row through here and take this win. We'll bring them down to the 100. Then I'm going to go back to the semi-final number 1 of the girls under 18 single, one of our premier events here on our program at the Aon Maadi Cup. So I'll have to go back and give those two semi-finals a lot of attention here as we watch this race between Jules Wart and Stella Cook. Good race from Mackenzie from Wanganui Collegiate. She's done really well down here in lane 1, but the pace just starting to get to her in that last 500, and we watch these two girls who have raced each other side by side all the way down the course, and we're looking at lane 5 and 6. So lane 5 and 6, Jules Wart from New Plymouth and Stella Cook from Avonside Girls. All right, I'm going to go back to the semi-final number 1 now. We need to go back and see these girls. Lane number 1 travelling well, Jenny Markra from Cambridge High School. Lane 2 is Onslow College, Anna Dudley. Lane 3, St. Peter's School number 1, Samantha Eden. Lane 4, Bayfield High School, Eleanor Baldy. Lane 5, Queen Charlotte College, Charlotte Lightfoot. Lane 6, Hauraki Plains College number 1, Maggie Morrison. Lane 7 is Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Holly Turnbull. And lane 8 is Burnside High School number 1, Bryant Moriarty. This is semi-final number 1 of the girls under 18 single scull. Let's go straight onto the course and see how they're going. Down we come. This is going to be great. Who's in lane 4? Oh, Bayfield High School. Go Dunedin. Eleanor going really well here. Bayfield High School. Inside of her is Samantha Eden. Lane 3 going well. Samantha Eden now pushing against Eleanor Baldy. And right down on the inside, let's not forget about Cambridge High School. Jenny Markgraf. She is looking good to go through to that top 4 as well. It's going to be a tight finish here in the girls under 18 single. What great racing we're seeing from these young ladies. Lanes 1, 3, 5 and 4. So Cambridge High School, St. Peter's School, Queen Charlotte College and Bayfield High School. It's Charlotte Lightfoot from Queen Charlotte College in lane 5, working really well here. She is just starting to build her power here over Bayfield. She's also going out over Samantha Eden from Cambridge High School. Beg your pardon, from St. Peter's School, and Jenna Lee down on the inside from Cambridge High School. So keep an eye on lane number 5. I can see Kay pacing. She's doing well, and it is Queen Charlotte going well out there in the middle of the course. I thought she was back a little bit, but the eye must have been slightly wrong on that angle, because Queen Charlotte is flying down towards the last 250, and it is Charlotte Lightfoot. Was wonderful to hear that Joseph Sullivan was in touch with her during the week to wish her good luck, and that's just what we love to hear from our ex-international rowers and superstars out there, that they're supporting the old school and the old region to do well. So well done, Joseph, for contacting Charlotte there, and she's going really well under Kay's supervision out there in lane number 5. So it's Queen Charlotte heading down inside the 250 for a win here in the girls under 18 single, and we're looking for 2, 3 and 4 now. So we've got Bayfield High School from Dunedin, St. Peter's from Cambridge, and then we'd be looking probably at Cambridge High School, but we're going to keep an eye on Maggie Morrison from Hauraki Plains as well. Down we come towards the last 100, and it's Charlotte Lightfoot. She's gone out to nearly 2 lengths now over Bayfield High School. That's Eleanor Baldy. Then you come into Samantha Eden from St. Peter's School in Cambridge. She's sitting currently in 3rd place. And then we're looking at Hauraki Plains and Cambridge High School for the 4th on the line to go into the A final. It's all about Queen Charlotte. She's easily got this wrapped up by about 2 lengths now over Bayfield High School from Dunedin. So it's Charlotte Lightfoot. Queen Charlotte take an easy win here in the end. Then we go to Bayfield High School. Then we go to St. Peter's School from Cambridge sitting in 3rd place. And I think it's going to be Hauraki Plains who might take that 4th spot. Yes, it is. Hauraki Plains go through in 4th, Maggie Morrison. That's how they'll finish here in semi-final number 1 of the girls under 18 single. 8:29 I think was the time there for Charlotte. Well done, Kay, great effort there. All right, let's go up to semi-final number 2 because they're coming down fast. Sophie Strang from Glendowie College. Rebecca Adams from Hauraki Plains College number 2. Mia Finlayson from Mount Maunganui College number 2. Elsie Talbot from Craighead Diocesan number 1. Sophie Smith from Dunstan High School 1. Laura McCabe, Maclean's College 1. Madison Shanks, Mount Maunganui College 1. Cassidy Luff, Westlake Girls High School 1. Down they come, they're in the 3rd 500. Oh, this is good. Elsie Talbot going well. The green boat. 1, 2, 3, lane 4. That's Elsie. You go 2 over from her. Laura McCabe travelling well, Maclean's College. Back down on the inside as well is someone. Who was it? Hauraki Plains, Rebecca Adams going well, and Mount Maunganui also chasing hard. Mia Finlayson. Keep an eye on Sophie Strang, Glendowie College. She's not out of it either. She could go through to the A final. This is all go here in the under 18 single.
There is actually a 6th boat out there. If you want me to.
Closing in, 500 to go. Girls under 18 single, one of our premier top events. A lot of these girls nominating for North and South Island under 18s as well as New Zealand juniors. And down we come. Elsie Talbot's had a full schedule this week. Dean Milne, who coached from Craighead Diocesan, she's going well here. And we're looking for the 4 to go through. Oh, they're all closing up here. Laura going well, Maclean's College, right down on the inside. We've got Mia Finlayson from Mount Maunganui College. Stephen Finlayson will be watching nervously to see if she goes through. Outside of Laura McCabe, that's Madison Shanks from Mount Maunganui College. She had a good race up north. They're all closing in here on Elsie. Laura McCabe pushing up. Inside of Elsie Talbot's Mia Finlayson from Mount Maunganui. Who's going to go through to this A final? It's all closing up in the girls 18 single. This is going to be a good finish here. Oh, Elsie now getting pushed by Laura from Maclean's College. But it's Elsie Talbot from Craighead Diocesan hanging on here in lane number 4. She's in the green boat. Laura McCabe's outside of here from Maclean's College. She is in the white boat in lane number 6. Who's going to take out the win here? And are they just putting themselves into that top 4 to row it through? You got Maclean's College through. Elsie Talbot is also coming through with Craighead Diocesan. Let's watch Mount Maunganui on the outside. She's lost her bow number. It's flopped over there, but she's doing well to push through. And here comes Dunstan. Dunstan finally moving. Sophie Smith moving back there through the 100. She's pushing up now, really going hard on Mia Finlayson. She's overtaken her, and she's chasing Mount Maunganui. Sophie flying down towards the finish, and it is still Craighead. Craighead holding on over Maclean's College. Oh, tight on the finish there, real tight on the finish. But I think it's going to be Craighead, Maclean's, Mount Maunganui and Dunstan have all gone through. Let's see how officially that comes through, because that was quite a tight finish there. Good racing in the girls 18 single.
Yep.
Semi-final number 2. 8:29 for Queen Charlotte. 8:29. What was her time? 8:29.92. And semi-final number 2, 8:34.75. So just waiting for the official results to come up of the girls 18 singles semi-final number 2. Semi-final number 1, Queen Charlotte in first, Bayfield High School second, St. Peter's School third, and Hauraki Plains in fourth. Semi-final number 2, just awaiting official results there. Official result for semi-final number 2, Elsie Talbot from Craighead Diocesan take it out in a time of 8:34.87. 0.5 seconds back was Maclean's College, Laura McCabe. Mount Maunganui College, Madison Shanks was in third, and Dunstan High School, Sophie Smith in fourth. Hokey cokey, let's go to the boys 18 single, and then once that's finished, we should just about be seeing the appearance of Russell Mills up here. We are looking for lane number 2, St Kennigan College, Max Lawrenson. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School's Matai Washburn. Lane 4 is Kapiti College, Liam Kirkland. Lane 6, James Hargis College, Eamon Thwaites. Lane 7, Kapiti College, Joe Hughes. So a few scratchings. Glendowie College are not there, and neither are Bethlehem. This is the D final of the boys 18 single. Down on the inside, looks like Max Lawrenson from St Kennigan. He'd be leading this one home. Can see these young men coming down to the 1K. Closest in front of your screen, that's the St Kennigan sculler, Max Lawrenson. And then you go over beside him. Matai Washburn is further back, and then you've got Eamon Thwaites and Joe Hughes. Through they come, so that's lane 4, that's Liam Kirkland from Kapiti College. He's sitting in second. Looks like the St Kennigan sculler might be the one out in front there. So there's still someone else missing. No Shirley Boys, okay. So 3 scratchings there. So it's pretty much as you go across the lake. It's St Kennigan in first, Kapiti College in second, James Hargis in third, and Kapiti College in fourth. Down we come to the last 500 here of the boys. Under 18 single D final. Max Lawrenson leading from start to finish from St Kentigern College, coached by Lewis Green and Marty O'Brien. Go 2 out to Eamon Thwaites from James Hargis College, Joe Hughes from Carpety, and his teammate Liam Kirkland back here in lane number 4. I can see that the C final is underway. And that's the way they're going to come down here is, I think, St Kentigern College looking good to win this D final. Sitting in second is Eamon Thwaites from James Hargist. And then the 2 Carpety College teammates, Liam Kirkland and Joe Hughes, fighting it out for 3rd and 4th. Going to go up to the C final now as you watch the D final come through to its conclusion. And no doubt about St Kentigern College taking that one there. So good finish there, St Kentigern through the 100. Then you go over the other side to James Hargist. Back into Carpety College number 2 and out to Carpety College number 1. The lineup for the C final, the boys under 18 single scull. Lane 1 is St Peter's School number 3, Kareem Turkin. Lane 2, Huanui College, Ryan Smith. Lane 3, Ashburton College, Zane Cameron. Lane 4, Tauranga Boys College number 1, James Hollard. Lane 5, John McGlashan, number 2, Finn Allison. Lane 6, ACG Strathallan, number 1, Jack Clark. Lane 7, Glendowie College, number 2, Cade McAllen Smith. And he is not there, I see, so I'll scratch him out. Oh, there's that name again. Takapinagrammas, Harrison Toxipaeus. Got it? Yep. Oh, anyway. Right, let's go out and have a look at the C final. I don't know, some of these schools. Good race here.
4 again.
Good race. I think semi-final number 1's in the blocks, but we got St Peter's down on the inside. Lane number 3, that is meant to be Zane Cameron. So it's Ashburton College, Zane Cameron, I believe, if he's in the right lane. Going quite well there. John McGlashan, Finn Allison, fighting hard. Semi-final number 1 is on the track, so we'll come to that shortly. This is semi-final, the C final. We're looking at Finn Allison out of Dunedin with John McGlashan. He's putting in some good strokes there. And also down on the inside, St Peter's School, Kareem Turkin. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Sorry, Megan. Hopefully I am. And lane number 3, Zane Cameron from Ashburton. Down these gentlemen come to the last 500. Boys under 18 single scull. And then we got the guns behind them fighting it out for the A final. I'm sure there'll be quite a few superstars or future superstars coming out of these 4 races. So down we come. Finn Ellison leading here in lane number 5. This is John McGlashan, number 2, leading the C final of the boys under 18 single. Go out to Zane Cameron from Ashburton College, down into Kareem Tuakim from St. Peter's School. That would be your 1, 2, 3 at the moment as they head towards the 250. We will go up to semi-final number 1 shortly. And then we've got Takapuna Grammar on the far side, pushing up, trying to get himself into that top 4. Finn Ellison cruising down here, probably saving himself for that 18 double because he's well and truly out in front. So well done to Finn. He's coming down on 28 rating. So he's going to take a pretty comfortable win here in the boys 18 single. Takapuna Grammar flying on the outside. He is trying to go through ACG Strathallan's Jack Clark. And down we come towards the finish. Still got lane number 3. That's Ashburton College, Zane Cameron. Watch Takapuna Grammar on the outside. Down they come to the 100. Finn is through pretty comfortably. And it is still Ashburton through in second. They're all flying towards the finish. What a great finish here in the boys' C final. Oh, close. Ashburton. Here goes Huanui. Takapuna Grammar. ACG Strathallan. Tauranga boys, and down on the inside is St. Peter's. Right, let's go out to semi-final number 1 right now. We have Bethlehem College, Jack Perkins in lane 1, Matthew Pearce from Ashburton College in lane 2, Henry Kirk from Otago boys in lane 3, lane 4 Xavier Simpkins from St. Peter's College. Are they through the 1K already? Blimey. Better get my skates on. Riley Wills from St. Paul's Collegiate in lane 5. William Talbot, Timaru Boys lane 6. Will Tattersfield, Huanui College lane 7. And Talisman Lloyd from Sacred Heart, Auckland in lane 8. Right, straight out onto the course. Let's go. St. Paul's Collegiate. Henry Kirk from Otago Boys travelling well. Who's that right down on the inside? Jack Perkins, Bethlehem College. Oh, I think this is going to be a cracker of a 500 to go in the boys under 18 single. Oh, I don't need that, do I? This is going to be a goodie. It'll be a good finish here in the 18 single. Riley Wills from St. Paul's Collegiate. I think he won the 17 single last year, so he knows how to move a single scull. And he is right out there in the middle. Who is going with him for 2nd, 3rd and 4th? It's a high rating Xavier Simpkins from St. Peter's College. Then Henry Kirk from Otago Boys. He'd be in 3rd. But no doubt about Riley Wills well and truly out in front. Martin and Bruce will be watching from somewhere as the young sculler comes down. 500 to go in the boys under 18 single with the red boat. And he is leading this boys under 18 single. Then you've got Henry Kirk chasing after the North Island champion Xavier Simpkins from St. Peter's College. That's 2 and 3 respectively. Then you're looking for 4th place. Maybe Jack Perkins down on the inside from Bethlehem College. This is the boys under 18 single semi-final number 1. And it's Riley Wills out of St. Paul's Collegiate. And then you've got St. Peter's College, Otago Boys, but watch Bethlehem. Jack Perkins flying down on the inside. Here we come, closing stages of semi-final number 1. Boys under 18 single scull. They will be racing for the Charlie Stapp Cup on Saturday morning. Closing stages here. Riley Wills well and truly out in front here. Then you got St. Peter's College or Otago Boys. Outside of St. Paul's Collegiate is Timaru Boys. Oh, Russell, I could lose my voice on this one. Down we come towards the finish, and it is Riley Wills. He's broken clear. There's no doubt about him. He's going to win semi-final number 1. 1 to 4 will go through to A final, and then 5 to 8 go through to B. And it is still Xavier from St. Peter's College. Otago Boys starting to push up, but here comes Timaru Boys number 2. It's going to be really close on the line because there's only going to be 3 places. Riley Wills is well and truly sewn up one of those places. Then you've got St. Peter's College. Then you've got outside of him flying Timaru Boys, William Talbot. Henry Kirk from Otago Boys as well going for an A final here in the under-18 boys single. Who's going to come down for 3rd and 4th? Down we come. It's going to be clearly Riley Wills is going to take this win in the red boat for St. Paul's Collegiate. He is well and truly out in front in the boys 18 single. Henry Wills is flying down towards Xavier Simpkins. Xavier from St. Peter's College is going to take 2nd. Who's going to get 3rd on the line? Is it Otago Boys or is it Timaru? Let's watch them as they come up to the finish. And it's overlap with the North Island champion, but St. Peter's will hold on for 2nd. I think Otago Boys is going to get 3rd. And Timaru will take that 4th spot. Can I...
Yes. What happened to lunchtime? It's not food I need, it's another stop.
Well, thanks, Kirsty, and good to see that first semi-final out of the way. The second semi-final well down through the course. Race 1, 319 in the regatta of the boys under 18 single. This is second semi-final. We all know 4 to go through. It'll be those centre lanes that have most likely been showing out, but we do have down on the inside. We go 3 out from there, which is Marlborough Boys. Marlborough Boys has a slight advantage over the crew on the right-hand shoulder, King's College. King's College would only be about a half a length down. Then we come right down to the sleeper lane. Hillcrest High School. Smith, it's Justin Smythe for Hillcrest High School down there in one of the sleeper lanes. Out in the middle of the course, they won't even know he's there. They'll think it's a slow lane. He's trying to bring with him Onifero Area School. How do you pronounce that? That's Jack Henry, but sitting out there also 3 in from the outside, Timaru Boy. The Timaru Boys going along exceptionally well. He's up in the qualifying position. They look the first 4 at this stage. Timaru Boys is Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson out there for Timaru Boys. He's starting to close on the leader a little bit as well. Down the inside, pressure's going on. Hillcrest from Montefinua. That's where the pressure's going to go down on the inside. We're looking for 4 to go through. We see Timaru across the far side putting in a big challenge inside the yellow boys. That's Sammy Wilson from Timaru. He's moved from 3rd up into 2nd position. They're all going for the Marlborough Boys College. Sculler in the middle of the course on his left-hand shoulder, only a half a length away is King's College that's in front. It's Marlborough having a go at King's College and Timaru. These 3, the 4 have all sorted themselves out. They've all sorted themselves out as they go through the 100-metre boy line down towards the buzzer. Semi-final day here at the Aon Maadi Cup, or New Zealand Secondary School Rowing Championships here on the mighty Lake Ruataniwha, and it looks like there's absolutely nothing. They'll go through. Now the Marlborough boys just gone and put about a foot on the King's College sculler, and he goes through and takes the buzzer 2 feet clear. The 3rd buzzer goes down to Hillcrest on the inside. Then we go Timaru. Onifenua just misses out. And back to St. Peter's. Across the far side, feeling fairly tough out there. It looks like Haraki Plains, and it's John McGlashan in the middle of the course.
Somewhere.
So they have gone through the time in 7:38. The first heat went through 7:33. So very, very close for those 2. Now, if you like me, anyone that's come along, I know the spectators are not allowed in, but if you are in your zones and you are here to watch the rowing, you've been watching semi-final day, which is always very, very exciting because it's the last chance you ever get to go into the finals. finals, of course, all day tomorrow, all day on Saturday. There will be day sheets that come out. So I'm sure that you've enjoyed the rowing on absolutely brilliant water conditions here on the Lake of the Two Monsters here in the Mackenzie country. Make sure you're playing by the rules. Make sure you're sticking to your bubbles. Make sure you're getting behind your crews and make sure you're getting the live streaming. I'm not too sure exactly how it's going out. I think it might be going out through Aon Maadi Cup via Sky Sports. I think all week it's been going out live through YouTube and 88.3 audio for the commentaries, but I think it has changed over. I'm not too sure. We'll see if we can clarify that for you later on. So that's the elite class at school rowing, the boys under 18, what we call the big shots. You've just seen two of the minor finals and the two semi-finals to get you the top four crews in New Zealand. Congratulations to all crews that have made the final, and I would not be too concerned if you never made the final or you only made the B final. I think to make a final at the Maadi Cup Regatta is a huge, huge achievement. If you can put a biscuit around your neck at the end of the day, then well and good. It looks very much like there may be medal ceremonies for the next 2 days at finals. We'll just have to wait and get that confirmed for you. Yep, but like we're saying, if you can put a medal around your neck at the Maadi Cup Regatta, that's what everybody thrives for, then you will be, go back to school, a hero. Right, your next race up is race 320 of the regatta. They were due to go out of the 2,000 metre blocks down the eastern end of the lake at 12:50, but of course you can forget about those times. It's the first of two semi-finals for the girls under 16 Cox 4s. In lane number 1 we have Waikato Diocesan, number 2. Number 2 we have Queen Margaret College. Number 3 we have Rangi Ruru Girls. Number 4 Waikato Diocesan, number 1 crew. Lane 5 Rangi Ruru 2 crew. Lane 6 Marlborough Girls. Lane 7, Diocesan School for Girls, number 2 crew, and St Kentigern's College out the far side. Brilliant rowing conditions here at semi-final day. You'll see them come up on your screen. All crews are going to go to the start, and it'll be the first 4 through that'll go straight through to the finals tomorrow. Like I say, don't be too concerned. If you're in those minor crews in the semi-finals and you don't make that final, remember what the Bible says, blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. And you've got to be out there. Everybody's performance, the top perform. They have let them go. They'll go out of these blocks at 40 to 41 to 42 strokes per minute. They're sitting in the water in the start zone, and they have to get them up on top of the water and get them moving, so they'll be a little shorter on their strokes, they'll be a little bit quicker on their slide, they'll be a little bit upright with their bodies until they really get that boat moving, and then they will settle down a little bit. It looks like a very good start going from 3 from Rangi Ruru number 1. It looks like Rangi's got away from the start, and they look as if they've put a good half length over the crew on their left shoulder. That's the Queen Margaret College crew and Waikato Diocesan number 2 crew. So the Rangi crew's better there. We'll take a look outside them. Rangi number 1's also got an advantage on Waikato Diocesan School. And where's the Rangi? The Rangi number 2 crew. Oh, they're back about a length and a half already, Rangi 2. Oh, they must have been slow out of the blocks, because on their right-hand shoulder they've got Marlborough Girls just ahead of them, and then right locked up with Marlborough Girls is Diocesan Girls number 2 crew. St Kent's has just slipped off along with that Rangi number 2 crew. They've gone through that first 4 to 500. They'll go through the 500 metre peg, and it looks like it's Rangi 1. Rangi 1 going through the first 500 on their right-hand shoulder. They're dragging along with them Waikato Diocesan. Waikato Diocesan's got a good length and a half advantage over Rangi 2 on their right-hand shoulder, and just ahead of Rangi 2's Marlborough Girls. Those crews on the far side, Kentigern just slipping off a little bit. Oh, let's see who's doing the coxing for Rangi 1. It looks very much like it's Bridget Pye in the coxing seat for Rangi 1. She'll know that they're in the second 500, and that's where the work's got to be done. They're settling down from the racing start, and they're just starting to stretch it out a little bit. Oh, there's absolutely nothing between crews. Past the lanes, Rangi 1, Waikato Dyson, Rangi 2 a good length and a half back from there. Gosh, there's been some great racing today, and we're going to continue getting it all the way through. 3 in from the outside, that's one of the crews, that's Marlborough Girls, the dark gold colours of Marlborough Girls. Out of that very strong Wairau squad up there on the river in the top end of the South Island, but it's still that crew from Rangi. Oh, I think Dyson might have gone to them. Waikato Dyson, I think, has got their nose in front over the 2 Rangi crews. One on the right, one on the left of them. They're sandwiched up between the 2 of them. It is Dyson. They have gone to that 1,000-metre peg's just coming up now. They just go through the 1,000-metre peg, and it is Waikato Dyson in front of Rangi 1. Rangi 2 now starting to make little inroads into the leaders as well, and they're bringing with them Marlborough Girls. That's the first 4. We then go back about 2 lengths. We go back to Dyson School for Girls, and they are locked up with the crew down in lane 2, which is Queen Margaret College. And then we go from there, we go right out the very far side, St. Kitts, and then down the inside we go to Waikato Dyson number 2 crew, but it's Waikato's number 1 crew. Lord, Melville, Lovegrove and Eddington. And of course Isla Ormsby are in the coxswain seat. And they have snuck their nose out in front by a good length and a half now over that Rangi number 1 that absolutely flew the blocks, they did. They really rattled out of the starting blocks. But Dyson too strong. We're looking to hang into that first 4. Rangi's trying to get 2 crews through to the final. We'll keep an eye on the times as they go through. All the times will be pretty quick, and they'll also be very close in these semi-finals. Dyson, Waikato Dio number 1 crew, out in front still by a length and a half over Rangi Ruru on their left-hand shoulder. That's the Rangi Ruru number 1 crew. Come on, Bridget, see if we can get some more out of them. You want to beat the side of that boat to keep that timing right as they try to lift and get a little closer to Dyson. On the right-hand shoulder, Rangi, now they were left in the blocks, that Rangi number 2 crew. They were very slow out, but boy, they've come through and they are going to be in that qualifying. These first 4 have really sorted themselves out. We then have to go right out the far side for Dyson Girls crew. Down the inside we go to Queen Margaret. All these crews about 3 lengths off the leading crews. Dyson, look at the body language. They're getting right out off the end of the handles, this Dyson crew, and they're really taking plenty of water. They know very well they're using the water as the leverage point, and they're just moving the boat past the leverage point. Stroke Girl wants to go. The other 3, 2, 1 going to go with her. Nobody's looking out of that boat. The coxswain knows exactly where they are. Very strong performance indeed. Look at them reach out. Waikato Dio still with a length and a half advantage over Rangi Ruru 1. Inside the yellow boys they go. Marlborough's taken. Brought Rangi Ruru 2 with them. There's only about, there wouldn't even be that. Rangi 2's gone up into 3rd place over Marlborough. And then we go quite a wee way back, 4 or 5 lengths back. We go to Queen Margaret College. Alongside them, Waikato Dio 2. Dyson Girl out the far side along with St. Kentigins. Down towards the buzzer line they go. First semi-final heat of the girls under 16 coxed sweep. They'll go down and get the buzzer straight through to the final. There'll be no out-the-back de-rigging boats for this crew, that's for sure. And they'll go down and get the buzzer. A good 2 lengths clear in the end over Rangi Ruru's number 1 crew. And what a performance from Rangi Ruru number 2. They really had to come through the field from that slow start. And Marlborough. So Gary and Sophie will be pretty happy with those 2 crews from Rangi's into the final. That's the way you want to see it. Marlborough, and a big gap back. That's one of the biggest gaps we've had back in a semi-final all day. You'll see the next one across will be Queen Margaret College, half a length back to Waikato Dio 2, and then we go a couple and a half lengths back to Diocesan Girls and St Kentigins. Right, they're well down the course. They've gone through in 7:28, so we'll keep an eye on that time, 7:28, and see how the second heat goes. It's got Cambridge High School in 1, St Margaret's 2 and 2, Cashmere in 3, St Peter's in 4, Christchurch Girls 2 and 5, Dunstan High 6, Diocesan School for Girls in 7, and Waitaki Girls High School out there in lane number 8. They're not through the 1,000-metre peg yet. We haven't picked them up from the start, and we're seeing some great racing here. Tell you what, the only crew to just slightly drop off is the crew from Cashmere. Cashmere off the Avon River in Christchurch. They're just feeling the pinch in this 1,000, but we also thought that with Rangi, who's number 2 crew in that last race, so they may be wanting to row that second 1,000 a lot stronger, but we're looking to those centre lanes, those fast lanes out in the centre. 4, 5 and 6, that's where it's coming from. 4, 5 and 6, which is St Peter's, Christchurch Girls and Dunstan High out there in the middle of the course. Now, just from Dunstan High, we go from there. That's the first 3 going through the 1,000-metre peg. We go Diocesan School for Girls, Waitaki. Then we come down the 3 crews on the inside, Margie's 2, St Margaret's 2 on the left-hand shoulder, Cambridge down on the inside and Cashmere on the right side. Both these 2 crews, Cambridge and Cashmere, just off the pace a little bit by about 3.5 lengths as they head now in the third 500. We'll be keeping an eye on the times on the third 500. It's 5. It's lane number 5, but I'll tell you what, it's only by about 2 or 3 feet. It's Christchurch Girls High School, and right on their left-hand shoulder, St Peter's. Janie Charlton for St Peter's will be pretty happy with their crew. St Peter's, I think, out of Cambridge. I'm pretty sure St Peter's are out of Cambridge. Somebody will tell me I've got it wrong. Simon Smith for Dunstan High, and in the middle has got Megan Laius from Christchurch Girls, which is the Christchurch Girls number 2 crew as well. So it's coming from that 4. It's St Peter's, still with St Peter's with the lead. They have still only got that 2 or 3 feet they had over Christchurch Girls in the middle. Dunstan have now just slipped off by about 1.5 lengths after that. Dunstan up into 3rd place, but 1.5 lengths down. And now Dunstan are going to get under some pressure from St Margaret's. St Margaret's number 2 crew might even be ahead of Dunstan as they head down inside the last 500. This is St Peter's. St Peter's from way up north where all the oranges grow. St Peter's still with us, about a 1/2 length advantage over the Christchurch Girls number 2 crew. Then we come down here to the second lane in, which is St Margaret's number 2 crew down on the inside. Neve Cassidy doing the coxswain seat, doing a really good job for Christchurch Girls under the St Margaret's coaching panel. She's doing a brilliant job keeping them on track down on the inside for their number 2 crew. Still St Peter's though. We go back to the leaders. Who's going to take the buzzer inside the yellow boys? St Peter's. St Peter's, we're going to look at the time very shortly for you. On the right hand shoulder of St Peter's is Christchurch Girls 2. Christchurch Girls 2 trying to close the gap on St Peter's. It makes no difference. They're going to qualify quite comfortably. Then we come down to St Margaret's 2 and Dunstan High. There's the 4 qualifiers. And from there we go a couple of links back as Diocesan Girls, another couple of links back to Waitaki. They're locked up with Cashmere, and Cashmere are locked up with Cambridge. St. Peter's, they can't get away from Christchurch Girls 2. Christchurch Girls 2 really working it. Just take a look at the work that's going in from Christchurch Girls 2. The tandem rig boat that they're rowing as they head down towards the buzzer. And you'll see St. Peter's have got it. It's down to a canvas in the end. That's where it's been all the way through since we've picked them up. There's your 2 qualifiers. St. Margaret's 2 will qualify. Dunstan High will qualify. And unfortunately, we're hoping that the rest of the squad behind them have got other events to row come final day. Which is Kashmir, across the far side, Dyson, Waitaki, and down the inside to Cambridge. And they have gone through in a 46. Oh, 7:46, considerably slower with a look of it. We'll go straight back up and pick up race 322, the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. This is the under 18 grade, the top grade at school level. Once you leave school, don't forget, keep up your rowing as a sport. Go into the clubs. It's a very, very big dropout rate. Going out of school into clubs, the dropout rate is something like 87%. The work that's been done over the last 4 or 5 years to get to the under 18 grade is enormous. We have St. Peter's in 1. We have Glendowie in 2. We have Wanganui in 3. We have Wakatip in 4. We have Christchurch Girls 2 and 5. We have Maclean's in 6. We have Craighead Dyson in 7. And we have Avonside Girls, well, it's Avonside Girls High School out there in lane number 8. And it looks like as they head towards that 1,000-metre peg, again we're coming from those centre lanes, about 4 out. It's Wakatip, this very strong crew from Wakatip. Alongside them, Christchurch Girls. You can see the yellow boat of Wakatip through that 1,000-metre peg. Wakatip, as it looks, goes through the 1,000-metre peg. They look as if they've got about a length and a half advantage over the crew on their right-hand shoulder, which is Christchurch Girls 2. So Wakatip doing an excellent job. Phoebe, of course, Neve, Kay, Erican and Howick is in the coxswain seat. Alex in the coxswain seat. Beautiful rowing conditions here. The 2 monsters well locked to the bottom of the lake as we take a look. We welcome along all the spectators across the terrace on the top side, guys. We take it that you can't hear the commentaries, but without the spectators, we wouldn't have regattas as well. We've managed to be able to do it all season here, but you've always been there for all the regattas. We appreciate your support. As they head through that 1,000-metre peg, we see Wakatip in front. So John will be pretty happy. John Morrison doing the coaching of most of the Wakatip crews. He's helped out by John Alexander on occasions. And you couldn't get 2 better coaches in the country than those 2. Johnny, you got your crew out in front, heading for the final. They've got themselves about a length advantage over the crew on that right-hand shoulder of them. It's that crew in 4, Wakatip, Christchurch Girls trying to stick with them. Christchurch Girls a good length and a quarter down off them. Then there's the first 2. Then we go on the right-hand side of Christchurch Girls. We have the crew from Maclean. Maclean it is. I would think will be up almost 4th. It might be down the inside. It's down the inside of Wakatip. It's the Wanganui crew. They'll be up into 3rd. And Wanganui are bringing with them only a length down from them as Glendowie. And then we go out the far side, we go to Maclean's. Maclean's College have got a chance of qualifying too, and they're trying to bring with them a length away for us Craighead. Craighead Dyson from Timaru, and then we go Avonside from the Avon River in Christchurch. Then we come down the inside, Glendowie, St. Peter's. Wanganui's got a chance of qualifying. There's 3 or 4 of them got a chance of qualifying with Wakatip sitting out in front. The yellow boat of Wakatip, all those miles up there on Lake Hayes. And under a really, really strong coaching panel there, John, the head coach of this crew, man, he does a good job with his crews, and they're going to head down towards the yellow boys in front. And this, the under-18 Cox Quadruple Skull, both. Wakatip got men's strong under-18 squad and strong women's squad as they head down and go through. Good length and a half clear. The right-hand shoulder it is. Christchurch girls getting put under an awful lot of pressure from Wanganui. Wanganui clearly up into third. It's going to be the fourth qualifying spot. Wanganui's bringing Glendowie with them. Glendowie trying to hang on to fourth, and the challenge coming on the other side is Maclean's College. That's where it's all going to come from, the fourth qualifier. Wakatip's got it sewn up. Wakatip, Christchurch girls a length and a half down. They got the second one sewn up. Then we come down to Wanganui. Wanganui will have the third buzzer, and it looks like Maclean's College across the far side, putting real pressure on the crew from Glendowie. Glendowie trying to hang on. Maclean's College are at about 38 strokes per minute. They're like a set of little bumblebees hanging around the honey pot. Maclean's coming home very quickly up to Glendowie and put their nose in front of them. And they're really picking up the rest of the field with that quick rating inside the yellow boys. And that's what you've got to do. There's your first four qualifiers. The ones in behind had a chance. We're hoping they'll get another row somewhere in the regatta. They deserve to have one. They have gone through in a 7:33. That's the first semi-final. 7:33. The second semi-final's on its way down through the course. We've got Christchurch girls 1. We've already seen their number 2 crew go through. Rangiruru 1, Dyson School for Girls 1, Hamilton Girls 1, Takapuna Grammar 1, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Nelson College for Girls 2 and Rangiruru 2. Eight crews right across that, no stretchings, neither there should be. We're looking for great racing here. This is your last chance to get into the finals. So everything goes into this. You don't back for full day, guys. You really rip into it at semi-finals, because if you don't rip into it in the semi-finals, you're not going to make the final. There's a good showing going from the Rangi crew right out there in one of the slow lanes, right out there in lane number 8. There's nothing separating them. It's in the middle. It's 4 in from the outside. It is Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar looks like they have got a slight advantage. Oh, it's so slight. I don't know that they have. It's pretty hard picking it out. And down on the inside, down in 2 is Rangiruru 1. Takapuna, Hamilton girls together. They're locked together as they're in the second 500. They've gone past the island of Alcatraz. And now they're going towards that 1,000-metre peg halfway through their course. The coxswains will be dishing out the commands. In the good old days before we had COVID regattas, you could walk along to that 1,000-metre peg and you could hear the coxswains calling for the moves going through the 1,000. Oh, this is 4 in. It looked like Takapuna. It's definitely the crew on the inside of Takapuna that's got the advantage over the field, which is Hamilton. Hamilton girls, Barnes, Phoebe, Madeline, Myla and Gabrielle there, and of course Regan. Isaac is in the coxswain seat. We'll take a look at the coaches for you. Carl Mason and Axel Dickerson. Oh, they've been round rowing a long time. So it's Hamilton girls. Taka just moved off Hamilton girls a little bit by about a length and a quarter now. In actual fact, the crew on the right shoulder of Taka has gone and taken over from them, which is St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate look as if they want to qualify as well, but the Hamilton girls, ever since they went past that first 500, says you've got to try and chase us down if you want to get to the final. Takapuna's still in it, but right on their right-hand shoulder is the crew from St Paul's Collegiate, I think out of Hamilton as well. St Paul's, the multicolours out of St Paul's. Les Varney area. Hamilton still with this slight advantage Oh, I think Takapuna's starting to come back into it again. It looked like St. Paul's had put a little bit of about a half a length on them, but Taka's come back alongside them again. Takapuna is bringing with them Nelson College for Girls. Nelson College for Girls are bringing Rangi 2 with them. What's happening down the inside, Millsy? Don't leave out. Dyson School for Girls, Rangi 1. Rangi 1's off the pace. Oh no, Rangi 1 and Dyson School Girls. It's down on the inside. It's Christchurch Girls. They're about 4 or 5 lengths back. That's the only crew to be well off the pace at this, going through in this third 500. Hamilton Girls hanging on to the lead. Right hand shoulder. Takapuna Grammar about a length and a half away. They've come back into it again. St. Paul's Collegiate, another 3/4 of a length away from Takapuna Grammar, and pressure going on them from down on the left-hand side of the leader. Dyson School for Girls. Nothing. Oh, great lineup going here for qualifiers. Hamilton's in front. There's a great going up for qualifiers. Because right down the inside, Rangi's coming along with Dyson School for Girls. Rangi's going with them as well. They're only a half a length away. Who's going to take second, third and fourth? Hamilton Girls got it sewn up. Top shoulder. Takapuna. Look out down the left side of the lead. Dyson School for Girls. They look as if they've moved up into third place. Dyson School for Girls going exceptionally well down here in one of the slower lanes. They're trying to bring Rangi with them. That's the Rangi number 1 crew. Right out the far side when we go to St. Peter's. She's all on for the third, fourth and second qualifiers. Into the gold boys goes Hamilton Girls. They've got a length and 3/4 advantage over Takapuna. Then we come down to Dyson School up into third place. And then I think you'll find the fourth one sorted in St. Paul's. St. Paul's have got the fourth buzzer. And they've tried to bring Nelson with them, but they're about a length and a half down. And also Rangi Ruru 1, Rangi Ruru 2, and then a long way back to Christchurch Girls. Hamilton Girls most likely do all their training on the mighty Waikato River, either that or Karapiro. Down towards the buzzer they go. The coxswain sits up, the little coxswain, that's Regan, just sits up and gets a good view of the last 10 strokes for Hamilton Girls. They go down, that's the second semi-final. They're through. Takapuna are through. And St. Paul's have gone through just over Dyson School. And again, the 1, 2, 3, 4 crews behind. Let's just hope they do get some racing in final day. We'll check their times. Oh, our computer's just gone off, guys. We'll get that time for you. We got the first heat out for you, 7:33. The second heat, we don't know. Now, it looks like there is a little bit of a break in the program for 30 minutes. 20 minutes anyway, so we'll next come back on air. Race 327. It will be the D final of the girls under 17 double sculls. And under normal circumstances, when we have a break like this, we would play the radio. But apparently we're not allowed to do that, so we're just trying to iron out what the problem is. So sorry guys, it'll be just fairly quiet for you for the next 20 minutes. Like I say, normally we would push the button and play the radio so you can listen to a bit of music and the atmosphere stays on, but I'm a little reluctant to do it because we've been told not to. But I have been in trouble on numerous occasions before, so...
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Right, they're on their way, guys, racing again. The girls under 17 double sculls. It's the D division, they call it, but it's the D final, imagine. We have a scratching from Cromwell in lane 1. We have Glendowie 2 and 2. Queen Margaret in 3. Whangarei in 4. St Hilda's in 5. And King's College out in lane number 7. So 5 crews to go to the start, but again, there looks like there's only 4 there, so we have to try and identify the colours for you. Can't see any colours. I hope we just got them all in their lanes, that's all. So just back off it by about a length and a quarter of most likely is the crew down the inside, Glendowie number 2. So Queen Margaret ahead of them. Then we should have Wanganui and St Hilda's. It doesn't look like one of them's there. We'll just see there's an empty lane in there. St Hilda's is the crew that looks to be in front at this stage. Whangarei Girls High School, they don't look to be there, so it looks like it's there. And then King's College, we have a gap, and then we go back to King's College on the far side. Yeah, they're in different lanes. So as they come down through in this D final, we'll just see if we can check these lanes for you. It looks like lane 5. That's the crew from St Hilda's. Now the crew on their right hand shoulder, which is back a little bit, should be one of the scratch crews. So we'll just check our... So we'll have to call it Kings. We'll call it Kings because... the other 2 are not there, but right in the middle of the course looks like the crew from Queen Margaret College. That looks like the crew that's out in front considerably over St Hilda's. These 2 crews, then they have an advantage on the crew on the top side of St Hilda's, which we're identifying as King's College. Heading down inside, there's an awful lot of scratchings going on in some of these minor finals. You should be out there getting used to that beautiful rowing conditions. We know the North Islanders, it's under an awful lot of pressure because of the lack of training they've had this year. But boy, we did notice at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals that a lot of the North Island crews were very, very competitive. And we're seeing here also North Island schools very competitive considering the amount of training that's going on. So still nothing between St Hilda's and the crew from Queen Margaret. Those 2 with St Hilda's with a slight advantage over them as they head down towards the yellow buoys. Oh, look, I'm sorry, guys. I just cannot pick up the colours of the crew on the top side. They shouldn't be in that lane because that's a scratching lane. It looks like lane 7 they have on their bow, so it will be King's College. So inside the yellow buoys they go, St Hilda's and Queen Margaret College together. St Hilda's with a very slight advantage over them. And then we go quite a wee way back to King's College, and then King's College are locked up with Glendowie number 2 crew down on the inside. Just as we head down towards the 100-metre buoy line to go, St Hilda's just hanging on to that lead over the crew from Queen Margaret College. In this, the D final of the girls under 17 double scull. Very, very competitive. I think you'll find the 2 semi-final races will be very, very strong. And the final will be extremely fast. Down towards they go, St Hilda's still with that half-length lead over Glen, and then quite a wee way back to King's College, and then we go to Glendowie number 2. Right, your C final is on its way down through the course. It doesn't appear to be any, not official scratchings anyway. Queen's High School, Wellington Girls College, Cambridge High School, Otamotai, Odumatai. Pukekohe, first call for you for Millsy this afternoon. ACG Tauranga. Avonside Girls, Ron Carley College. Good to see all of them have gone out there for this, the C final. They're well into the second 500 of the course, and you could almost chuck a line across the tops of all their heads. They're fairly even. Maybe there's a slight advantage to the crew from the lane number 3, Cambridge number 2, which is Alex and Francis. They look as if they might have a very slight advantage over the rest of the field, only very slight at this stage. And then right alongside them, would only be a foot away, would be the crew from Odumatai. Odumatai College. These two crews just back a little bit as Pukekohe, just back, not like Pukekohe, to be just back a little bit. Then we go to Tauranga, ACG Tauranga. That's Amber and Ruby from Tauranga. Odumatai is Nina and Chloe, and Pukekohe is Emma and Sasha. Cambridge, maybe 3 in from the outside. Tauranga, ACG Tauranga. Crew, and then we never leave out the crew right on the very far side of the course with the gold blades, which is Ron Carley College. That's Molly and Saharan right out there on the very far side. They would be up in about 3rd or 4th place, not a great deal separating 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th and 8th. So it's still middle of the course coming in. It's Pukekohe. It could be Pukekohe High School. Charlie Haggy area. Pukekohe, the bow girl, has a wee look across to the right. We'll go with her. And it's ACG Tauranga. That's the crew they seem to be worried about. They're looking out at them all the time. And then on the left-hand shoulder of them is Odumatai College number 2 crew. And they're bringing with them Cambridge 2. Cambridge 2 might be slightly ahead of Odumatai. And then we come down to Wellington Girls. They are right there, only a half a length away from Cambridge. All these crews vying for 3rd and 4th. Down the inside, Queen's High School not out of the hunt either. The only two out of the hunt of the two across the far side is Avonside, and could be it is. I thought it was Ron Carley. Looked as if they were trying to get into it, but they are just back a little bit from there. So we go to Pukekohe in the middle of the course, right-hand shoulder of Pukekohe, a length and a half down, ACG Tauranga. They're the first two. And then we go to, I thought it might have been Ron Carley, but it's down on the inside. A great lineup coming down on the inside with all the crews down the left-hand side. Odumatai, Cambridge, Wellington Girls College, and just slightly ahead of them is Queen's High School. And then we go to Avonside. Hey. Coming up towards the yellow boys, we'll immediately go through shortly and pick up the first of the semi-finals for you. We bring them through with Pukekohe in front, quite clearly by 2 to 2 1/4 lengths over the rest of the field. There's nothing separating the rest of the field as they come down. Odumatai, Cambridge, right alongside them. Wellington just back about a length and a half back, and slightly ahead of Wellington is the crew from Queen's High School. They are locked up with Ron Carley across the far side, and a wee bit back to Avonside. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line they go. It looks like Pukekohe clearly out in there with a big last 1,000 metres. They've opened up the gap now by about 3 lengths over the rest of the field. Fast finishing down the inside here is Cambridge. Cambridge into 3rd. They're bringing with them Odumatai with them. ACG Tauranga still hanging on to 2nd. They're all coming at you, Tauranga. Pukekohe get the buzzer. That's the way they finish. We'll go and pick up the A final. Not the A final, the first of the semi-finals. Right. We have Barradine down on the inside. We have Christchurch Girls in 2, Otago Girls in 3, St Andrews in 4, Glendowie College in 5, Onslow College in 6, Cromwell College in 7, and Iona College number 2 crew out in lane number 8. Oh, right in the middle of the course, those fast lanes. 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Otago Girls, St Andrews, Glendowie and Onslow. They look as if we're looking at 4 to go through to the final. A lot of entries in this class, the women's under 17 double sculls. This is race 329 of the regatta. And we'll see who's hanging on to it all. There's absolutely nothing between lanes 4 and 5. They're locked together. That's St Andrews and Glendowie, just slightly back ever so much as Otago Girls High School. St Andrews under the coaching panel of Rachel Williams and Michaela Turfus. Michaela, Macca, that's your crew out there going along pretty well in that middle lane. St Andrews, oh, they've only got about a half a length on their right-hand shoulder as Glendowie. Glendowie right on their right-hand shoulder. Craig and Charlotte will be happy with the Glendowie combination. Looks like they might get through to the final. We're now looking at Otago Girls. Let's see how far back they are. Otago Girls are going to have to work, Mike. They're getting close. So Mike Goldsmith and the team from Otago down there on the harbour in Dunedin, they have to work. They're up in about 4th place on the right-hand side of Glendowie is Onslow College. Angus Todd doing the coaching for Onslow College, hoping to get into the final as well. We're looking at 4 to go through. Pressure's coming on Onslow from Cromwell College. So Brendan and Maud will be looking to try and get their crew through. They've all got a chance. Down on the inside, lane number 2, Christchurch Girls just might struggle a little bit to get up into that qualifying position now. And we go back another couple of lengths to Barradine College there and quite a wee way back to Iona College, number 2 crew. But they're out there in the semi-final. That's the big thing. It's right in the middle of the course. Macca and Rachel's crew, right there, Macca. They're going along pretty well. They've now gone and got a 3/4 of a length advantage over Glendowie. Glendowie, Tessa and Rebecca from Glendowie trying to hang on to it because they're really under some siege. On their right-hand shoulder is Onslow College, and on their left-hand shoulder is Otago Girls. Islay and Harriet, and Onslow College has got Tessa and Rose. They are trying to bridge the gap, these 4 crews. Oh, look out for Cromwell College as well. Greer and Olivia from Cromwell College. Brendan and Maud, oh, they're starting to go, Cromwell. They're going to have a crack at qualifying here, Brendan and Maud. They're going to look at it by the look of it coming up to the yellow boys. Oh, there's absolutely nothing in it now for that 4th qualifying position. We go back to the leaders, St Andrews with a 2-length lead. St Andrews got 2 lengths over Glendowie. Glendowie's only got about 3 or half a length over Otago Girls on the inside, and then Cromwell College moved up alongside Onslow and gone ahead of Onslow now. Taking it off. Keep it winding, Cromwell. You've got to keep it winding. They're away now, St Andrews. Want to open up the gap a little bit more. Where's the miners going to come from? It looks like they've all sorted themselves out now. Glendowie will take the 2nd buzzer. Otago Girls will take the 3rd buzzer, but they're under siege from Cromwell. What a big last 400 from Cromwell. They went right up alongside the crew from Onslow and put their nose in front now by a length of them and gone into qualifying position. And now they're challenging Otago Girls. There's the buzzer. Goes to the Avon River, the first of the semi-finals. Glendowie. It looks like Otago Girls got the 3rd over Cromwell. Onslow College Girls, they'll be a little disappointed with themselves. Then we come down the inside, Christchurch Girls, Barradine, cross the far side, Iona. They have gone through the course in a 7:52. Right, the second heat has Christchurch Girls 2, Craighead Diocesan 1, Takapuna 1, Wellington East Girls College, Wakatip High School 2, Otamatai College and Cromwell High School. It's the yellow boat of Wakatip. I said earlier on that they had a very strong under-17, under-18 squad, the ladies, and there they go out with their under-17 double scull, but we can't leave out that crew right out on that very far side. That will be Cambridge, unless we've got a scratching. It's Cambridge should be right on that very far side. They're putting in a big challenge, but it's Wakatip in the middle of the course, quite clearly in front by a good 2.5 lengths over the rest of the field. It's being chased up by Wellington East girls. This is Kate and Ava for Wellington East, Olivia and Bates for Wakatip High School. That's their number one crew. Can they get 2 crews through? Oh, I don't think so, guys. Those 3 outside crews, Wakatip 2, Odomatai and Cambridge, are all off the leading bunch down on the inside of them. It's Wakatip leading the way. 2.5 lengths clear. What an easy win this is over the rest of the field. Left-hand shoulder, Wellington East Girls College. And then left-hand shoulder again, this time only Takapuna would only be a half a length away from Wellington Girls. Daisy and Imogen for Takapuna. There's your first 4 crews. Oh, they've opened up a big gap on the rest of the field. That's certainly going to be the qualifiers. It's a matter of times. We get that first heat through. The first semi-final was 7:52. Great racing here, semi-final day at the Aon Maadi Cup Rowing Regatta on brilliant rowing conditions on the lake of the 2 monsters here, Lake and Ruataniwha here in the Mackenzie country. And it is Wakatip still with us, 2.5 length lead over. Now it looks very like it's the inside of them. It's Takapuna Grammar moved up alongside Wellington East Girls. Very little between those 2 crews. Can Wellington come back again? Of course, Takapuna's bringing with them the crew from Craighead, Dyson. That's your first 4. The right-hand sold, Wakatip 2, unfortunately not going to get 2 crews through. Out the far side, Cambridge. All these crews 3 or 4 lengths back from the leading crew. And it's Wakatip into the yellow boys. Still 2.5 lengths clear. The race is on down the inside for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It doesn't matter. They'll all qualify. It's Craighead that's come home the best of the lot. Craighead looks like they're storming over the top of Takapuna. And also now back into it. Takapuna's come to the end of their run, but they'll still qualify. It looks very much like Wellington East girls have come back at them. And also Craighead, big finish from Craighead down on the inside. Both these 2 crews have only got a couple of feet over Takapuna. Takapuna fighting back again now. Wakatip, clearly. Oh, don't know who gets the 2nd and 3rd, but I'm going for the crew, which will be Wellington East. I'm going for Craighead and then Takapuna. And then we go back to Wakatip 2, locked up with Odomatai, and just inside them, it's Cambridge, Odomatai and Christchurch girls. They have gone through in a 7:55, so 3 seconds slower means nothing. Boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, 4. It's semi-final 1, race 331 of the program. Forget about the start time from the eastern end of the 2,000 metre blocks. Otago Boys in lane 1, King's College, Maclean's, Wakatip High School, Glendowie College, St Peter's College, Timaru Boys and Pukekohe. I'm picking this race will be very close indeed. They're in the second 500. Oh yeah, as we're in the second 500 and it's extremely close. Now there's 1 crew out of lane number 2 that's just dropped off the pace ever so much, just by about 3/4 of a length. That's King's College. So King's College just back off the pace. So Targa Boys going really well down here in the sleeper lane. Then we go outside them to lane 3. Nothing separating Maclean's, Wakatip, Glendowie and St Peter's. Absolutely nothing separating those crews, and even you can put in there Milsey, Timaru Boys. Pukekohe would only be a half a length away from there. So we again could almost put a line across their nose. They go through the 1,000-metre peg. There's just a little bit of a push coming in the middle of the course now. It looks like it's coming from the lane number 4, which is the Wakatip crew. This good squad out of Lake Hayes in the Lakes District here in the South Island. They've just opened up a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. I'm pretty sure it's Emily, one of their top coxswains out of Wakatip. It is Emily Howick. And I think she's just asked for a bit of a move as they went through that 1,000-metre peg. Just after it, actually, they were still locked up going through the 1,000. Right-hand shoulder, a length down now is Glendowie. Glendowe's now under a little bit of pressure. Oh, coming from St. Peter's College on their right-hand shoulder. Now we go back about 2.5 lengths to Timaru. Another length back to Pukekohe. And we will... Pukekohe was locked up with King's College, and ahead of King's College is Otago Boys High School. Otago Boys High School trying to get into the picture. There's a real line-up. Wakatip sitting out in front. There's a real line-up for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th right in behind them. Where's the action coming from? It could be coming from the left-hand side, McLean's. Morgan, Gendry, Daniel, James and Isabel in the coxswain seat for them. They look as if they want to put in a challenge. They bring Otago Boys with them. Otago Boys right in the hunt, but still on the right-hand shoulder of the leader. St. Peter's, Glendowie and St. Peter's fighting for a part to get into that final as well. I think Pukekohe, Timaru Boys just back a little bit too far to qualify now. Also down the 2 crews on the Otago, yeah. Otago going really well from lane number 1, so that's a good row from them, but I don't think they're going to be in the firing line now because in lane number 3, McLean's has gone ahead of them. Only just though. Otago needs a big finish inside the yellow boys. No, don't hang around for the yellow boys. Otago, go now. Otago boys, you've got to go now. So now they go through. It's Wakatip. Wakatip, 2 out from Wakatip. It is the crew from St. Peter's. St. Peter's have snatched up into 2nd place off Glendowie. Glendowie hanging on to 3rd place, and it looks like down the left-hand shoulder, McLean's are going to get the 4th buzzer, and Otago are going to miss out along with King's College and the 2 across the far side, Pukekohe, Timaru. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line they go. Wakatip, this very fine polished crew under John Morrison's guidance. Off Lake Hayes, down towards the buzzer they go. St. Peter's will take the 2nd spot. They'll take the 2nd qualifying spot. Glendowie hung on. They'll take the 3rd, and McLean's have gone through for the 4th. Otago Boys only a length away. 3/4 of a length back to Timaru Boys. Half a length down here to King's College. And they are locked up with Pukekohe on the far side. They have gone through in 6:47. Second semi-final heat, race 332. Hamilton Boys 1, St. Paul's College 1, Shirley Boys 1, Wakatani High School 1, Wellington College 1, Wanganui College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Dunstan High School 1. We're getting a good idea of the flared effect here as they come through in this second semi-final. Boys under 17 quadruple sculls for Aon's 2022 New Zealand Secondary School Rowing Championships. That's the crew from Wakatani. No, it's Wellington College. It's the crew for Wellington College that's out in front. Now, we had their club members down here for the South Island and New Zealand Rowing Championships. We had some crews down from the North Island for the South Island Schools Championships. I think Wellington had some crews here for that. So Wellington swinging along and on a better lead than what I thought. It'll be interesting the time. They've taken command over the rest of the field. Again, we've got a line up from the rest of the field. We have to come down to lane number 2. St. Paul's got a chance. Alongside them, Shirley's. And these two crews got about a half a length on Wakatani in the middle of the course. And then Wakatani would have another length and a quarter over Wanganui Collegiate. And on their right-hand shoulder, 3/4 of a length down is Christchurch Boys and Dunstan High, just back off the pace by a couple and a half lengths. So right in the middle of the course, Wellington, Tyre, Maxim, Max, James and Lockie in the coxswain seat. Sam Waghorn doing the coaching for this crew out of the harbour in Wellington. They're out in front by 2.5 lengths clear. Time's going to be, they're going to be looking at the time, that's for sure. I'm pretty sure Sam will have the clock watch on them and he'll be wanting to hear what comes over the PA system as far as the official time is. Down 2.5 lengths clear of the rest of the field. 2 inside, that's Shirley Boys from off the Avon River in Christchurch, and right alongside them St. Paul's Collegiate. And if I rightly, I think that St. Paul's is off Lake Karapiro in Cambridge, or Hamilton, I think, St. Paul's. And then on the right-hand side, I think they're too far back on the right-hand side of Wellington, Wanganui Collegiate. I think they're too far back to qualify. It's the 3 crews on the left-hand side that are going to qualify. Inside the yellow boys they go. Wellington been out in front all the way since we've picked them up, and they're doing it comfortable. They're not a big, tall guys, but boy, they're neat and tidy, so Sam's done a good job with them. And an absolute lineup coming up for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They'll all qualify, and a big finish coming from Wanganui Collegiate, trying to get up there too. The bowman looks across. It is in the middle. It's Wakatani, only with about a canvas advantage over Shirley Boys. They'll qualify, and also St. Paul's Collegiate, and the fast finishing Wanganui across the far side. I think they're just going to miss out. There's the buzzer. Wellington's got it. Wakatani takes the 2nd, Shirley Boys the 3rd. St. Paul's Collegiate, and only a canvas away is the fast finishing Wanganui Collegiate crew. Nothing separating the whole group of them. Christchurch Boys goes across. Down the inside we go to Hamilton Boys and Dunstan, and they have gone through in a 6:47. Oh, mark that down in your book. First semi-final heat 6:47. Second semi-final heat 6:47. Wow. Wakatip and Wellington, winners of each semi-final, both in a time of 6:47. And I got a funny feeling the crews in behind, we've got a little bit more gas left yet too. Race 333, the girls under 16 double sculls D final. We will come on air when we find them underway.
Every time I see her, she gets interruptions. So I thought,
They've gone out of the blocks and down through the course they go. Queen's High School in 1, Glendowie College in 2, St Kentigern's in 3, Christchurch Girls in 4, Cromwell in 5, Pukekohe in 6, Ashburton's number 3 crew out there in lane number 7. They've all gone to the start. Congratulations, guys, for all going to the field. Looks like the advantage is going again to those fast lanes in the middle. It looks like Christchurch Girls, Cromwell College alongside them, and St Kentigern's. Looks like St Kentigern's might have a slight advantage over the rest of the field inside that first 500 metres. They're trying to drag along with them. They're trying to drag Christchurch Girls. Looks like Christchurch Girls went out of the blocks the quickest, but it looks like St Kent's are just slightly ahead of them now, so nothing separating those two crews. Cromwell trying to hang on to these two already, but they're about 3/4 of a length down, and then Cromwell would have a length and a quarter advantage over Pukekohe 2 it is, and Ashburton 3, another 2 lengths back, and there's one crew down on the inside here, Glendowie and Queen's locked together, nothing between those two, but they're in the firing line, those two crews down on the inside. So it looks like St Kentigern's, they're rating reasonably high. We'll actually get a rating on them for you inside the first 500. Oh no, they've gone past the island, they're inside the second 500. They've just dropped the rating. They were quite quick, St Kent's. They're now down to 35. They're doing 35. And right alongside them, still about 3/4 of a length down, is the crew from Christchurch Girls. Another 3/4 of a length back to Cromwell. That's your first 3, and then a length and a half from Cromwell we go to Pukekohe High School, and another length back to Ashburton. But down the inside, the 2 crews on the inside, which is Glendowie and Queen's, are slightly ahead of Ashburton on the far side. The next buoy line they will get the 1,000 metre buoy line. Let's take a look and see who's in this Kent's team. Poppy Jones and India Nichols. Lewis Green does the coxing out of somewhere in Auckland. Christchurch Girls, Annabelle and Charlie, and Manawa Greenwood is the coach of them as well. Cromwell, of course, we've got Hannah and Kaylee, is Maud and Brendan is doing the coaching for the Cromwell. Still St Kent's. St Kent's go through. 2 outside them. It almost looks like Cromwell has got advantage over the crew from Christchurch Girls, and then down on the inside of them, Glendowie as well. And then we see Queen's High School. They're about 2 to 2.5 lengths back off these leaders. So they're now starting to head into that third 500. Oh, there's nothing between them. 3 out. It's still St Kentigern's. Nothing between St Kentigern's and Cromwell. Cromwell's definitely got the advantage over the crew from Christchurch Girls. St Kent's, Cromwell, Christchurch Girls in the middle, and the left-hand side of St Kent's, which is Glendowie. That's the first 4 going through the 1,000 metre peg. Brilliant water conditions here. It's been like this all week. We've forgotten about the fog already. It was just filled in the rest of the afternoon, that's all. So it's as we go down through the 1,000, now towards the 500 metre to go peg. Any calls will most likely be given by one of either of the 2 in the double scull. If there's any moves, I'm sure there'll be a lot of race plans out there. Like coaches like to have good, strong race plans. There's still very little between St Kentigern's and Cromwell. It almost looked like Cromwell was in front, but we get a better look at it now, and it looks like it could be St Kentigern's. St Kentigern's in front over Cromwell. Glendowie in the middle. On the left-hand side, Glendowie's down there, and it's Christchurch Girls in the middle, and the 2 on the far side, Pukekohe and Ashburton, they're about 3 to 4 lengths off the leaders. So there's been great racing out there. The under-16s this is, most likely 3rd, can some even get 4th-year rowers. St Kentigern's, they've got about a length's lead over the crew from Cromwell. Cromwell in turn have got a good length and a half over Christchurch Girls. Stroke Girl from Cromwell looks across, will go across as well. It's Christchurch Girls they're looking at, not wanting to get them any closer. Then we come down the inside, Glendowie. Glendowie's up in a challenging position for third, along with Christchurch Girls. I think they're slightly ahead of Christchurch Girls, and Glendowie's bringing Queen's High School with them. And these two on the inside have got about a 2.5, maybe 3 length advantage over Pukekohe and Ashburton. Another couple of lengths back from there, down towards the Gold Boys. And it's still St. Kentigern's 2 to 2.5 lengths clear of Cromwell. Then there's a lineup. There's a big push coming from Queen's High School down on the inside, trying to put pressure on Glendowie. Glendowie trying to put pressure on Christchurch Girls in the middle of the course. Couple of 3 lengths back to Pukekohe and another couple of lengths back to Ashburton. Inside the Gold Boys this time now for St. Kitts, now for Cromwell. So there's only be just on about 3/4 of a length advantage. And here we go, and it's now Christchurch and locked together with Glendowie. Now for Queens. The next buoy line, they get the 100-metre buoy line, St. Kentigern's. St. Kentigern's hanging on. Cromwell's only about a length away from them. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line they go. St. Kent's hanging on. Cromwell just moved the hands a little bit quicker now, just trying to get with a little bit closer to St. Kent's. They've just got a little bit of a better run on their boat than St. Kent's. St. Kent's very slow, a bit sluggish out of the water. Cromwell's going right to St. Kent's. Cromwell's got the run on their boat. They're cleaner with their blade work and they're a little quicker on the slide. St. Kent's hanging on to it. Cromwell coming at them. St. Kent's are going to hang on by about 1 foot. 1 foot to Cromwell. Big drive for Cromwell inside the Yellow Boys, and that's what you've got to do when it comes final day. Glendowie takes the next buzzer over Christchurch Girls, Queens. Those two crews locked together. Pukekohe, Ashburton, and a time of 8:27. The next group down is the C final. Cambridge number 2 crew. St. Kevin's, Mount Aspiring, St. Peter's, Trident, Mount Albert Grammar, Hamilton Girls and Barradine. So it'll be interesting the times from the C final and the D final just to see how they compare. We look down through the course and, oh man, nothing separating this group. 7 crews. There looks to be a scratching, and we'll just check to see where it is. It looks like it's coming out of lane 7. So if you're working off a day sheet and you're following the rowing, take Hamilton out of lane 7. Sure, they must have another event that they'll quite possibly be rowing in, I would think, or concentrating on. So down on the inside now, they're well up the inside crew, which is Cambridge High School. Just behind them by about a length down off them is St. Kevin's College and also Mount Aspiring College. These two crews locked together, but they're a length down off the crew on the inside, or maybe 3/4 of a length. And then locked up with them, so there's nothing separating St. Kevin's, Mount Aspiring and St. Peter's. Then we go out from St. Peter's, we go to Trident by the look of it. That's the crew that's in front as they head now in this third 500. Right on their right-hand shoulder, Mount Albert Grammar. That's their number 2 crew. And then we go out to Barradine. So it's coming from Jade and Leah and Chick Hammond doing the coaching of this crew. So I'm sure whether he will be pleased to have them in the C final. And he's most likely told them to go out there and show them that you should have been in the semi-finals for a shot at the big final. So it's Trident. Jade Hale and Leah Rowe from Trident out in front. On the right shoulder of them, Mount Albert Grammar, Ruby and Bella from Mount Albert Grammar. And then on the left-hand shoulder, with these crews a wee bit back from the leaders, though, is Lucy and Eugenie. Oh, and slightly ahead of them, St. Peter's. Ahead of St. Peter's is Anika and Annie for Mount Aspiring College. And we'll just see, I think we'll find that also St. Kevin's is there, as St. Kevin's, Anthea and Bailey, and of course Zara and Peyton for Cambridge too. Barradine, Daisy and Hannah out on the far side. They are about 3 or 4 lengths back off the pace. So Trident still hanging on from the 3 crews on the inside. Mount Aspiring, St. Kevin's and Cambridge together. Now drifting off a little bit of St. Peter's. Just feeling the pinch in this third 500. Ready to hit the 500 to go buoy line. And Barradine back off that again. Trident, can any pressure go on them? If there is, it's going to come from the crew right down on the inside, which is Cambridge High School. That's the only one that can put any pressure on them. I tell you what, they're doing a pretty good job too, and they're bringing along with them St. Kevin's out of the Oamaru rowing sheds. And St. Kevin's are getting pressure put on them from Mount Aspiring off Lake Wanaka. And then we go back 2-3 lengths back to St. Peter's off Lake Karapero. Trident still sitting out in front. What's going to happen in behind it? We'll leave them very shortly and go up and pick up the semi-final for you. Trident through into the goal, boys, they go. That's the way we called it. And then we go to Cambridge. The white of St. Kevin's poking their nose between Cambridge and St. Peter's. Another length and a half back to St. Peter's it is. It's Mount Albert Grammar locked up with these crews. There's a line-up going through as they come down towards the 100-metre buoy line. We'll leave them at the 100-metre buoy line. There's no urgency coming down the inside. They think they're comfortably up in second place. Now, just as I say that, there's a little bit of urgency coming from Cambridge now. Trident will go down and take it, and we will leave you with them and go up and pick up the semi-final first 335 race. St. Hilda's down on the inside. It's lane 1, Columba College, the 2 Dunedin crews alongside each other. Wellington Girls, Pukekohe, Takapuna Grammar, Marlborough Girls, Otago Girls, and Huranui College. 3 crews from down in Dunedin Harbour in this first semi-final, the under-16s. Oh, we see the gold right in the middle of the course. Oh, and we also see the gold down here of the inside of Wellington Girls, I think it is. Down on the inside, they usually row in gold boats as well. Looks like Wellington Girls. Wellington Girls, man, they're swinging along beautifully. Jess and Olivia down on the inside. That's the crew that's got a slight lead now, and then we go 2 out from there. We go to Takapuna Grammar. That's the gold we first picked up. Takapuna Grammar up in the second, but they're about a length and a half down off the leading crew that's in front. And then on their right-hand shoulder, Takapuna's got about a length only advantage over Marlborough Girls. Gold again alongside them. And then we have on the right-hand side, Otago Girls again with a chance of qualifying. So it looks like Marlborough Girls, O'Neill doing the coaching for Marlborough Girls, got a chance of qualifying. Mike and Matt for Otago Girls got a chance of qualifying. Takapuna Grammar, Katie and Jessica for Takapuna Grammar all got a chance, but it's the crew from Wellington under Catherine Duffin that's got the chance of taking the win in this, the first semi-final of the girls under 16 double sculls here. Aon Maadi Cup Regatta for 2022. Whoever would have thought you were going to get this regatta and get conditions like this and rowing like this? If you ever thought of that only a couple of months ago. Wellington, good to see them out in front. Wellington on a big build with rowing in their squad. They're sitting out in front. They're comfortably out in front by a good 2 to 2.5 lengths now. The only challenge is coming on their right-hand shoulder, 2 out, which is Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar's under a little bit of pressure from Marlborough. They've still got 3/4 of a length, maybe a length on Marlborough. Marlborough's got a length. They're in Indian Fireball and Otago Girls, and pressure going on Otago Girls from Columba College down. Oh no, it's down the inside of Columba College at St Hilda's. It's the other Dunedin squad. Columba just back off the pace a little bit. Also Hiranui. So it's Wellington. Inside the guys, they go inside those gold boys, Wellington. Wellington setting themselves up to go straight through to the final. Let's take a look and see if they crank it up any. Do they want to go any harder inside the 100-metre buoy line? If they did, they should have gone by now. It's on the right-hand shoulder, but 2 out from them. That's Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna, they're quite comfortably in second. And then up into third qualifying is Marlborough Girls and Otago Girls. That's where the qualifiers are going to go for. You just hung on, Mike. The pressure went on you. Wellington goes down. Catherine will be pretty happy with that. Good row. They haven't needed to crank it up any at all. They've just used it with power. They've driven hard. Oh, body language tells me they've driven hard, but they worked it hard too. Takapuna gets the second qualifier. Marlborough Girls get the third over a fast finishing Otago Girls. And also a fast finishing St Hilda's. In the middle of the course we go Pukekohe. Out the far side Hiranui. And down to Columba College in a time of 8:01. See if we can get the time of that C final. 8:23 was the C final, so it just shows you the quick crews. Right, we'll immediately pick up your second one. Ashburton's number 2 crew. Iona, Ashburton's 1 crew. Cambridge, number 1 crew. Cashmere, number 1 crew. Craighead Dyerson's 1 crew. Wakatip's 1 crew. Burnside's 1 crew. Like I say, 3 years, maybe 4 years experienced in the sport. They can go very, very quick. They're almost as quick as the under-17s, the under-16s. Again, we're getting the fast lanes showing out. And it's the fastest lane that's showing out, which is Cashmere High School off the Avon River in Christchurch. That's the crew that has the advantage as they head inside the last, it looks like about 582.22 metres. On the right-hand shoulder, Cashmere. Oh, the bow girl has a wee look across. That's dangerous stuff. Oh, it's the crew on the inside. You're looking the wrong way. It's the crew on the inside, moved up alongside them. It is Cambridge. Cambridge High School's gone and moved up alongside Cashmere. It looked like Cashmere is in front with about 600 metres to go. It's Cambridge, put some pressure on. They might have just seen them wobble a little bit. So it's now Cashmere back into second by about 3/4 of a length. Then we go a length and a half back to the right side of Cashmere is Craighead Dyson. Off the little creek in Timaru, or most of it, a lot of it done up here in training camps on the lake, so they know the shortcuts over the 2,000 metre peg. Down on the inside, a qualifying position coming also from the crew from Iona College. Iona College up into qualifying position, but about 2 to 2.5 lengths off third posse out there in lane number 7. Then we go 2 lengths back to Ashburton 2. Where's Ashburton 1? Ashburton 1's got an advantage. Oh, they're behind their number 2 crew. Then right out the far side we go to Wakatip and Burnside together. Cambridge High School. Oh, these girls are doing it easy. Tell you what, there's a lot more power in this boat that's sitting out in front. They are doing this very easily indeed. It's just like a little tiki tour from them. 2 very strong ladies. I'm sure they will see their power in the final. But they are doing this very easy indeed. They just have, the bow girl just has a wee gaze to the right, a wee gaze to the left. It's Cashmere. And I think that's why they took over the lead about 300 out. I think they used their power and just pushed it away. They are just cruising, these 2 young ladies. I think you'll find that they are going to be one to watch in the final. Cashmere working a little bit harder. They'll get the second buzzer a length and a quarter down. Third buzzer's going to go on the right-hand side of Cashmere, which is the crew from Craighead. And then we come down to the crew from Iona. We'll go through to the final. Unfortunately, Ashburton, Rocketip and Burnside, I hope you've got other races for the regatta. It's not over yet. They've gone through in a 7:56. You know, they're only 4 seconds slower than the first semi-final, but I think that's the crew to watch, Cambridge. Boys under 16 single scull D final. We have a scratching out of lane number 2, James Hargest High School. If anybody doesn't know where James Hargest is, it is down south in Burt Munro area, right down south where pineapples grow on the side of the road. Rosedale, I think James Hargest is out at Rosedale in the Waikiwi stream, the Waihopai stream. We'll come on here very shortly when we got a chance of picking them up. Just another welcome along to all the spectators on the terrace across the far side. If you can hear the PA system, guys, we know you're there. Behave yourself, though. Don't go running around chasing those cows over in the farm at the back of the pines there. Race 337, boys under 16 single sculls, D final. We have in lane number 1, Hutt International Boys School. James Hargis has been scratched out of lane 2. New Plymouth boys, first call for both you two schools for Millsy. In lane number 3, Cambridge High School in lane 4, St Kevin's in lane number 6, and Cromwell out in lane number 7. I don't know who's in lane number 5. Looks like it could be New Plymouth boys, Clayton Potts for New Plymouth boys and Jack Hodge from Cambridge, who have the lead going in this third 500. The international boy, William Hall, is Hutt International down on the inside. And then we have St Kevin's, Nye, Jones, Hogan and Harrison Mills for Cromwell on the far side. So he's just back off the Cromwell scull, is just back off the pace ever so slightly. The St Kevin's boys going really well. He looks to be reasonably short on his stroking. It tells me that he might be just trying to do a little bit of a move And then we go to a gap inside him from St. Kevin's. It looks like New Plymouth. Should be Cambridge. Yeah, it looks like Cambridge colour. Then New Plymouth. And then down on the inside is Hutt International Boys. So it looks quite clearly St. Kevin's. Oh, I don't know this quite clearly. It's St. Kevin's. It could be New Plymouth Boys. Clayton Potts from New Plymouth Boys. Cambridge. He's just back off the pace a little bit. It's Cambridge. It's Cambridge that's sitting out there in the middle of the course. We're just picking up the colours and identifying them now for you. So it's Cambridge. It's got a slight advantage over St. Kevin's. It looked like St. Kevin's had the lead, but we're getting a better look at the St. Cambridge boy now. So Cambridge out in front, clearly by a good length and a half, maybe length and 3/4 over the sculler from St. Kevin's. He's still rating very short, the St. Kevin's sculler, but he's doing a good job. He's holding himself up there in second place. Then we go from St. Kevin's, we go good 2.5 lengths back to New Plymouth Boys. That's Clayton Potts for New Plymouth Boys. And then we go another 3 or 4 lengths back to Hutt International, William Hall, and a couple more lengths back to Cromwell College, Harrison Mills. Across the far side. So he's doing it pretty easy. Sitting out in front is the Cambridge sculler. Jack. He's just about ready to hit the goal, boys. And he's still clear of St. Kevin's. Cambridge, they will do their rowing on Lake Karapiro, I would imagine, Cambridge School. And St. Kevin's, of course, do their rowing on the Little Harbour at Oamaru. And, of course, they have rowing sheds here on Lake Ruataniwha, which is the lake of the 2022 Aon Maadi Cup rowing regatta. The regatta that they never ever thought would get off the ground. South Island Rowing, what a brilliant job they have done. Down in towards the 100-metre buoy line, Cambridge. He has a look across the St. Kevin's. You've got it well under control, buddy. You just have to take it down towards the buzzer now. Time won't mean a great deal, I wouldn't think, to him. New Plymouth. Very, very rarely do we get the opportunity to mention New Plymouth at rowing, but I think they row on there's a river just north of New Plymouth that I think they row on there. St. Kevin's takes the second buzzer, New Plymouth the third buzzer, and then we go across to Cromwell across the far side, and Hutt International. I'm sorry, I know nothing about Hutt International, but I'd imagine they come from Upper Hutt. The C final, which is well down through the course, and we do check the C. Doesn't appear to be any scratchings. St. Peter's 2 and 1. St. Paul's Collegiate in 2. Takapuna Grammar 2 and 3. Nelson College in 4. King's College in 5. Ashburton College in 6. Otago Boys High School 2 and 7. Burnside High School 2 in lane number 8. St. Peter's has got Valentin rowing for them, Austin rowing for St. Paul's, William for Takapuna Grammar, Ethan for Nelson, Alexander for Kings, Isaac for Ashburton, Jed for Otago, and Max for Burnside. C final. Gone through the 1,000-metre peg. Anything can happen in these minor finals. There's no use telling spectators because there's no spectators out there, but there may be some parents out there that are coming along and are helping out and staying in a bubble that are not too sure what we're talking about. I'm sure that Kirsty and Ian's talked about it, and you hear about it up the North Island, the arrow effect as they come down through the course. The quicker boats get, in this case with 9 lanes that we have, the fastest boat out of times goes into 5, and then it goes to 4, to 6, to 3. So as the slower boats flare out, and they should be an arrow formation as they come down through the lake with number 1s and 2s and 7s and 8s and 9s, the slow crews, so they should be behind the pace. I think it's all been brought about by World Visa for the TV cameras, because they like to concentrate on the leading crews, and they like to forget about the poor old fellas that are back at the back end of the... So we have... So it's lanes 4 and 6. So 4 is Nelson College and 6 is Ashburton College. They're the two that's out in front. Squeezed in between the two of them is King's College, but he is about 2.5 lengths down. So these two crews, there's nothing separating these two crews out in front. 2.5 lengths down King's College. King's College is locked up with St Paul's Collegiate down here at lane number 2. And then we have to go there, let's see, we go right out to the one on the left-hand side of Ashburton, that's King's College there, he's slapped in the middle. It's on the right-hand side, it's Takapuna 2. And then he's locked up with the very far side, Burnside. Otago boys just back off the pace of Burnside by about 2 lengths, and he is locked up with the inside crew. So it's quite a good idea of the flared effect here, but we're still getting it not quite right. I'll let you know when we get it right. So the yellow boat on 2 out is Ashburton. Isaac Carr from Ashburton, Justin Wall, Mary Helford it is, that do the training, but he's not in front yet. He's up into second. There's some pressure coming from lane 2. St Paul's Collegiate, Austin Plymouth for St Paul's Collegiate down on the inside. They're all putting pressure on you, buddy, in the middle of the course. Nelson, they're all putting pressure on you. Now let's just take a look. Oh, the run on the boat is across the far side, the yellow boat. He's a lot quicker with the hand speed, and he's got a run on his boat, and he's moved right up to Nelson. Nelson's too slow, buddy. You haven't even worked it out. Too slow. It looks like across the far side. Gone right to him and put his nose in front. Ashburton, Nelson's now decided to push it a little harder. He don't think he's realised that guy's out there. Now that guy's got a beautiful run on his boat. He moved it, he quickened his hands, he's quickened up the slide, and he's got a nice move all the way through to get the buzzer. So it's Ashburton. Nelson hung on to second. St Paul's Collegiate, that's the way all the way went through in the 1500 metre mark. Kings go across. Takapuna Grammar, across the far side, Targo Boys, St Peter's 2 and Burnside. And they have gone through the course 8.16 the D final, 8.08 the C final. The first of the semi-finals should be on their way. They're well on their way. Well, St Bede's down in 1, St Kentigern's in 2, Wakatip 3, St Peter's 4, Maclean's in 5, Scots College 6, Hauraki Plains 7, and Bethlehem College in lane number 8. Now I don't know where Scots College comes from. Hauraki Plains from Hauraki, Bethlehem, I think Tauranga. Oh, look, if we get it wrong, guys, don't go jumping up and down like Rumpelstiltskin. We're all working under COVID conditions. That's the excuse anyway. It's coming out of 5. Lane number 5, he looks to the right. We'll go with him. It's Maclean's College. This is Logan Turry from Maclean's College. Alan Vester, the coach. Now Alan, he's got about maybe a 2-length advantage, which is quite a good advantage for a single scull. But mind you, you can move these single sculls very quickly in 20 strokes. You can go from a length behind to a length out in front. Bit more difficult in the big 8-packers, but that's what can happen. So look out for Maclean's. He's got St. Peter's on his inside and he's got Scots College on his outside. So he's squeezed up between the two of them, and then we go right out the very far side. We go to Bethlehem College, or I'm just not too sure. Just see where that Wakatip sculler is. And there's Wakatip down the inside. He looks across. St. Peter's, McLean's still hanging on to this lead. This is the first of the semi-final boys under 16 single sculls. We've just seen the two D and C finals go through. 8:08, 8:16 for the D final. McLean's, he's going to hang on to it. Logan Turry, looks like he's going to hang on to it. He's coming up towards the yellow boys. Just keep an eye on the boats and just see who quickens the hand speed up a little bit. These four crews have sorted themselves out. There won't be any problems here. There's a lot of these crews will go into the semi-final, and if they find themselves in the top four, because they've had a lot of rowing so far at the Aon Maadi Cup Championships, and if they can get up into the qualifying position without having to actually try and win the race and just save themselves, every race is like a marathon run. It takes it out of you. By the time you get to the end of the week, you've most likely done 10 to a dozen races. As long as you can sit there in the top four, just like these four are doing, you will see that none of these four will wind it up. They'll be quite happy to just sit there. McLean's College, on the inside of him, St. Peter's. On the outside of him is Scott College. And then out further again, we go to the crew from Bethlehem College. There's your four qualifiers. Then we come down to Hauraki Plains, the Gold of Wakatip, and then the very inside of St. Bede's, and alongside them St. Kennigan's College. Be interesting the time, because all these crews are just cruising, just like we were talking about. They're there just to qualify, because they've got such a big gap. They don't need to really push it. So when it comes final day, they're a wee bit fresher. Like I say, you could end up having 12, maybe 15 races over the whole week at Maadi Cup, and each race is just taking the edge off you. 7:58, so they deserve to be there. Right, the second semi-final is well down through the course. We'll just check and see that everything's... Looks like everybody wants a chance of going through to the final. This is your last chance to go through to the final. Semi-final 2, race 340 of the regatta. Christchurch boys in 1, John McGlashan 2 and 2, St. John's Hamilton in 3, Timaru boys 2 and 4, John McGlashan College in number 1 and 5, Marlborough boys 2 and 6, Takapuna Grammar 1 and 7, St. Paul's Collegiate in 2. Gosh, an awful lot of number 2 crews making the semi-finals. We've got a crew that's sitting out in front by a good length. We'll just see if we can identify who it is. I think it's Marlborough boys. We'll just have another wee check for you. It's coming out of lane number 6, which is Marlborough boys. This is George Lindstrom, huge name in New Zealand rowing, especially George Lindstrom. Big name, the Lindstrom name in New Zealand rowing. So he's sitting out in front. This is the under-16 single. Now he had a wee gaze to his right, and we went out there. You've got nothing to worry about out to your right, buddy. It's all out onto the left. It's lane number 3, which is the crew from St. John's Hamilton, Charlie Squire, He looks like he's up into second place. Who you bringing with you? Charlie on your left hand, John McGlashan 2. Angus Lowe for John McGlashan 2. He's in a qualifying position on the right-hand side of St John's. Timaru Boys 2's in a chance as well. And on his right-hand shoulder is John McGlashan 1. They've all got a chance of qualifying with about 800 odd metres to go. Well, to get it more exact, it's 793.7 metres to go. And it's 3 in from the outside. Marlborough's number 2 crew. We didn't see their number 1 crew in that first heat. We'll just see what happened to their number 1 crew. Didn't make the finals. Didn't make the semi-finals, the number 1 crew. So Marlborough Boys, out of that very strong boys, Marlborough 8 that we saw down here not very few weeks ago, still being chased up from that lane number 3, which is St John's Hamilton. Just hanging on, only just hanging on to second place from John McGlashan 2. That's Angus Lowe for John McGlashan 2 and Charlie Squires for the crew from St John's Hamilton. Nothing between these two. There'd only be a foot in it. And then right alongside them, putting some pressure on them, the white of Timaru. We're just starting to see Josh. I'm sure it's Josh Bartlett. Yeah, it is. It's Josh Bartlett just starting to push a little bit too. He's clearly sorted himself. These top 4 have sorted themselves out. And then we go back about 3 lengths to McGlashan 1, John McGlashan 1. Takapuna Grammar is another couple of lengths back, and alongside Takapuna Grammar is St Paul's Collegiate, and where's Christchurch Boys? He's level with those 2 inside ones. But it's still out there at Marlborough Boys, hanging on to it. The big rows come from Timaru. Timaru Boys has gone from 4th. He's gone from 4th. Josh has gone from 4th. We know how good he is. We've seen him down here in the South Island. He's gone from 4th place with about 400 metres to go up into 2nd place. So he was just coasting, sticking in the top 4. Now he wants to move away from any challenge there is. St John's Hamilton slipped back into 3rd now because of that big row from Josh. Well, I think he was just sitting there. I think he just wanted to get away from all the traffic. And then we go back another length and a quarter. We go back to John McGlashan number 2 over John McGlashan number 1. But you'll get 1 crew through, McGlashan Boys. Brian and Jamie. It's Dylan and Lauren. Of course, you'll get a crew through anyway. So there's your first qualifier, your second Timaru. Your third goes to McGlashan 2. And then there's McGlashan 1, down the inside, Christchurch Boys, St Paul's, Takapuna Grammar. I'll just check it. She's too hot out there for her computer, it keeps overheating. Right, there's just a C final coming down the course. You can take out Marlborough Boys. It's the boys under 18, the elite class at school level. 2,000 metre block down the eastern end, race 3:41. St Paul's Collegiate 3, Sacred Hearts of Auckland 1, Ashburton 1, St Paul's Collegiate 2, and Wellington College 1. This is a C final. Sam and Charlie for St Paul's 3, Thomas and Talisman for Sacred Hearts out of Auckland, Matthew and Zane for Ashburton, St Paul's 2, this is Levy and Connor, and Wellington is Finbar and Sam. There only appears to be 4 crews there. I've got 5. We now have to identify who's not there. Well, we can see the St Paul's. Thanks for the St Paul's colours. We certainly can see you are there, that's for sure. And you're out in front with those multicolours. And I think it's on your right-hand shoulder. I think you'll see that there is a gap. Right-hand shoulder, we see the colours of Sacred Hearts. So the Sacred Hearts are there. There's the gap for Marlborough. Then we go out to the crew at St Paul's, so it must be Ashburton that hasn't gone to the start. So the 2 St Paul's crews, their number 3 crew and their number 2 crew eyeballing each other. We'll just check to see whether they got in the semi-final or not. Oh, it's interesting. The number 2 crews and the number 3 crews are in this race, but they're not. The number 1 crew never made the final. So it's the crew out, it's the number 2 crew that's got a slight advantage. So that's good racing from the school. Good racing, these two. They most likely make a very good quad together. I don't know what's happened to the number 1 crew though. They're most likely on the channel system on their way home, rowing home. Tell you what, if you get to Kaikoura, if you're rowing home, you've gone too far, guys. Down to 100 metre buoy line. There's nothing between the two. St Paul's 3 on the inside, St Paul's 2 in the middle of the course. I think they've worked it out between them that they make it a dead heat. They are locked together, nothing between them. They says, let's do a dead heat at the buzzer, guys. 1 buzzer. It's just the inside crew by a bow ball. Followed up by Wellington, then Sacred Hearts. And we can see what they've gone through in a 7:28. 8:01 is the semi-final for the boys under 16 single 2 semi-final, 8:01. Right, there doesn't look to be anything on the course, so we'll come on air the minute we can pick something up for you. We're down to the last 2 races, guys, and your day's over. Nobody de-rigging boats, I hope. I hope you all still got crews in. Congratulations to everyone that has performed today, which is everybody that's been on the water. A special plug out there to all the coaches and the parental helpers and the managers of squads. You've obviously done a brilliant job during the week getting your crews on the water. It certainly has worked out really well with all the crews down on the waterfront. Makes it a lot easier to follow. You've done a brilliant job out there. Make sure you stay in your bubbles though, because I think tomorrow we are, from what I've heard, there will be spectators in that group in the middle there. So if you're got a bubble either side of that open gap where the spectators are, you are not allowed over those ropes. Please be aware of that. And again, a special word out to all the coaches, managers and parental helpers that have been putting crews on the water all week. You've obviously done a brilliant job, and you've got the top 8 crews through to the A final of every event at the Aon 2022 Maadi Cup Rowing Regatta. Right, the first semi-final of the elite class, 342, Bethlehem College down on the inside, Glendowie College, St John's Hamilton, John McGlashan, St Paul's, Onewhenua, St Peter's, Kapiti. First call for you today, Kapiti. We should look to see the action coming from lanes 4 and 5, St Peter's and St John's, and I wouldn't write out St John's Hamilton as well. So it's St Paul's, St John's and Johnny McGlashan in the middle will be the gun crews. I'm sure we can just about go pick them up for you. We can't quite pick them up so well on our screen, so we'll go straight to the naked eye. Oh, there's a wee bit of a ripple on the water. Oh man, we've got top 16 under 18 double sculls in the country, and we've only got 1 crew that might have just slipped off going into that second 500. It looks like 3 in from the outside. Whenua College. Onawhenua College, that's about the only crew that's just slipped off ever so slightly in this first 700 odd metres. Oh, I can't pick it in the middle. I think we have to go to 4. I think we have to go to lane 4, which is John McGlashan. So Finn and Mark and John McGlashan. That looks like the crew that will have a very, very slight edge over the crew on their right-hand shoulder, the two that we thought where the action would come from. St. Paul's Collegiate number 1. That's Logan and Riley for St. Paul's Collegiate. Bruce and Martin doing the coaching of these two young lads. These two crews, nothing separating them two crews as they head towards the 1,000-metre peg. Just back off it again is that Onawhenua. Just back off it ahead of the Onawhenua crew is St. Peter's and Kapiti also. Oh, Kapiti's just feeling the pinch a little bit through the 1,000-metre peg. They're a couple of lengths away from St. Peter's out there in lane number 7. Let's see what's happening down the inside. Nothing separating Bethlehem, Glendowie and St. John's Hamilton. These three crews locked up. St. John's Hamilton have got an advantage of the other two on the inside. So I'm telling you, you're getting a fair example of the arrow effect that we talked about. You can see the centre crews. You can see them flaring out to the right and flaring out to the left as they come down through the course. It looks like lane 4 still. Lane number 4, Johnny McGlashan. Off the harbour in Dunedin, on the right-hand shoulder, St. Paul's Collegiate, out of Hamilton, I think, off Lake Ruataniwha. Or Hamilton or Cambridge, it's Hamilton. These two crews still nothing, only a couple of feet between the two of them. And that feet has gone to John McGlashan in the middle. Now, where's the challenge going to come from there? Now, they have to go 2, maybe 2.5 lengths back to the crew from St. Paul's Collegiate on the right-hand shoulder of John McGlashan. Then we have to come right down to Glendowie. Don't leave Glendowie out. It's Glendowie. I know it's Hamilton. Glendowie is back a wee bit. They were in behind a pole. St. John's Hamilton. They are in the firing line for a qualifying. Also the right-hand shoulder, St. Paul's Collegiate. We've mentioned them. And right out on the far side is Kapiti College. From the Kapiti coast, I would imagine. Still in the middle of the... Oh, Johnny McGlashan's had the lead taken off them. They've had the lead taken off them from St. Paul. These are big boys from St. Paul's. The boys from St. Paul's, Logan and Riley, they looked as if John McGlashan going through the last 600 odd metres had a couple of feet on them, and all of a sudden these two big lads from St. Paul's must have banged it down for 20 strokes, put themselves out in front now by about a length. They're almost going away from them, but take a look at the size of these lads. Oh gosh, at St. Paul's School they don't start counting until they get to 5, and then they go from there. They're big, strong looking lads, and they're going down towards the Gold Boys. They've got a length advantage over John McGlashan. They will qualify. It's all on down on the inside now to see. Glendowie's got a chance of qualifying, and St. John's Hamilton. I think you'll find that's where the action is. The right-hand side. Onawhenua's got a chance, but they have to really crank now. They have to move it, Onawhenua. You have to go for it. St. Paul's. Glendowie down the inside's coming home quickly. They're moving up alongside the St. John's from Hamilton and gone and put their nose in front of St. John's from Hamilton. Can St. John's come back again? St. John's trying to come back at Glendowie again. I think they've sorted themselves out. Then we go out on the right-hand side. We go to Onawhenua. St. Paul's. Strong-looking crew chasing them as well. It's a strong-looking crew from Johnny McGlashan's. It's all on here for it. They're coming very hard across the far side. Onawhenua's moved up into qualifying. Onawhenua's going to get the... Oh, no, I wouldn't say. Oh, we'll have to wait for the cameras there. Onawhenua really screamed inside the last 50 metres. They were only about a half a length behind in 5th. They've come home quickly. They may have grabbed it, I don't know. It's 0.36 for the 4th qualifier. Last race of the day. They're going through the island now. And it looks like it's the crew from Otago Boys. Went through the first 500. So Jack and Thomas will be pretty happy if they can go through the first 500. Mind you, this is a very good combination of young Henry and Grayson. Henry Kirk, Grayson Small. Had a terrific training camp under the guidance of Kirsty, who's been here in the commentary tower all week. They're still out in front over lane number 4, which is St. Peter's College. And lane number 5 sticking their nose in between them. It's only about 2 feet difference. That's Timaru Boys. They're heading now. They've gone through the first 500. They're heading the second 500. Then we go back to lane number 3. They're only a half a length away. Tauranga Boys right in front of Tauranga Boys is the crew from St. Peter's, trying to stick in between the two of them. Out here in lane number 7's right there as well. That's King's College. Go back to the leaders. It's lane number 6, Otago Boys High School. They've gone out to about, let's see, half a length lead now over the crew from Timaru Boys. Timaru in turn's got about 2 feet over the crew from King's College, and King's College are absolutely locked up with St. Peter's. There's nothing in it. There would only be a length separating those 4 crews. Just moving off a little bit is the crew down on the inside, which is Tauranga Boys. Tauranga Boys are there. It must be Hiranui College. They've just gone through the 1,000-metre peg now, and Otago Boys still with a half a length lead. Half a length lead over Timaru Boys. You know how quick the Timaru Boys can come home in. Sam and William. We already saw Sam Wilson out there earlier on. William Talbot, I think he saw his sister out there also for Timaru. Oh, there's a move coming on. 2-1 inside that, St. Peter's. St. Peter's have just moved up alongside Timaru and gone out to about a foot lead over them. These 3 crews now have opened up a length of clear water between them. Chasing them is King's College. King's College chasing them on the outside, down on the inside, Tauranga. I can't see the other 2 are just back another couple of lengths from there. Oh, have Otago Boys gone too quick. Now there's a push coming from Timaru again. Timaru's gone back to St. Peter's. Timaru's gone and put their foot in front of St. Peter's again now. We're getting down to the last 500 metres now. Timaru's putting a challenge into the leading crew. They're up within a foot of Otago Boys through the 1,250 metre mark. It is Otago Boys 1 foot over Timaru, only 3 feet over St. Peter's. St. Peter's. Oh, Otago Boys have had the lead taken off them from Timaru. Timaru, what a big challenge coming from Timaru. These boys were out earlier on and they weren't in an A final either. Otago Boys, they might have gone too hard. Timaru on the inside's gone to the front. They're trying to bring St. Peter's with them. St. Peter's now 3/4 of a length away from Timaru. Otago Boys on the top side of Otago Boys. Don't leave out King's College on the far side for qualifying. Another 3 lengths back to Wanganui Collegiate, and down the inside you'll see that Aquinas College, first call for you from Millsy. And then just ahead of them is Hiranui, Tauranga. St. Peter's trying to put in a big challenge onto Timaru. St. Peter's have been right there. It's Timaru. They done a brilliant move about 1,200, around about the 1,250 mark. They slipped back behind St. Peter's by a couple of feet, and they slipped back a half a length off Otago Boys, and then all of a sudden the 1,250 metre mark. We knew that they can sprint and sprint very quickly, Timaru crews, and they all of a sudden just came up to Otago Boys. They moved away from St. Peter's, and then all of a sudden they went and put a half a length on Otago Boys, and they're just staying there now. So it is Timaru. Timaru on there, St. Peter's. St. Peter's up within 3/4 of a length of them. Otago Boys starting to tire. They are really working to keep in that top 4 now, because on their right-hand shoulder comes King's College. Then we go back quite a way. These 4 have sorted themselves out. Then we go quite a wee way back to Tauranga, back further again to Hiranui, Aquinas, and across the far side to Wanganui Collegiate. So it is Timaru. They're having a go. St. Peter's are having a go at them. They're up within a half a length of them. Timaru, like I say, are good sprinters. Timaru down to the 100-metre buoy. Now. Peters now. Targa boys now. Kings now. So Timaru done the break. They braked at the 250-metre mark through the course, and they opened up the field, and they've held on to that lead all the way through. Congratulations, Brian and Jamie. What a great race plan. It's paid off. There's your first 4 qualifiers. Timaru, St. Peter's, Otago boys, and Kings. Don't forget, guys, any rubbish around, don't forget to take your rubbish away. If you pack it in, you pack it out. Congratulations to everybody on a very successful semi-final day here at the Aon Maadi Cup Aon Nationals. All right, go away and rest, guys, and all the best for the finals.